Yo, what's going on, guys? Hope y'all are doing well today. Here, I'm going to get panel links and stuff all put up. Give me just a sec. I know I'm starting early today. There's a couple things I want to talk about real quick. So, I have. Oh, okay, there's no one here. I'll just wait a couple seconds. I'm not worried about it. I'm starting earlier than usual. I'm starting at 2 today, so I wanted to get a couple extra hours into stream. Here, I can stop that, bring up the daily verse, and talk about that for a little bit. All right, verse of the day. You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you to go and bear fruit, fruit that will last. Ooh. Then the Father will give you whatever you ask in my name. Were you ever the last one chosen at recess when kids were dividing up teams? Were you ever the one no one wanted on your team? Ouch, that hurts deeply. So it isn't remarkable that God, the creator of our universe, chose us in Jesus Christ even before the beginning of the world. Isn't it amazing that we are loved and desired by the King of the ages and his son, Jesus Christ? Not only that, we weren't chosen out of pity, but chosen to make a difference for the kingdom of God by bearing fruit that will endure. Discord is driving me absolutely fucking crazy right now. I gotta, hell no, dude. Dude. Bro. Dude, how the fuck do I just turn off Discord notifications on the computer entirely? I'm really fucking sick of this shit, dude. Okay. Where is account settings? Yeah. Okay, that's done. Holy shit. All right. Man, Discord drives me crazy, bro. Like, were you ever the last one chosen at recess when kids were dividing up teams? Were you ever the one no one wanted on your team? Ouch, that hurts deeply. So isn't it remarkable that God, the creator of the universe, chose us in Jesus Christ even before the beginning of the world? Isn't it amazing that we are loved and desired by the King of the ages and his son, Jesus Christ? Not only that, we weren't chosen out of pity, but chosen to make a difference for the kingdom of God by bearing fruit that will endure. To help ensure our fruitfulness, Jesus promised that we can ask for God's blessing on our work for his kingdom, and God will bless us with it. Incredible. Give me a heart, O God, that is open to your work and a vision that is as expansive as your grace. May my prayers ask for things that bring you glory, expand the borders of your kingdom, and reach beyond the limited things that so often distract me. I invite you to do great things for your kingdom through me as I remain connected wholeheartedly to Jesus, to your glory. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. It can be tough. It can be tough to continue to do things for the betterment of Jesus Christ. It's not easy. I continue to try on a day-by-day basis and do my very best to treat people with, compassionate understanding, right? I really do my best to do that. I'm not perfect at it. I can be a prick, I understand that. But, man, there comes a point where I need to be a dick. And I don't like that. I don't like the fact that I have to be like that sometimes. What's up, Doomerang? Welcome in, dude. Good to see you. Good to see you. But there's an element in my life where I kneel before nobody but God. I don't kneel to a pastor. I don't kneel to any other humans. Bottom line. And I advocate for people, especially people who have differing opinions than me. I really do. But when people go around saying that I'm trying to preach, which I'm not, I consistently say over and fucking over again that I don't know this like that. I'm not a biblical scholar. I'm only a year Christian, bro. I say that over and over and over and over and over again. I am not preaching to anybody. I'm a fucking infant when it comes to Jesus Christ and the Bible, Christianity in general. I say that over and over and over again. And I consistently ask for people who know this better than me to come onto my channel so they can teach me something. And I consistently ask people who have differing beliefs than me to come on to my channel because I welcome open discourse. I've been very, very careful and very hesitant to ban people from my channel because I don't like that. It's not something that I like to do. It's just how it is. I don't like to ban folks from my channel. The only people that have been banned from my channel until today were people who have come on here and broken TOS. That's it. Nobody else. But I cannot have people spurging on my channel. What's up, Achilles? Good to see you, brother. Welcome in. Welcome in. I cannot have people spurging on my channel and then going to other channels and fucking lying about me. At this point, I don't give a fuck. So, Steelman and any of his alt accounts will be banned immediately moving forward. I fucking advocated for the guy. I talked to my mods about not timing him out because I didn't want to hurt his pussy ass feelings. No, Achilles, dude, just Steelman's fucking, he's a little bitch, dude. I'm so tired of him, bro. Like, I've advocated for that motherfucker. I have, like, told my mods to stand down on timing him out when he's spurging in chat. I've given him chance after chance after chance. He blocks me on Discord. He, you know, unsubs from the channel, then subs from the channel, and then unsubs. Dude, I'm just done. I'm done. I'm tired of advocating for people. Here's how we're going to do this moving forward. Bottom line. If a mod times you out, fuck off. That's it. I trust my mods. If they make a call, I'm with them. I'm not having this shit anymore. I'm not having people go into other channels and lying about me. I'm not having people coming into my chat and pissing and moaning about my fucking mods, okay? That's it. I'm done. Bottom line. I don't preach on this channel. I've been very, incredibly careful not to. Because I asked Jim Bob, and what he told me was it will only be responsible to read the word online and do this Bible study if I do this Bible study from the position of no authority. Oh, I do, Achilles. I do, man. Like 99 times out of 100, the call is the call. But the one person that I have advocated for, that I said, don't time him out, let him go, talk to mods behind the scenes. I'm not even going to like fucking throw the names of which mods it was, but talk to mods behind the scenes. They all told me, you know, you should just ban him anyway. I should have fucking listened to him. Honestly, I'm tired of this shit, dude. I'm tired, bro. Like I'm not advocating for anybody that my mods time out. That's it. It's done. It's over, right? That's just the bottom line. The first time I stepped out and went, no, man, give him the benefit of the doubt, whatever. He's kind of crazy. I think he genuinely has a good heart, you know, don't get me wrong. But he's a little bitch. I don't have time for people who are pissing and moaning about stupid shit no more, dude. I'm sorry. I'm just done. I'm done. It's over. That's it. I'm not even mad, dude. For real. Like, I'm not mad. I think more or less I'm mad at myself for advocating for someone and not trusting my mods. That's what I'm really like upset about, is the fact that the mods that I have on this channel are great fucking mods. They are. I trust all of them. And if anything, I'm mad at myself for not just trusting them, right? Bottom line. So moving forward, Steelman, any of his alt accounts, banned immediately. I don't give a fuck. He can go piss and moan on someone else's channel about it. I don't give a shit, dude. I'm done. Like, I tried being the dude's friend. I tried advocating for the guy. Fuck that, dude. It's over. It's so done, man. Like, and when more people start jumping in and we get into the run or get into the swing of things, I'm gonna bring it up again, just because, like, I don't think there's any mods in chat right now, and that's just it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm tired of it, dude. No more. It's a bunch of bullshit. But what's up, Amagad? Good to see you, my man. Welcome in, dude. Welcome in. I got the link posted in chat if you want to jump up. No, it's okay. Dude, Achilles, that's just like, I have a good team of mods, and there's nothing I have to, like, I've learned some lessons doing this thing on what I need to do, how I need to vet people. The lesson that I learned today and last night was trust the mods. They make a decision, it's fucking done. That's it. I don't have time to argue with my mods for some fucking retard online, bro. Bottom line. It's over. It's done. All that's done, dude. Like, I'm not advocating for anyone who gets banned. If you get banned, it's your own fucking fault. Piss off. Find somewhere else to go. Like, that's it. I'm done. So I appreciate that. No, we'll see. That's the thing, dude, is like, before today, the only bans that were made were people who were actively breaking TOS, either in chat or on panel. That's it, right? No one else. Nobody else. So that has changed today. The dude, he didn't break TOS, but I'm just tired of it. So I made the decision. He's banned, and you know, I might even get a little ban happy with a couple folks, because I'm really getting tired of this shit, dude. I'll be honest with you. Like, it makes no sense to me. You know, I don't go up into people's channels and like make a fool. Well, I mean, I've made a fool of myself. Don't get me wrong, but like, I don't go up on other people's channels and piss and moan about the rules, right? Like, I figured I had. What's up, Lobster? Hey, Lobster, do you have Discord? Lobster, that's my Discord. Add me on Discord. A friend of mine reached out to me about something. I just want to talk to you for a second. Nothing bad. Promise. They just told me something. All right, Achilles, I'll see you soon, brother. For sure. Yeah, dude. I mean, like, at the end of the day, what's up, Lauren? Welcome in. Good to see you. Always a pleasure. Yeah, dude. At the end of the day, bro, it's not even about like the business aspect of things. It's just, like, I have a very open channel. I have a lot of people that come in here and they have dissenting opinions, and I welcome that shit. I want people who don't agree with me to be on the channel, just as I want people who agree with me to be on the channel. You know what I mean? Oh shit! Here, I'll just post the link to the watershed. What's up, Stammy? Welcome in, dude. Good to see you. Good to see you. Kogashuko, good to see you, man. Dude, I do my best, bro. I really do, man. Like it's not even about, like, poor me giving, he's not giving me a hard time. You know what I mean? It's just like, it kind of feels to some degree like a spit in the face when it's like, by the way, Lobster, that's the Discord link to the Plebeian Watershed. That's the channel's Discord. You can go on there and you'll find me. I'm going to be lower class LWRCLAS on there, but my actual Discord is BHAM Buddy. So, but it's not that he's giving me like a hard time or anything, Coco. It's not that, dude. It's just like, bro, like, someone got timed out for cussing Jesus in chat, and he fucking lost it. And I did my best to give him the benefit of the doubt, and like, yes, that's exactly what happened. Yeah. And like, I didn't even fucking time him out. So he wasn't even the one that got timed out first. It was somebody else, and he fucking flipped his lid. And and they didn't even, they got timed out for like a day. And it's not like they got timed out for like 6 months or some shit, right? Which I don't even know the extent of timeouts, honestly. Right? Yeah, exactly. But then he started freaking out and doing all this shit. And Are We Not Men, who's one of my mods, he was in chat, and he came in the next day or the next stream, however it worked out, and he was just pissing and fucking moaning about no, I'll make. He was just fucking pissing and moaning about this shit, dude. Like, insane, bro. And Miguel, welcome to the Discord. Level 4 Lobster, welcome to the Discord. Thank you, man. Here, hold on. I need to. Oh, I need to set roles. That's right. And Are We Not Men is the kind of mod where if you're going to come into chat and piss and moan about the mods, timing people out, guess what's going to happen, dude? That's just what he does, right? So he timed him out for like 10 seconds. And the second his timeout was over, he fucking like spurred the fuck out in chat. And then, so Are We Not Men timed him out again for another like fucking 5 minutes or whatever. And he got onto an alt account and started like spamming in chat. And like I talked to Are We Not Men, and I told him like, hey man, just give him a break. He's kind of crazy, whatever, And Are We Not Men was like, I'm surprised you haven't banned him yet. And I was like, I know, dude. Just he's look, Steelman's obviously got some fucking Lauren. I get it. I know, right? I know. Everyone has some issues with someone around here. It is what it is, right? I like Are We Not Men. He's been good to my channel. He's a good guy. That's as far as I'm concerned, he's a good guy. I don't have any involvement in any kind of drama. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just doing my thing here. But I understand people have problems with people. It is what it is. But like I fucking advocated for the guy. And then he starts to go to other channels and talk about how I'm preaching and doing all this shit on my channel. And then I'm silencing people with dissenting opinions and shit. And all this fucking wacko shit, dude. Like, look, if you have an issue with me and what I do on my channel, why the fuck are you here, bro? Bottom line. That's it. No need to digress any further. Fuck off. Okay? That's where I'm at now. I'm not advocating for anybody who, yeah, I mean, Lauren, I get it. Like, yeah, it is what it is. So I will say this, right? Here's one thing I do like about Are We Not Men and him being a mod. I know there's stuff that he does that some people find disfavorable, right? But I also I operate under the assumption that what he's going to do, if someone comes into chat and starts breaking TOS, he's probably going to be the first one to jump on it, either him or Scott Hotbit. So I trust him in that regard to a high degree. And plus he's fucking hilarious, man. Like, but yeah, me too, bro. Me too. Yeah. But I get it, Lauren. It's all good. Don't fucking lie on me, right? This is not to you, Lauren. I'm going back to what I was talking about before. Don't lie on me, bro. Like, I say the same thing all the time. I am not a biblical scholar. I don't know this stuff like that. I say it constantly. Everyone who's in chat right now, you guys hear me say it all the time. I'm not a biblical scholar. I'm just trying to learn this stuff. I'm a baby to all this. I say the same shit over and over and over again. And I guess the reason I'm mad is because like I didn't want to go the banning route. And it's just the fact that like, you know, I advocated for someone and tried to like give them the benefit of the doubt and you know, asked my mods to back off. And then I got that bullshit. So go fuck yourself. Like that's where I'm at with it now. Too fucking bad, dude. You know, now I'm to the point where if a mod times someone out, if a mod bans somebody, that's it. I don't care. I don't care. Right. If someone wants to message me and talk about it and not go to other channels and fucking like lie about me to other channels and shit, go do your thing. Right. I don't even care. See, my thing is, it's not about shit talk. Like, I don't care if someone talks shit about me. Doesn't matter to me fucking at all. Don't fucking lie on me, bro. Oh no, dude, no. I'm not even gonna entertain that fucking whack job, dude. Sorry, I'm done. That's it. I'm done. Yeah. Like if you're gonna come onto my channel and piss and moan about my mods and get timed out, and then go to other channels and talk shit about me, that's not my fucking like that. No, you're done. I don't care. You can talk shit, but just lying on me, bro. Like look, I don't lie about other people. That's just it. I don't, right? Especially online. All this stuff is literally, what's up, brother? Blessed are you, Big Soda Corey Barton. Always good to see you, my man. Please, if you get some time, bro, come up. I'd love to have you up, bro. Always love having you up. What's up, Marcus Antonio? Welcome in, dude. Good to see you, my man. Blessed are you when others revile you and persecute you and utter all kinds of evil against you falsely on my account. Rejoice and be glad, your reward is great in heaven. Yeah, I mean, dude, it's, you know, like, that's just it, right? Here's the thing, okay? Quite simply, this is my fucking channel, okay? This is my fucking channel, all right? And I am very grateful for all of you. Because you guys have, like, I'm well past halfway to monetization and watch hours now. And the channel's growing insanely fast. I've only been doing this for what, like 3 months now, 2.5 months. And like over 200 subs, like almost 2,000 watch hours. Like, I get that. I get that, Lauren. I get that. I just, you know, I'm not always watching chat. You know what I mean? But all of this progress that the channel has made is because of y'all, man. Dude, the eyebrows are awesome, bro. That shit makes me laugh every time, dude. What's going on, Corey? Good to see you, my man.
How are you doing today, boss?
I'm good. Letting off a little steam, bro.
You good? I had a late night last night.
So did I, bro.
Oh, I was gonna say, I bet I know your nights tend to go late.
Yeah, dude, I didn't even get home from work until 2 a.m.
Ooh,
yeah, it was busy. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say I went to sleep about that time.
Yeah, it was so what ended up happening was at the bar, we had a really good like consistently steady day, and then towards the end of the night, I mean, when I say towards the end of the night, like a half an hour before we close at 1, the entire staff of the guy who owns the bar that I work at, he also owns 2 other restaurants. The entire staff from one of those restaurants came in.
Oh.
But I mean, it was cool because, you know, like they're all front of house, so they get how it works, and like we made good money off of them and everything. So like I'm not bitching in that regard. But it was like, you know, they were hanging around until, you know, like 1:30, and we're trying to close, and they're ordering drinks, and we're trying to close, and they're ordering drinks, and you know, it was all right though, man. Yeah, Kokushuko, you know, so here's my thing, right? If someone has an issue with how I do things on this channel, you're welcome to voice that. Okay? You're welcome to. I have no issue with that at all, right? Yes. Yes. I did, EOD. Yeah. It's done. And all of his alt accounts, if one of his alt accounts comes in here and starts commenting crazy shit, you're more than welcome to fucking like perma-ban him immediately. Like, I don't give a shit. Because, dude, I fucking advocated for the guy. This is all online, all right? All of this is public. You can look through the streams and find it. Well, Lauren, it's actually Steel Man, but we call him Straw Man because he's out of his fucking mind, okay? But it's like, dude, all this is public. Everything that happened there is public. Like, you can see on video me, like, trying to advocate for him to one of my mods that like was fucking with him and just timing him out in like short increments, you know. But yeah, but yes, yeah, Lauren, yeah. But you know,
on the same stream that he was timed out on, he then went on Raging Tomato and then done the same thing to her mods and then got kicked off there as well.
Yeah. So he can go fuck himself, dude. Like I'm done, bro. I'm done with that shit. The thing that really got me though is he went over to Abe's and then started lying on me.
I think that happened because I was on Abe's panel till it had to have been like 1:40, and then I was like, man, I can barely hold my eyes open, so I told them good night, and then so that must have been shortly after I had left, which it could have been a lot later.
Well, dude, so I went on to Abe's stream and like tried to clear the air on everything and be like, bro, just unblock me on Discord, come back to the channel, whatever. And then he fucking kept on, dude. So he can go fuck himself. I'm sorry, bro. Like, that's it. That's it, dude. I'm done advocating for people that my mods fucking time out. You know? And if someone feels it's unjustified, you can talk to me in Discord, but I'm done, bro. Like, Corey, I have a question for you, man.
Go for it.
When have I ever fucking preached on this channel?
Oh man. I mean, from the short, well, I guess not the short, from the 3 months that I've been here, I can't name you a time. I can't think of a single time that you've kind of held a topic and like preached to other people about it and how they had to follow it.
Dude, I've never preached on this channel. I literally say, and like you've been here the entire time, I literally say every God in country, and I make sure to say it at least fucking once. I don't know this stuff. I'm a baby to it. I want to learn.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how you piss me off when you start lying about what I got going on here, because I am not preaching to fucking anybody, dude. I don't know the Bible. Sorry, buddy.
No, I mean you've always been consistent in that kind of every time you engage with the Bible, you make sure that other people are aware to the fact that hey, you know, I'm still new to this. This is all very new to me, and I'm engaging with it as though, you know, I guess you're still early on in your walk with Christ, and you make sure people are aware of that, so that way you're not misrepresenting, I guess, Christianity in a whole just because of your noviceness toward it.
Yeah, dude. Very early in my walk with Christ, by the way, dude. I'm a fucking baby to all this shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
What's up there, Cree Dog? Good to see you, my man. Welcome in, bro. Dude, like, here's my thing, right? I constantly ask for people who know better than me to come up and be a part of the panel because I want to learn.
Mm-hmm.
And I also ask people, dude, Shiva's a Buddhist atheist.
Yep. But you know what he's
I mean,
never
holy
done?
shit.
He's never
Can you
he's
go
never
ahead?
mocked Jesus. He's never like
No.
cursed Jesus
Right.
in like this petty way to try and rile people up.
Yep. Yep.
He's always been respectful. He's been a great voice against it, but he's got the respect to be like, hey, I'm engaging with people who do believe, and so I'm going to show them the respect of their beliefs.
Yeah. And so, bottom line, if you feel like someone getting timed out for cussing Jesus, harassing somebody in my chat, or spurging is against free will, get the fuck out of my channel then. Why are you here? If you feel like someone getting banned for violating TOS or lying about me on other channels, get the fuck out of here. I don't need you here. I don't want you here. Bottom line. Okay? That's it. I will never lie about somebody else on this stream. It's on the internet, bro. Okay? It's on the internet. If I fuck something up, I will take full responsibility of it. I promise that. This is like, I'm making the declaration now. Okay? If I do something shitty, I will take full responsibility for it. And I won't lie about somebody else online because you can verify that easily, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Why the fuck would you? That's the thing that, like, oh my God, dude.
Well, I was thinking a prime example of that is I forget his username now, but the gentleman that came up last God and Country with the miscommunication, and you were quick to own up on the miscommunication.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, what was it? Brooklyn Lou?
Yep.
And like, I'm glad that he jumped on to like plead his case because yes, I was in the wrong there, and I apologize to him. And he's actually a pretty cool guy, so I was glad to have him up. Right? Like, it can be solved that easy. We can be fucking adults here. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know Coco. I mean, he's talked mess about Christianity, but he hasn't done it in like an incredibly disrespectful way. Right? At least on this channel. Yeah, good point, EOD. If he's somewhere else and doing that, that's fine. But if you're in this channel and you're like being like blatantly disrespectful, that was one of the things with Shiba or Shiva. I don't know why I'm calling him Shiba. That's one of the things with Shiva is when he came into the channel to talk and he was like, I'm a Buddhist atheist. You don't want me up there. And I was like, dude, you're more than welcome to come up and have like a good faith, respectful conversation. I want that. I don't care what you believe in that regard. But like, if you're going to come in here, base, Lauren, thank you. Absolutely. Yeah. But if you're going to come in here and you're going to cuss out Jesus or whatever, Live for Life was doing that one day, however it goes, you're going to get timed out, right? I'm not even going to permanently ban you. Just like go somewhere else for the day, come back, and then like bring, yeah, me too, 100%. And he's always been very respectful to the channel. That's why I like having Shiva up. I probably disagree with him on almost fucking everything, but he's still a good guy.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
And we've had great conversations with him, like John Smith
absolutely.
and him, Vibe and him. Like
Yeah, dude.
really good conversation.
Yeah. Level 4 lobster. That's crazy, bro. Oh yeah. I need to message you on Discord real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna knock this out. Yeah. It's nothing bad, but someone reached out to me about something, and 1 second.
I need level 4 lobster to track down a package for me.
Yeah, right.
Oh no, come on.
What?
And he said no, it's Sunday.
Wait, what do you mean? No, it's Sunday.
Mail isn't delivered on Sunday.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, Marcus. A lot of it wasn't even on here. So like the gist that happened on here was Steelman got timed out by one of my mods, and someone else got timed out by one of my mods, and it was EOD, and he timed someone out for like cussing Jesus in chat. And EOD timed him out for just a day, and he's a troll, right? Like bro, Live for Life doesn't give a fuck about that, dude. I promise you. He was back the next day. Like, Live for Life does not give a shit. Whenever he comes into chat, I call him my favorite troll every single time. You know what I mean? But EOD timed him out for cussing Jesus in chat, and Steelman fucking flipped his lid, right? So the next day, he came back into chat and was like spurging out in chat. Well, I have a mod who, if you're in chat bitching about what's up, Live for Life. See, I didn't see any of that. If you want to plead your case, that's fine. I didn't even call for you to get timed out, but it doesn't matter, dude. Welcome back. Good to see you. You already know you're my favorite troll. But Steelman fucking flipped the fuck out the next day, and I had a mod that was in chat that if you're pissing and moaning about people getting timed out by mods when this mod is here, guess what's going to happen? He's going to fuck with you. So he timed him out for 10 seconds, and then he just straight crashed out for like hours. And Are We Not Men? Oh, shit. Well, anyway, Are We Not Men timed him out again for fucking spurging and spamming in chat. So he came in with alt accounts doing the same thing. And it was just, dude, I mean, like, you know, so he blew me up on Discord and then blocked me and then started going on to other channels and lying about me about how, what's up, Amagad? Good to see you. But he was lying about me, saying that, like, you know, I'm preaching on my channel and silencing dissenting opinions. Like Live for Life. Just, you come into the channel quite a bit, right? Do I not welcome you literally every time you come into the channel? We don't agree probably on fucking anything, and I'm glad you're here. You're my favorite troll. I like having you around. I mean, that's it, right? Yes, bro. So Steelman went to all these other channels and was like saying that I silence dissenting opinions and I'm preaching on my channel and shit. And bro, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like straight bitch mode. Okay. Really, like, hey, love you, man. Love you, dude. But no, he went straight bitch mode, man. And like, here's the thing: you can talk shit to me. You can talk shit about, you know, what like my political beliefs are. You can even, like, you know, talk shit about Christianity to the extent that my mods don't like it. Because if my mods don't like what you have to say and they time you out, as of right now, this is the way this is going. If my mods time somebody out because someone's saying something like egregious against Christianity, that's what's like, you're timed out. Yeah, Creed. I know. It's if I would have taken a political compass test when I was 18 and voting for Barack Obama, putting him back in office the second time, I would not have been a right winger. Okay. I mean, like, my views have evolved and changed since then, but a lot of it's pretty much the same. Like, every time I take a political compass, I am one square over from the center to the right and like 3 or 4 squares down. Like, I'm very close to the middle, man. You know,
I don't know. I don't put a lot of faith in the whole political compass thing. I think it's even more complicated than that.
That's fair. That's fair. 100%. What's up, Emmett? Welcome in, dude. Good to see you.
To be fair, I always thought it was like per issue. It's kind of like one of those things to where, okay, on an issue, do you fall more conservative toward it or toward more progressive toward it? Like, are you more likely to change that issue or more likely to keep that issue the same?
Yeah, and a person's ideology is made up of a whole bunch of different issues, and they can fall all over the place on each individual one.
Yeah. Well, live for life. Like that's the thing. And I've never claimed to be like a far right or anything like that. Yeah, lobster. Of course, dude. Of course. And like, the only reason I was sending that was because someone reached out to me. So I wanted to make sure that message got passed along, bro. That was it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've never claimed to be like really hardcore right wing or anything. And that's from the basis of like how people colloquially understand right wing. Like to me, and the way I look at right wing is, left wing is more collectivist, right wing is more individualist. You know what I mean? And like when you look at how the right wing in the country has operated, they've always been individualist. So like the way that, when the right wing passes laws, those laws apply to everyone equally. Where when the left passes laws, and this is now and also back when the Democrats were like the KKK and shit, they were passing laws that like group people into groups. There's laws for specifically black people. There's laws for specifically Asian. There's laws for specifically Mexican. There's laws for specifically white people, right? Like that's how they design their legislation. It's collectivism, right? That's never changed. That has never changed. And a lot of people say like me, I'm 32. But a lot of people say that like, individualist policies that the right wing passes, they disenfranchise other communities. Well, guess why? Because the collectivists passed legislation that disenfranchised people in the groups that they put them in, right? Like this whole concept of intersectionality wouldn't be a thing without collectivism. If you don't live your life with that mindset, intersectionality does not exist. That's it. Right? Yeah. I mean, that's basically how I operate. That's why I don't vote Democrat. That's why like I don't associate with the American left wing anymore, because like they're literally the most divisive party in the country. It's how they write their fucking legislation. It's insane. And if it wasn't for shit collectivist policies back in the early 20th century that like disenfranchised other communities, individualist policies would be fine for everyone. Yes, I agree 100%. But like it depends to what degree though, The issue is at one point in time our collectivist policies were like telling black people they couldn't they couldn't drink out of white water fountains and shit.
Yeah. And to speak on that, I know a lot of people, Jordan Peterson's kind of fallen off, but back before he went off the deep end, he had some good stuff to say about that, where, the two parties, they do need each other for the country to function properly, where one party, the conservatives, will keep the foundation principles and what was good and what worked, and then the progressives will come up with the new ideas so things don't stagnate. And it's a give and take, and any one party in total control will lead to bad stuff. It always is a balance that you need to strike.
Yeah, without a doubt. I understand the need for some element of collectivism. To me, though, I wouldn't do it by race, right? I do it by class. Like group people into class groups and write legislation on that regard. That way you can advocate for people who can't pay their fucking bills. You know what I mean? When you write legislation, you're advocating for, certain industries. Maybe our tax dollars can go to those to boost them up so they can actually like fucking pay people and bring people on, boost up our manufacturing. Like that's the way we're going to get people like into a better economic position, is by boosting up the amount of jobs in the country. That's it. Right? Meritocracy, my friend, meritocracy.
It's just as basic too as you can't fix social.
There's another one. Bye, Steel Man. Bye. I didn't ban you for you sticking up for him. I banned you for going to other fucking channels and lying on me, you piece of shit. Go fuck yourself. You're done. Peace. That's it. Kick fucking rocks. Guys, I was walking down the street last night and all the leftists in my hood have some wild EMF signals. Some of them love yin and their yang.
I know, dude. Well, you gotta wear those tinfoil hats. It protects you from that stuff.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. I've been absorbing Spiro's content lately. I can't get enough.
I love it, dude.
Yeah, I can't get enough of it.
Yeah, man.
I recommended him to a lot of people. More people need to go over to his content and check it out.
Spiro, welcome in, bro. Good to see you, my man. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, sorry you have to deal with all that bullshit, by the way. That's something I learned in life. It's just a series of new bullshit pops up. You learn how to deal with it so you don't have to deal with it next time, and you wait for the next bullshit thing to pop up. And
yeah.
That's how we grow.
Yeah.
100%.
What's the word of the day? What's the verse of the day?
It's a good one, dude. It's a good one, actually.
I bet you it is.
Earlier. All right. I've cooled down a little bit. Yep. Fuck off, Steel Man, dude. Just going to go to all of his alt accounts and come in. That's great. I can ban all of them, and then he can go fuck himself, dude. You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you to go and bear fruit, fruit that will last. Then the Father will give you whatever you ask in my name.
Oh, yeah. No, that is a good one.
Mm-hmm. And to me, that goes right back to, at least in my experience, right, where, God never left, right? In my head, God didn't exist. And there's been times when I've questioned God and I've walked away from the concept of God. But God was always there because it wasn't about me choosing God. It was about God choosing me, And what's funny is like, John 15. Let's pull up John 15 real quick. All right.
Yeah, this whole passage is pretty good.
I'll pull the whole thing up. EOD, can you cam up real quick just so I can make sure it's you? Oh, wait, it's him.
Yeah, we could see that red hair from a mile away.
Well, no, I forgot. I can look at the email that's authenticated to the account through StreamYard. What's going on, EOD? Good to see you, my man. Welcome in, bro.
Nothing much, man. How's it going?
Going good, dude. It's going good.
Look, it's hot. Okay, I'm not wearing a shirt. So.
No, you're fine, dude. It's all good, man.
So I got a box fan blown directly under my desk.
My apartment's 68 degrees right now. I have no plans on going outside. It's like 90-some degrees outside, bro. Fuck that.
I do good to keep it about 80 inside of my house. So.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's why I don't have a shirt.
Fair. Yeah, dude. Yeah. See, I'm fat, dude, and I sweat like crazy. So if it was 80 degrees in my place, I would just go outside. You know what I mean? All my stuff would be covered in my fat sweat, and it would be bad, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, man. This is nuts about fucking Steel, man. I can't believe he's losing his shit over getting somebody else getting timed out of all things.
Yeah. Well, and I'll tell you this, bro. I'm a small channel. Why the fuck does he care about what I do here?
It makes me wonder whether or not Live for Life is an alt of his, but
he's not. He's not.
Let's not engage in such speculation.
Well, it's an aspect
I don't think so. Live for Life doesn't come off as crazy. Live for Life comes off as calculated. I think he comes in and says crazy shit just to get a rise out of people. And I'm not gonna lie, sometimes he'll get someone all cheesed off about some dumb shit that he says, and it makes me laugh. So, you know,
it's not malicious though. It's not.
Yeah. I mean, if he did something that you felt was egregious enough for you to time him out, EOD. Now, after what just happened with Steelman and all this bullshit, I trust y'all implicitly. I will not advocate for anyone ever again on this channel, because the one person that I fucking advocated for blew up and started lying about me on other streams. So if my mods time someone out or ban somebody, go fuck yourself.
The thing is I didn't hit him for a whole fucking day, okay? I think I timed him out for like 5 or 10 minutes or something like that. And he was already deep in an argument with a couple of the other mods on your channel. And, you know, he started coming at me about, Jesus was a commie, this, that, and the other thing. I'm like, this is a Bible study, bro. Take that shit elsewhere. Shut the fuck up. So. Yeah,
see, I'll be honest, I'm not even worried about that. And Live for Life isn't either, obviously, because he comes back to the channel constantly.
Yeah. Well, I think he's
not on a war path, Coco. He's on a fucking cupcake path, dude. He's on a pillow path. Okay.
5 minute
What's up, Kokomo? Welcome in, dude. Good to see you.
Like a 5 minute timeout. Hell, are we not men will do that to the entire chat room just for shits and giggles?
Yeah, right. That's what I was thinking. Like it was a pretty innocuous kind of just, hey, shut the fuck up, you know. But
it's the aspect of control. It's kind of like he wants lower class to do something about it because it gives him some level of control.
Yeah, which I mean, I'm not, and I never did anything. The only thing I did was advocate for him. What's up, Achilles? That's the only thing I ever fucking did was advocate for him. I even spoke with mods that were, you know, involved in all that shit, and told them, like, hey, just give him a chance. You know what I mean? He's kind of crazy. You know, it is what it is, right?
More often than not, I give him the benefit of the doubt, but he loves it's to me it seems like I think you're a bit right, Big Soda, but he's also like looking for something to be outraged about, just any little thing. But
that's true too. Yep.
He can go be outraged and lie about the channel all he wants now. I don't give a fuck. If I see him on a panel doing it, I'm gonna jump in and I'm gonna make him look like a retard, dude. Like, bottom line.
I don't know why, but it reminds me of one of the few conversations I had with Duck where I actually agreed with him on a point, and he jumped down my throat, and I'm like, "What the fuck, dude? I'm agreeing with you." And he was like, "So you're bad faith. You're bad faith." And I was like, "I'm agreeing with you, Jesus Christ." Yeah, dude. Some people are actually fucking retarded. You know, I knew he was kind of crazy. I didn't know he was retarded and crazy. That's a dangerous combination, boys. I hear Liv drinks milk straight from the carton. Bro, don't knock it, okay?
Nothing wrong with that.
I'm not even trying to stick up for Live for Life here, but don't fucking knock it.
It's coming after
it works.
Bachelors here.
I'm a bachelor, dude. I live alone. I don't give a shit.
I paid for that milk.
Dude, how is it? How is Battlefield 6?
Oh, it's so good. So good. Yes.
Man.
I'd be down to buy it and hop in a game with everybody.
And I think we should probably set something up. Lower class, maybe you can stream it.
See, I need a better graphics card. So the RX 6800, for some reason with video games, it doesn't encode it to H.264, which is the format that, you know, streams utilize. It doesn't do that well with video games. So whenever I try to stream a video game off of this graphics card, well, it works when it comes to performance. I can play all the games on like the highest settings. When it comes to streaming, it's just not there, bro. It's just not there.
A lot of people have like a separate streaming rig specifically for that reason.
Computer setup.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is if holiday season's really good, I can do it before then. But I'm going to get a pretty fat tax return this year because of no tax on tips. And I always additionally withhold like $50 a week on my checks from everywhere. unless it's 1099, right? So if I'm on like a 1099 from a place, then that's different. But that I just do my taxes quarterly at that point. But when it comes to like, you know, serving or bartending, I just have them withhold $50 a week. So if it's a biweekly check, it's $100 a check. If it's a weekly check, it's $50. But that way, at the end of the year, when I file my taxes, I get, you know, an extra like $2,500 come in for my tax return. And then this year, no tax on tips, I'm getting a $25,000 taxable income deduction, which is fucking insane because they take the taxes all throughout the year. And then you apply for the deduction, you get that refund back. I could be looking at like $5,000 coming in on top of everything else. So if that's the case, I'm just going to buy a Giga rig, bro. I'm going to get 4090 and like go all Intel with it.
I got a question though. Does that affect how? Because I always tip in cash to avoid taxes. Does that affect? Do people like? Or I guess they're more incentivized to claim their cash tips now, or does it change anything?
Nobody claims cash tips.
Okay, they still. I mean, there's no reason to do it still because I guess.
Yeah. Nobody claims cash tips. As far as the IRS knows, I only get tipped on my card.
That's
the government wants you to.
Back in the day,
I was gonna say.
See, now, like, you know, 10, 15 years ago, if you were serving, at least, you know, where places I was back home, dude, I would make like $250, $300 almost a night, and I would claim zero. And I would still get a check at the end of the week because I'd get claimed up, and then you get a tax return at the end of the year. It's only like 180 some bucks, you know, because you're getting went below. Hey, what's up, brother? Good to see you, my man. Welcome in, dude.
What's up?
Hey, by the way,
I was gonna say people stopped using cash. That's the problem with it, is it's all electronic these days. But.
Yeah. By the way, I want to apologize publicly to iStammy right now. The other night when I jumped into your stream, EOD, I had planned a whole stream with this guy, and I got drunk and just
completely passed out.
Yeah.
So it's your fault he missed D&D last week, huh? I see how you go.
You're good, dude. You're good.
He did eventually show up. We had a good session, I thought. It's going to be a good one today, I think, because you guys, yeah, I can't tell you what's going to happen, but I'm excited.
It's one of the reasons why I started streaming earlier, because I want to get like a good 5-6 hours in, and then that way when I jump over to D&D, I'll have a full stream behind me and I won't fucking pass out. What's going on, Stanley? How you doing today, bro? Good to see you.
I'm doing all right. Just chilling, man.
Cool, bro.
I heard you talking about computers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So the thing with NVIDIA, I don't like their business model, you know, because they're essentially totally fine with like selling en masse to other countries that then jack the price up and then sell them to us at a scalped price. I think that's like shitty as fuck, but they're still they're better when it comes to streaming. They may like I would probably, maybe not with this specific graphics card, but I would probably take a hit on my gaming performance if I were to, like, instead of going to like a 7900 XTX, which is what I was thinking about getting. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's going to be I'm going to have a lot of money that I can start to invest.
Did
in
you say
I am too.
4090, bro?
Huh?
Don't get a 4090, bro.
Why?
Aren't those the ones that fucking like catch on fire and shit? And then they did the same thing. There was like a whole issue with the 40 series and the 50 series because of the plugs or something, and NVIDIA didn't fix it.
Have they still not fixed it?
I heard that they changed it, right? Like they didn't fix it though. They just like moved the spot.
That's crazy. I didn't even hear about that.
Yeah.
Well, because I'm an AMD guy. You know what I mean?
I forget exactly what it was from NVIDIA, but there was something with the
connection. It says the 4090 reported to have overheating issues, particularly related to the power connectors melting.
Hold on.
And then they didn't do anything with the 50s. They just like kind of moved the spot, and it still has some issues.
Oh, dude. Now, you know what, dude? Fuck it. I won't go with NVIDIA. I'm just gonna get the 7900 XTX, dude.
Or
the 7900 XTX is the way to go.
It's so hard to
serious stuff with AMD.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's so hard to get a crowd with gaming, though. I mean, gaming is about a flooded market. You know, there's a lot fewer people out here talking about the Bible and having Bible studies and shit like that.
Okay.
Yeah, if anything, you should do a separate channel like for funsies, not actually plan to make anything off of it.
Well, I mean, I hear that, but I'm also, like as of right now, I'm a variety streamer.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? Like I do, like Stamey's come on. We've had, entire discussions about gaming and stuff. I do politics, but God and Country is like, that's even a variety stream where, for the next hour and a half, 2 hours, we're just going to have an open discussion. We are going to talk about the word and everything, and that'll come up. But I don't know. I think one thing I wanted to start with, kind of specifically, was starting as a variety streamer, because I didn't want to get trapped in a box, and then if I do end up getting monetized, not being able to get out of the box and do other kind of content,
avoiding audience capture. So.
Yeah. And God and Country is my baby, dude. I'm doing this twice a week. You know what I mean? I really want to try to focus on getting this more like consistent. Unfortunately, guys, next week I'm going to have to do Wednesday. It's going to be an early God and Country. Because next weekend is my grandfather's celebration of life. So I'm leaving out of here on Friday, and I'm going to get Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm going to get those days in as
Did he pass away?
Yeah, he passed away in the beginning of last month.
Damn, dude. Well, God rest his soul, brother. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. I loved him to death, bro. He suffered for quite a while before he went, and I'm glad that he's not suffering anymore. But man, he was just such a good dude. He even like suffering and the way he was, man, he would still like crack jokes, and just there's like, so the celebration of life is actually going to be at his favorite bar. They didn't have a funeral. My family doesn't have the money for that shit, so they didn't have a funeral, so it's just a bunch of his friends and family and stuff are going to meet up at his favorite bar, and we're all going to, just talk about him. And
yeah, as weird as it sounds, like the best funerals I've ever been to are the ones that are filled with laughter.
Yeah.
Remembering the person's life and just how good of a person they were and all the great stories you had.
Yeah, man.
We kind of did the same thing for my uncle. It was a couple of years back now. I found him. I went over to his house to pick him up for Thanksgiving, and he was passed out in his easy chair. But we didn't have. It was completely, we had no idea. He was in his early 60s, so it was completely by surprise. We weren't prepared to handle that. So we did a celebration for life for him. The VA buried him, and we did it over at the AMVETS post, and it was really good. We kind of sat around and just talked about all of our favorite, fondest memories of him. And I think that's a better way to do it. I do.
Yeah,
it's obviously a little somber, but it's good to get it out that way, man. It's the best way to handle it. Instead of like just being like, kind of dwelling in that sadness, like, no, they're gone. You can really put yourself in a spiral of negativity if you dwell on that stuff. So,
well, and the thing is, oh, sorry, my bad, dude. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was just finishing the last, like, just saying, like, sending them off in a good light is good for you and everybody else around you.
Well, the thing is, like, it's the big thing for me is it's given me an opportunity to build a better relationship with my grandmother, his wife, and I know obviously, like, my grandmother would be his wife, but my mom's parents split.
She's not your blood grandma.
Right. Yeah. But it's an opportunity to get closer to her because, dude, they were married for fucking 50 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Wow.
So
I'm
like
trying to be like that.
So I know, bro, for real, but So like, I call her every day, and whenever she calls, like that's I mute my mic, and that comes first because, bro, I can't imagine being with somebody for half of a century and then 1 minute they're just gone, And I mean, we kind of saw it. We didn't kind of see it coming. We saw it coming. I mean, they had said that he doesn't have much time left, and I mean, literally the day they started him on end-of-life hospice, he ended up passing away. But he had COPD or chronic COPD and emphysema. That shit's fucking miserable, man. You know what I mean? So
yeah. I had a step grandfather die of the same thing. That was many years ago, though.
Yeah, dude. And people go through a lot with that, and it's tough. And that's one of the reasons, like, when I say like I'm glad he passed, it's not because I don't want to talk to him anymore or anything, but he was truly suffering, dude. You know what I mean? And I'm glad he's he's in a better place, and he
for sure. The suffering is over, man.
Yeah, man. You know what I mean?
He's with
God. My grandpa's on that path right now, dude. He's the one I was telling you about who served in Vietnam. Yeah, he's getting pretty old, dude. He's just pretty much. I mean, my dad said he saw him recently. He said he's like doing good, but it's like subjective. Like comparatively speaking, he's doing terrible. Like when he was like 10 years ago, he was, like dude, he's actually been in like the news and stuff because of his mental state right now. Like he's on the fucking internet. Like if you look him up, you're like, oh, that's my grandpa, man.
Wow.
Shit.
So like, he's getting close, and I think my dad's starting to feel a little bit like he kind of wants, it'd be better for him, both of them, if like he kind of just,
stop suffering.
It's just suffering, man. It's I haven't seen him in a long time in person, but I've seen pictures, and he just doesn't look the same at all. He drank really, really heavily his whole life too, though, man. Like, that and the war probably did a number on his brain.
And all the like shit that they were using over in Vietnam too. All the different chemicals,
like the Agent Orange and stuff, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Sure.
Like that stuff.
Napalm all over the fucking place.
All of it, dude. That was
shit
crazy.
Not good for you,
No.
But boys, I have a couple things that we can watch. It's Morse. All right, I know. Big Soda Corey Barton doesn't like this guy, the way this guy talks, but
oh my gosh.
What are we in for?
All right. So this is the FBI yesterday declassified. Let's let Mr. Morse digress on this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday afternoon, we got a hold of a brand new declassified FBI memo that not only confirms all of Hillary Clinton's criminal behavior, but also that the Obama administration actually worked to cover it all up. And so, folks, to say the least, right this very moment, let's just say that Hillary Clinton is absolutely freaking out. But now, before we take a look at that memo and really break all of that down, first, we need to talk about something very peculiar that Hillary Clinton actually had to say just yesterday afternoon.
I don't know if you guys remember what she said about Trump. You guys remember what she said about Trump a couple days ago?
She said a lot of shit about Trump. What are you asking?
No. But no, just a couple days ago.
Oh, yeah. I haven't been listening to her.
Check this out, guys.
Because yesterday afternoon, Hillary Clinton, one of Donald Trump's sworn enemies, actually said that she'd be willing to nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
There will be
no exchange of territory, and that over a period of time, Putin should be actually withdrawing from the territory he seized in order to demonstrate good faith efforts, let us say, not to threaten European security. If President Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, that's a little bit weird.
What a change in pace. Am I right, gentlemen?
Yeah, please don't send me to jail. I'll nominate you, please.
Yeah, when she called him an illegitimate president, a fascist, a Yahtzee, all the shit that she said about that dude, all the stuff they've levied at him, now it's coming out. Hillary Clinton just said she would nominate Trump for a fucking Nobel Peace Prize.
Oh, that's hilarious.
My, how the turns have tabled. Am I right?
Indeed.
Scott Hotvet, welcome in, bro. Sorry, did I miss you, bro? I apologize. What's going on, bro? Good to see you. I was out of chat, dude. I apologize, my man. All right.
Weird, don't you think? These two have absolutely hated each other for over a decade now, and you all know that Hillary Clinton has done everything she could possibly do to try to tear down President Trump, but here she is, just yesterday afternoon, saying that she'd be willing to nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize. And so, folks, this is where we get to today's bombshell news, because once you all take a look at what I've got to show you, I think you're all going to understand just why Hillary Clinton is all of a sudden looking to play nice. So without further delay, what do you say we go ahead and actually take a look at this declassified FBI memo? Let it play.
The Obama Justice Department ordered federal lawyers to do and not to do concerning the Hillary Clinton email investigation. Chief Intelligence Correspondent Catherine Herridge tells us in sworn testimony on Capitol Hill, one of the insiders told lawmakers what she was told.
During closed-door testimony last summer, former FBI lawyer Lisa Page said the Obama administration's Justice Department advised the FBI not to pursue the gross negligence statute for Hillary Clinton in the mishandling of classified information. Former U.S. Attorney and House Republican John Radcliffe led the line of questioning about the statute, known as 18 U.S.C. 793. Radcliffe, you're making it sound like it was the department that told you you're not going to charge gross negligence because we're the prosecutors. Page interrupted. That is correct. Page.
Well, that's pretty damn black and white right there.
Yeah, buddy.
So, I never would have thought we're getting some of the answers that we are starting to get due to these declassifications.
Well, it's not that we didn't have the answers, it's just they wouldn't say them out loud.
Yeah.
We already knew the answers.
Oh, yeah. It was very obvious.
But to see the documentation behind it, oh, man, I figured that stuff would have been long gone.
Yeah, I don't know, like, what blows my mind is that there is evidence of all this stuff, and either one of two things. They are terrible at hiding things, or they never thought that like they were going to be in a position where someone would actually try to dig all this up on the government.
I mean, to be fair, if you know nothing never gets done about it, would you be super precautious to hide certain stuff?
That's what I'm saying.
Not when you've been doing it as many years or decades that these people have.
Based.
They've been in power for so long, and then suddenly some guy waltzes in and they're like, wait, he's actually gonna fucking do something? Oh shit. We should have thought about this.
Explains the visceral reaction they have to Trump, winning.
Exactly.
Well, also, I don't know. They're so incompetent at governing. Who's to say they wouldn't also be incompetent at covering stuff up?
That's fair,
true.
bro.
That's also a fair assessment.
That's fair. Yeah. All right.
Can't think more than a move ahead.
I got another video too that just came out today. That this is a logistics thing that like I might go on a rant that could get you canceled. I'm going to do that here at the next video, but it is what it is.
Just testimony appears to conflict with then FBI Director James Comey's recommendation in July 2016 against criminal charges for Clinton.
What I can assure the American people is that this investigation was done honestly, competently, and independently. No outside influence of any kind was brought to bear.
Absolutely no outside influence, huh? So that was a lie. What we now know, according to the FBI's own internal memo that has now been declassified, is that multiple FBI field offices were actually investigating Hillary Clinton for her pay-to-play and bribery schemes. And then what happened? Well, Barack Obama's Department of Justice issued a direct and explicit order to the FBI agents that were investigating Hillary Clinton to, quote, shut it down. Folks, this isn't a smoking gun. This is a smoking bazooka. But now, folks, what I want to do next is really take a deep dive into what exactly happened here. But first, I want to say real quick that if you guys enjoy the daily news updates, please consider subscribing to the channel because it really does help a ton. But okay, take a look at this.
Tonight, we're going to tell you about the other Clinton investigation, one that was running in 3 separate FBI offices, New York, Washington, and Little Rock. It was a predicated criminal investigation that was examining whether Hillary Clinton ran a pay-to-play scheme that delivered favors from her perch as Secretary of State, while foreigners and others paid large sums of money to her family foundation, the Clinton Foundation, run by Bill Clinton, their daughter, eventually Chelsea Clinton. 3 separate agencies, 3 separate bureaus, offices of the FBI believe they had predicated evidence to pursue that. Every time they tried to move the ball down the road in the shadows of the 2016 election, they got shut down. I mean, they got shut down at the highest levels of their agency. Andrew McCabe, the deputy director, a man who potentially had a conflict of interest with Hillary Clinton. So his wife got money from Hillary Clinton's former campaign chair to run for a Virginia state Senate. And by the way, McCabe attended the meeting where that assistance was solicited. He eventually was conflicted out, but not before he gave the order to his agents that you won't investigate or do anything on this unless I approve it. Downstream from them, 4 different U.S. attorneys' offices under Barack Obama were asked for help by the agents. Agents need help. We need a grand juror. We need to get evidence. We want to move the case down the road. All 3 of those 4 offices told the agents, you're on your own. We will not assist you in your pursuit of criminal charges against Hillary Clinton. And then perhaps the most extraordinary statement in the document that we are going to show you on screen now, they can put it up as you're looking here. The Deputy Attorney General for Barack Obama, Sally Yates, explicitly told the FBI, shut it down, meaning the corruption probes of Hillary Clinton. Think about this. While Donald Trump was out on the campaign trail chanting, lock her up, maybe there was a good reason to lock up Hillary Clinton, he would argue every night. The Obama Justice Department was telling the FBI agents who also thought there might be a reason to lock up Hillary Clinton, shut it down. Remember those words.
Folks, it doesn't...
Shut it down. Corruption.
Here's the thing. I'm sure everyone here, this comes as no surprise to anybody here. I'm sure. I mean, we all knew. Like, dude, she used BleachBit on her server to completely wipe everything and all the emails. Her and literally all of her staffers destroyed their phones, smashed them with hammers, all containing subpoenaed evidence. I'm sure none of us are surprised that that happened, but now the evidence is there. The question is, guys, are they going to be willing to actually prosecute this time?
Well, we'll see. Can they? Because if I'm not mistaken, didn't they give immunity to the one tech guy that was supposed to be subpoenaed in court, and then he once they gave him immunity, he placed it all on himself. He said, "Oh, I'm the one that did it," you know. I can pull up his name, but
yeah. See, this looks like they're paving the path for some immunity for somebody. It doesn't look like they're just going to prosecute people.
Because I know when it was happening, when they got more details around it, they gave one person from the tech side immunity, and then he kind of took all the blame and then placed it on himself. Once he had that immunity,
but the blame for BleachBit and smashing the phones, yeah. But this is showing a conspiracy.
The actual pay for play.
True.
And then the pay to play, you can still get her under pay to play.
Yeah, dude.
I know she was given a donation from, she had speaking events in Russia, and the foundation was paid. And then shortly after, they obtained a huge quantity of was it uranium deposits or some amount of uranium got sent to Russia that Hillary Clinton worked the deal out on.
Kokoshuko. So what I would say is he already has been. They do operate like a mafia, but they operated solely out of self-interest and didn't give a shit how other people were affected. Like, look at Haiti, right? Look at how much money the Clinton Foundation brought in and how they literally displaced farmers from their own land to build these like massive ports and shit that never got fucking built. They kicked people off of their own land for nothing.
And they still brag about it. They still brag about how much good they did down in Haiti.
They subverted the local governments of Haiti to like restructure their zoning laws that they had down there. They brought in billions of dollars for it, and almost none of that money went to actually like helping people in Haiti. A lot of that money just fucking disappeared.
Bro, you're making me think of that thing that just happened with like Akon or whatever. Did you hear about that?
Oh yeah.
What happened?
The future city in Africa.
Yeah, the city he wanted to build in Africa or something was billions of dollars. Never got. It's literally a fucking brick. Like that's it. It's just like a little part of a building.
Well, they've been doing this kind of shit for fucking decades, man. I mean, that's what USAID was invented to accomplish, practically.
Yeah,
you know?
That's true.
Yeah.
They would have this moral goal to spend this money and do something productive, and then it would just keep getting siphoned off by all these NGOs or individuals involved.
Liv, did you know that centrism is also almost left wing too? This is why I like the guy. Hey, he knows. I know Live for Life knows. Like, I know you know. Hey, cheers, Live for Life. It's good to have you here, man.
He's throwing out some bait there, seeing if anybody will bite.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Mr. Fisto? Welcome in, brother. Always good to see you in chat, my man. Welcome in. All right, let's get back to it.
Get any more clear cut than that. Barack Obama's Department of Justice explicitly told the FBI agents that were investigating Hillary Clinton's criminal behavior to, quote, shut it down. And so now we can all tell why Hillary...
Can we all, like, just look in her eyes for a second and be grateful that we dodged that fucking cannonball?
Yeah, those bags are getting heavy under her eyes.
I mean, like her actual eyes, though, bro. Like, there's nothing there, dude.
No soul. It's the definition of soulless eyes.
I mean,
because she's probably, hit the off button on more people than the freaking Israeli Mossad.
Yeah.
She would have sold our country out to so many countries.
To whatever would have benefited the Clinton Foundation, I promise you.
But guys, all the work she did in Haiti.
Maybe that's why Haiti is in fucking revolution right now, with gang leaders running the freaking show, is because of all of the infrastructure that they undercut and never built.
They just don't want democracy.
I don't know if that's 100% the reason why, but unequivocally it attributed to it.
Yeah, well,
I can't tell you what degree. It could be 100%. That's true. But like, there's a lot more shit going on down there. There's like people hacking each other to pieces with machetes and shit. It's crazy, bro.
Right.
In the streets. Like,
machete has become the tool for a revolution. It used to be the Toyota Helix. Now it's the machete.
No, they're still gonna be driving Hiluxes in the fucking sandbox until the end of time, dude.
Live for Life says centrists have no soul. It depends which one. All right, it depends which one.
The left-leaning centrist or the right-leaning centrist.
She's all the worst aspects of centrism. She loves the pro-war right, and she loves the pro-corruption of the left.
Oh, dude, if like, I would highly recommend. We could even do like a deep dive on this topic one day. I think that might be a fun one to do a deep dive on. We could probably do that tomorrow if you guys want. But you guys ever heard of the Boys on the Track?
Yep.
No.
Okay, so the Boys on the Track, it was in Arkansas back in the 90s. These two, in the 80s. Sorry. These two boys were found hit by a train, or they weren't found hit by a train, but a train hit them, and then, the conductor called the police, and they came out there, and they were laying on the track covered in a tarp. And long story short, they discovered that this local sheriff was out looking for a drug drop, and he had some people with him, and they were out there smoking weed or something. And long story short, there's ties to Bill Clinton when he was the governor of Arkansas.
Yeah.
So we can go down this deep dive if you guys want. It is very interesting.
Yeah. Well, when he was governor, he had his hands in a lot of the drug running that was going on in the state.
Yeah.
The story of Rick Ross loosely involves Bill Clinton as governor.
Yep. Yeah.
No, it explains a lot. I mean, all it takes is one domino to tip over, and then you're walking down the wrong path, right?
Yeah.
If you don't take corrections, you're gonna end up serving Satan. So,
yep.
I'm so glad. Every time I see this lady, I'm so glad we dodged that bullet in 2016. And this might be a hot take, but I'm also glad that Joe Biden won in 2020.
You are insane.
No, I'm not.
Trump should have won in 2020. We'd be so much better off. What the hell?
No, I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Mm-mm. You know why? Because it was the people that were in Trump's cabinet that fucked him during his first term. So if it wasn't for him losing,
he would have figured that out. But he didn't have to lose to figure that out.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't think he would have started off his second term as strong.
No way. No way. Yeah. I really think the whole thing with his cabinet that he has now, he was able to hit the road running the second he got him.
He basically had 4 years to review everything he did wrong. He had 4 extra years to review everything that he did.
It doesn't take 4 years to figure out that John Bolton is a fucking piece of shit traitor, or that General Mattis is a piece of shit traitor. That shit happened in real time. He figured it out as it was happening. He was saying on the campaign trail in 2020, if there's one thing I did wrong, it was the people that I hired. It was the people that I put in my cabinet that I put closest to me that I relied on. Right, he would have figured it out. There was no way he would have started that second term without fucking cleaning house, dude.
Well, I know, but he had 4 years to figure out who he wanted.
Yeah,
saw who was there.
I reckon,
and to develop an entire new cabinet. I mean, the Twitter was still owned by Jack Smith at the time, or not Jack Smith, Jack whatever his name is, Jack Doherty. Yeah, so it's a lot of things came together in a very specific way, and also, I don't think he would have handled COVID the same way that Joe Biden did, obviously. And if it wasn't for that, especially with Biden trying to usurp to medical procedures on people so they can just go, whether the stick or it was a COVID test, and then the media lying about all of this the entire time. And we
could have avoided that. You're saying that was a good thing? What's wrong with you?
Because it exposed them, dude, on a mass scale. That's the thing. It's people saw over the past 4 years how much these people lie, how dishonest they are, how little they actually give a fuck about people. You got to think, a lot of the things that have happened, which was awful.
At what cost? At what cost? We could have been putting these people in jail instead. Instead of talking about Hillary Clinton 12 years after the fact, she could have been sitting in a fucking prison for the past 4 years. You know what I'm saying? We could have had J.D. Vance or fucking Vivek Ramaswamy, the second incursion of MAGA going on right now. The country would be so much better off. You're crazy to say that having Biden was a good thing. There's no fucking way in hell that it was.
Probably wouldn't have got the assassination attempts either. We probably wouldn't have got kind of Trump's eagerness to respond the way he did, just because of all the negative things they were trying to do to him, like lawsuits, like criminal actions against him. And it's kind of fed enough people to realize, hey, there's a lot of weird shit going on in government right now. You know, we're watching a lot of unprecedented things happen to Trump, which kind of urge people to then come out in mass and support him.
Yeah,
I think a lot of that was going to happen regardless
of
whether or not he won. Even if he did win, they would have still tried to assassinate him. You know,
EOD, respectfully,
they would have still tried to stop him at every turn. But
that's entirely speculation. What we can bank on is the way things actually happened was exactly how they needed to, because now we're in the position that we're in now. You know what I mean?
It's not necessarily saying it's the best thing that he lost, but we can look at what positive outcomes came from it.
Well, so my thing is, like, personally, I think if he wouldn't have lost the 2020 election and he would have won, like, things would be nowhere near where they are right now.
I think we'd be stuck with the Democrat right now if he had won a second term. I think
the
pendulum would have swung back.
I'm not so sure. If he had been able to expose the Democrats by putting people in jail instead of allowing all of the corruption to just run rampant, you know, but
he was just so for me, right? Mr. Fista, I disagree. Now I'm going to be doing I'm going to be talking about this at some point on stream. And, you know, a buddy of mine sent me a bunch of evidence that he says, like, proves it. I have not looked at it. I want to look at it for the first time in real time. So that way I'm not, like, ahead of the curve or anything.
Yeah, I've already challenged lower class about this before. Like, there was all kinds of fishiness with 2020.
I'm not
the
saying
one thing that stinks to high heaven, like rotten fucking fish, is the mail-in voting scheme. And the fact that
I agree.
90% of all of the Western countries in the fucking world have outlawed it.
I agree.
Nearly all of them.
I agree.
And the weird thing is you don't have to have, like, a mass, you know, voter anomalies happen. You just need to target the key swing states. And if you target the key swing states, it's easier of an operation, and it kind of pretty much guarantees that you will win, because you're targeting, you know, the key states that are needed to win the election.
I get it. The ones that are variables are the ones that you want to control.
Yeah,
and then that goes completely against the Democrats' argument about it. Is that there wasn't any mass fraud? Well,
that's bullshit, and I agree with that.
Yeah,
but there's election fraud in every election, though.
That's true.
There is no such thing as the safe and secure election. That's absolute horseshit. I agree 100%. Mr. Fista, my biggest argument to that is that we had a country of people who, to a large degree, and this was people on the right and on the left, who were terrified of COVID, and they were staying in their homes for months and months and months and months and months. And then you have people coming to your house who have ballots, and they're telling you Trump is going to let this kill all of us. He's going to take over power. He's going to do all this, yada, yada, yada. When people have cabin fever, they are not logically thinking. And when you have people showing up to your house with ballots going, you need to do this or this can be something bad, people are going to be a little more motivated to vote for something that they might not necessarily believe in. Also, when Biden ran in 2020 for the 2020 election, he was running on a very, like, moderate, back to normalcy kind of policy. He did not run on the policies that he enacted while he was president. He took a entire 180-degree turn. You know, so Biden looked appealing when it comes to the regular person and the independents, especially people that were locked up in their houses. So, like, I'm not saying, right, that there's no possible way that it wasn't stolen. That's not, or that it was. I'm not saying there's no way that it was stolen. What I'm saying is, I think there's a lot of reasonable doubt towards that, where it's like, with everything taken into account, it's kind of understandable why he would lose, especially to that degree, right?
I feel like you're really reaching, man. You're really reaching for a reason to believe it, and I'm just not.
I'm not
there. I feel like the evidence is so stacked up on the other side of that argument, it's impossible to deny.
Well, I haven't seen all of it, and that's why I'm going to go over it firsthand on my stream. If it changes my mind, great. If it doesn't, then it is what it is. But this is something I believe in, that they specifically hindered investigations and prosecution for Hillary Clinton when she was running.
I do know there was a woman toward, I think, 2023 or 2024. She had the authority to, I guess, she had the authority to secure the votes and not allow them to be destroyed. And I think she was arrested for 9 years because the Democrats claimed she didn't have the authority to, I guess, safeguard the votes. And so when she was trying to safeguard them because she was hoping that the lawsuit to, I guess, for a recount, I think this happened in Arizona, I could be mistaken, it could have happened in Georgia, but like she was trying to secure the votes so that way when they got their recount, they would be able to recount the votes. And so but they ended up arresting her for like 9 years on state crimes because they were trying to destroy the votes like they do every year, and that's a crazy situation. She's going down for 9 years for doing something that probably could have, saved that recount, but Democrats are evil.
Here's my thing, right? So again, I know it may feel like I'm coping. I didn't vote for fucking Biden. I didn't want him to win, right? I wanted Trump to win at the time. But what I'm looking at is not only mail-in ballots, but ballot harvesting as well. There were so many things working against him. And do I agree with ballot harvesting? Not at all. But a precedent got set in the 2020 election that they probably should have implemented in 2024, like Trump's side. Seriously. But I don't think they needed to at that point. And like when I say like the voting, like the amount of votes and stuff, I'm not saying people going to the actual like voting booths and everything. There were tons of Trump voters that were actually at the voting booths. His 76 million was probably predominantly people who actually went to the voting booths. But with the ballot harvesting and the mail-in ballots,
that's another anomaly, though. Between 2020 and 2024, Trump got a similar number of votes, a few more in 24 than he did in 2020. But Kamala got like 20% fewer votes, like a huge chunk fewer votes than Biden did. And Biden got a huge chunk more votes than Obama did. There's all these votes that just came out of nowhere and then evaporated for the Democrats.
Yes, because that's what I'm saying though. Like you got to look at the circumstances.
I know I get it. COVID and the ballot harvesting and all this is how they want to explain it away, but it doesn't explain it away. Lower class, that's an excuse. Those numbers come from fucking nowhere. I'm sorry, I keep cursing, but they come from nowhere.
Okay, no, you're welcome to cuss. That's fine.
It's Sunday. I don't want to cuss, and it's supposed to be like a Bible study.
It is Sunday. Yeah, that's good.
Lower class, would you be more willing to say that they stole the election by exploiting the system, like through legal means? Like they might have done it legally and legitimately, but they still exploited people and the system.
I feel like that's what he's saying. Yeah, but I don't think that there's enough leeway in those legal means to accomplish what it is apparently what they accomplished. It is inexplicable what they accomplished.
I would say if when you say stole the election, you say they changed their voting laws within days of the actual election so they could utilize like less than ethical means to get those votes. Absolutely. I agree with that. Then I will say he stole the election. But I don't believe in this concept that like votes were changed in voting machines and then there was just this like, truckloads of millions of fake ballots that got sent in. It doesn't compute, right?
Now, that's the only way to explain the spike, though. Is that a ton of these votes represent no one? They came from no one.
But where's the evidence that these votes came from nobody?
there's plenty of it, and everybody wants to discount the Dinesh D'Souza fucking video. The Dinesh D'Souza video. But I've seen ballots that come through not only delivered by the same person, which is fraudulent, to the mailing, the vote box or whatever. That's on camera and CCTV watching that stuff. People throwing in piles of votes. You're not supposed to do that. That's against the freaking law. And then
I know they did.
Also the recounting of votes as different people, even though they're not different people. That happened in Michigan, where they pull in stacks and stacks of votes out from under the table at 4:00 in the morning, and then suddenly the security feed gets caught. There's shenanigans going on. We're like, oh, water main breaks here, water main breaks there, water main breaks there. 3, 4, a half dozen to a dozen times across the country just for that election. And vote counting places, water mains broke. What? So some of this I can accept as coincidental. Some of it I can accept as pushing the boundaries of ethics. But I feel like there's still a large amount of that giant spike that Joe Biden got that's still not accounted for in what we're talking about and the variables that we're talking about. And that the only way to explain that is fraud.
Yeah, EOD, are you also saying, like, instead of one giant movement or effort to, push in fraudulent votes, or it's like a bunch of smaller instances scattered around? Yeah.
Absolutely. It was, yes. I think a lot of it depended on swing states, like what Big Soda was talking about a minute ago. It was mostly in the swing states where it was concentrated. It really mattered.
Chat, let's get some Lady Liberties in the chat for EOD. Lady Liberties in the chat for EOD right now, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it. Hold on. I gotta find it.
I gotta put my Elon salutes.
I see you out there, Never Lucky. It's good to see you, bro.
I mean, it is weird though, because like you look at places like Philadelphia, Georgia, Arizona. I think I can't remember the other ones. I think North Carolina was one of them. And you would just like in the news, you would just see these weird like EOD was saying, water lines breaking, where they had everybody leave the premises for a couple hours. Or in Philadelphia, they were driving in these boats and stuff like that. Or in Georgia, just all these weird anomalies happening that just too many anomalies to be happening at these key swing states for it to just be like, this was the safest election, or there wasn't something happening. I guess
once or twice, 2 or 3 times, maybe, I could understand, but it was everywhere, dude.
Yeah, okay, look. I will reiterate this again. I have not seen the evidence, and I'm going to do that on stream. If that changes my mind, I will keep an open mind to this. And I've already said I'm not completely opposed to the idea that it's possible. I haven't looked into this all that much. Once he became president, that was it, right? So we'll see what happens. I just have not been convinced yet.
So get your PowerPoint ready, EOD. Bring it to the stream.
We don't need a PowerPoint. Never Lucky. By the way, Never Lucky, good to see you, my man. Welcome in, bro. Rude Crab, always good to see you, my man. Thank you for stopping by, dude. But Never
like
Lucky
that guy on Always Sunny with the chart and a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. I'm telling you, it was stole.
Everybody, or Never Lucky sent me a bunch of information on this, and like I said, I have not watched it because I want to watch it for the first time on stream, right? Like if there is sufficient evidence to change my mind along these lines, I am willing to accept it. That's all I'm saying. I haven't seen the evidence.
I know Stephen Crowder did a lot of, I don't know what he did. It was something address-based, where he would pull up these certain addresses that he attained, and like it would be like warehouses and stuff like that. It would just be these weird anomalies. And I never really heard whatever happened to that investigation he did, but he went to like 50 locations just around him of all these weird anomalies that he was finding.
I know, dude. I know. I was getting tired of it too.
That's pretty good.
All right, so here's the one that I want to talk about. This has to do with logistics. This is what just happened like a day or two ago, and I remember loosely seeing it while I was scrolling through. I don't remember if it was X or Facebook or whatever it was. I was just fucking doom scrolling on my phone, and I saw this one. But This is a big fucking deal because this affects an industry that I've been in for about 5 years. So just so you all know, I will be able to access the database from a different company, but my association with Nationwide Logistics is now over. Yes.
Well, that's a shame, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I ended it, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this truck from a load that I ran like fucking 6 months ago reached out to me and hasn't been paid, and I told I knew this was a breach of contract. I don't even work with them anymore. Like I operate through a different company, but I told him to get a lawyer because they don't fucking pay, right? Like that's the bottom line. So that was a breach of contract. We are no longer in business anymore. I don't give a shit, dude. Fuck Nationwide. Fuck Bridgeway. The entire Bridgeway is a massive company that owns a bunch of different companies. So they can take me to court if they think that I'm slandering them because I'm not. It's true, and I have the fucking paperwork to back it up. Anyway, sorry.
I just want to point out real quick too that this title of this video, didn't his career go up in flames with the LA fires? Isn't that?
Oh,
shouldn't that have put his career in flames?
Yeah, I mean he does have some pretty dramatic headlines, but you know that's you have to have that when he has like 500,000 subs.
Oh yeah, I was saying Newsom has dodged so many freaking bullets because Californians are so damn crazy. They just keep supporting him after every freaking catastrophe that he causes.
Yeah, 100%, dude, 100%. All right, well, let's check this out.
Gentlemen, California Governor Gavin Newsom has just found himself in some hot water yet again, but this time it actually seems as if his entire political career is set to go up in flames. Now, as I'm sure you all know,
it's kind of weird that they like allow this video to get played online. You don't really see anything, but to know the outcome, this accident took out an entire family.
Under Gavin Newsom's radically progressive leadership, California has pretty much turned into a lawless, anti-American hellhole. And when I say that, I'm 100% serious, because as much as I regret to report this, just the other day, Governor Gavin Newsom...
Again, dude, look at the eyes, bro.
He looks insane.
Look at the eyes. There's nothing there.
Just dead.
Newsom's insane
that's the definition of an
policies
NPC if I ever saw one, for sure.
Right.
Or
I used to be a traveler, then I took an arrow in the knee. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck, dude.
That's those sociopath eyes, dude.
Yeah.
He's a reptilian wearing human skin.
Dude, yeah, I was gonna say he's like one of those alien conspiracies, like the.
Yeah. See, this is when, like, all right. So I know I've said this on the stream before, but this is what I truly believe, right? Politicians, the way they are on camera, is not who they really are. It is a character. That's why they don't like Trump, because Trump is who he is on camera. He doesn't have a character to play. That's just him. That's why they don't like him. This fucking snake, the mask is starting to slip off. That's where these eyes come from. Because he knows every time he gets in front of a camera, he's going to have to lie his ass off. And he can do it straight-faced while making fucking eye contact, dude. These people are scary, bro.
Mm-hmm. Up costing 3 innocent Americans their lives. And the worst part about it is the entire situation was completely preventable. You see, just the other day, an illegal alien truck driver decided that it would be a smart idea to try to pull a U-turn right in the middle of the freeway, and the consequences were tragic. And so, folks, on that note, take a look at what happened. Then we're going to have a lot to talk about.
Jesus.
Guys, pray for everyone that knew that family. The reason this hits so close to home for me is because it was one of these illegal Sikh motherfuckers that stole the cargo out of that truck that has all these lawsuits flying around with me in my logistics thing right now. Man. These people need to get the fuck out of these trucks. Here's what's been happening. So these people will take loads for literally next to nothing. So all American owner-operators who are already in a system where they have to pay exorbitant amount of fees for all the insurance and maintenance on their trucks and everything, it edges them out of the system because these fucks drive these trucks and carry these loads for little to nothing. Now that works great for a broker like me. I make more money off of it. But like if I could show you, and I'm not going to do it, but if I could show you the amount of text messages I get from owner operators that I've used in the past, begging me for fucking work because people would rather just hire these pieces of shit. They'd rather hire them because they literally live in like a 2-bedroom apartment with 12 to 15 people living there. And all these people come across the southern border. India and Bangladesh are over the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, you're saving on cost, but you're cutting out the safety and the shit that keeps people alive.
Right. But see, if you look at the way he turned, he obviously could have seen that truck coming. But let's rewind it a little bit.
Well, too, it's
a lot to talk about.
Sorry to play it again, guys. See?
He's looking right at him.
He didn't look until after he was fucking across the freeway.
Yeah, he was
Good
like,
Lord,
"Oh,
man.
bro."
I know it's Sunday, and I know I'm cussing.
Look at the
This
roads
cost
and,
a
like, the
family
traffic
their
over there where
fucking
they come
lives,
from.
dude.
Yeah, it's like they fucking.
Well, something too, when you talk about like importing people from different cultures, I can't remember which show it was. Do you remember the show where the truck drivers went over to India and had to haul loads? I can't remember what channel it was on, but it was like a documentary. And the people over there on the road have no regard for human life whatsoever.
Oh, dude, that's what I was just about to say. I mean, half the stuff I see on Reddit, if it's from a third world country or some like underdeveloped country, it's like just mayhem on the road or like a building falling, like a random condemned building falling into the street and like crashing 10 cars. You're like, what is going on over here, bro? The infrastructure makes no sense. They definitely don't have fucking driver's ed class. I guarantee you that. They just give a motherfucker a car.
Yeah, they don't even have traffic laws in a lot of places. It's just And then you talk about people driving like huge trucks on the side of a mountain, and they just look over the edge. You're like, oh yeah, there's a truck down there that fell off the other day, and people just leave it there. I gotta look up that show. What that show was? It was some trucker show, like on Discovery or something, where they.
Yeah, it was probably Discovery Channel. I think I know what you're talking about. They went all over the world trucking.
It was the same. Well, they did like Ice Road Truckers, and it was the same. But they did one where they went to India.
Right, I was gonna say they just went trucking all over the world, like the whole show. That's crazy, man. That's an insane. This was on YouTube, man. That's crazy.
So
I can't believe they showed that.
Well, yeah, because there's no like gore or anything.
I mean, that's true. I guess that's true.
Yeah, it's still fucking awful, but
that's
like
brutal.
Mr. Fista, and it's the same way in China. It's when you have these like highly overpopulated places that have shit economics and large swaths of their population. Welcome in, are we not, man? Good to see you, bro. Always a pleasure. So, by the way, I took your advice, bro. Fucking ban Steelman and his alt accounts, dude. Fuck that piece of shit. Yeah, just saying, dude. I know it's Sunday and I'm cussing. Look, yeah, dude. I know it's Sunday and I'm cussing. I'm sorry. I need to get some steam off right now, But yeah, when you have these countries that have massive populations and a large swath of them are in poverty, human life means nothing to them. That's the thing, right? Like that's why we can't take on all of these people into our country, because we're taking on people who have little to nothing, and they're part of a population that don't give a fuck about human life because they shit in the street and they're surrounded by people who don't give a fuck. And you bring them into a country and surround them with people who care way too much. That's the problem with the American liberals right now. I get they care. I get they're coming from a position of, Oh, I think Stammy DC'd. Stammy, come back up whenever, bro. I get, yeah, did I know? It's disgusting. I get that they care. I get that, like, you know, there's an element of compassion for human life there and everything, but no compassion for human life should ever be worth your own detriment. I'm waiting for Cammy to stand up, or Stammy to cam up. He's in. All right, cool. No, you're good, bro. The second I see you, we're good. Yeah.
Yeah.
But sorry. I know that's like a cancel-worthy rant right there. I just, dude, like these people, yeah.
No, they should be driving trucks, man. You got to be naturalized and understand our freaking our driving laws. You have to understand how to read our language in order to drive on our highways, and you have to understand that pulling a freaking U-turn on the freaking highway is not okay.
Yeah,
and this is what I have to say about this at the end of the day. All right. So when it comes to like insurance claims and stuff with carriers, the carrier is the first one. The carrier is the company that owns this truck that took the load, right? They are the first ones to get scrutinized under insurance. And if they're hiring illegal immigrants, they fucking deserve everything coming their way. Okay. Every single thing coming their way. Bottom line. Especially if you're going to hire these fucking people, dude.
This isn't the carrier that you just like had an outing with, right? That you.
This is. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a different carrier. So essentially, okay. Right. What happened with the stolen load was a group of people that operate out of Fontana, California. The dude's name that was like actually on the truck, his name was Satinderjeet Singh. And this is like, you want to hear how fucked up LAX is? This guy stole a load a week earlier, and he showed up and gave his ID, and they let him in to get the fucking load. They filed a police report and everything. They had his ID. They gave his ID to the fucking cops. And they still let him in to get another load. But what they did was they got the MC number of a company, I don't remember the name of it, like Greg Solis or something, and it's a company out of Ohio, and they used his MC to book with me to get the load. Well, they like an MC number in trucking is like an identification number, right? So you have two different kinds of numbers. You have the government bonded one, which is your DOT number, and then you have your MC, which is bonded to the FMCSA, which is the Federal Motor Carrier something administration, which essentially they just like monitor trucks. Well, they're not issuing MC numbers anymore. They're going to disband the FMCSA, which is good. There should only be one governing body over trucking, and it's shit like this that causes that, right? But so they use the MC of this company in a stolen truck, like the truck itself, the semi where they drive, that was stolen from one company. The truck was stolen, or the trailer was stolen from another company, and then they had tags stolen from a different truck. Went in, got this load, and then took it somewhere. Which, you know, jokes on them. Everything that they stole was proprietary. I can't talk about the company that they stole it for or stole it from, you know, but everything they got was proprietary stuff. So they can't sell it to literally fucking anybody but the company they stole it from. And the company they stole it from was getting they were supposed to get 6,000 shipments over the next 2 years. Like, I was on course to make well over 6 figures this year until this piece of shit stole this stuff. So they're sitting on a bunch of stolen cargo that they can't do anything with. If they get found out, they're getting fucking deported back to their shit streets. Okay. And anyway, sorry. Ran over.
Yeah, but that's the problem too with all these alphabet agencies. Like, for me, I would just think like, oh, I figured DOT's in charge of it all. But just like with anything else in the government, they got a million other alphabets underneath them doing all kinds of crazy shit, and it just people get away with shit like that.
Adam Price, welcome in, dude. Good to see you. Good to see you. Nuxus, what's going on? Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. How you doing? All All right. Sorry. I know I may seem like I'm getting a little too hot about this, but like this is a personal thing for me because first the tariffs that were enacted and that cut basically all of my Canadian border business. That was my thing. I was bringing a bunch of stuff over the Canadian border, and then I was bringing in imports at LAX and FSO, which is like LAX is Los Angeles' airport, SFO is San Francisco's, and it was a bunch of stuff coming in and going to a company in California. I can't talk about that, but that was like my fucking bread and butter. And I had just gotten this customer, dude. I ran fucking 8 loads with them, and then one got stolen. And I was on course to take care of like 6,000 over 2 years, dude. I was gonna I had people I was gonna hire and everything, you know. So needless to say, deportations is high on my bucket list right now. Okay? Like that's just the bottom fucking line, dude. You know what I mean? But yeah, when it comes to illegal immigrants driving trucks, fuck off. Go back to your country. Drive a fucking donkey wagon back there. I don't give a shit. Okay. A whole family, dude.
Well, yeah, I mean,
what?
I missed the video. What had happened in the video? I was hard boiling some eggs.
Oh, you're good, man. Here. So essentially, this dipshit on the right, he went to do a U-turn, and you can see the car back here. He obviously isn't looking at the car while he's making this U-turn. He had no situational awareness of what was going on around him, which is pivotal when you're driving a truck that is like 70 feet fucking long, okay? And he went to do a U-turn with this semi behind him, not looking at the car that you can literally see in his dash cam. So it's not like he couldn't see it coming. And he did it with like no spacage there, especially when you're going 60 miles an hour. Cuts this semi around. They probably had no idea because obviously you can see he cut across from the outside lane like a fucking retard. So they're driving, and the next thing they know, there's a semi in front of him. They probably screeched the brakes, but it wasn't fast enough.
I was say, yeah, that can't be more than 100 feet away right there.
That's like 150 at most, bro. And like I think at a certain I think it's like when you're going 80 miles per hour, you need like at least 500 plus feet to stop completely or something like that.
Your reaction time, by the time you hit the brakes, you're already there.
You're under the car. You're under the semi.
Yeah, dude. And that semi, it's only what fucking 3.5, 4 feet high. It sheared off the entire top half of that car.
And
along with anybody who was there with it.
He's just driving this truck, happy to be here. He's like, yeah, I made it.
Peace.
Send him back.
Go fuck yourself.
Fuck idiot.
Better carry around some toilet paper with you.
That's crazy, bro.
Shit, dude.
Just decimates that family. This hits hard for me because I had a friend who literally died that exact same way.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've got a friend on a motorcycle who he was riding a little too close to an 18-wheeler, and the 18-wheeler...
And so, ladies and gentlemen, let's actually talk about what caused this entire situation.
Hey, this is just one that made the news, too. Think of all the other accidents that happen out there that don't.
Right.
Yeah, dude, they happen all the time.
Well, that makes me wonder. There was one time...
Oh, go ahead. No,
you're good. Okay, I saw a semi one day. I was driving, man. The freaking wheel was falling off. I'm like, how do you not notice that you're like got a wheel like it's like just flopping on the ground while you're going 80? Like I can see it. You got to be able to see it out those mirrors. Those mirrors have great view down the side of that truck, bro. Like, so how do you not see that thing flopping around? You're just driving on a rim.
Well, which wheel was it? Was it one of the?
I mean, it was
ones
kind
that they
of
can.
near, it was
like
kind
they
of
have these
back.
wheels they can retract that don't necessarily drive or steer the truck. They just help bear the weight of the.
No,
load.
it was near the back. It was near the back of the truck. Yeah, it was like near the very, very back of the trailer where you like kind of get up into the truck.
Yeah, he probably would have noticed that. He ought to.
Yeah, I was like, "Whoa, this is weird, bro. How do you not see that?" It was granted, it was like kind of a wet day. It wasn't raining anymore, but still, dude, I was like, man, that's scary.
Well, if it flies off, I mean, that can take out someone's vehicle in their life.
That's true. I mean, you definitely ought to check that shit before you get in the truck for sure.
That's what I always treat semis with a large dose of respect on the road.
True. Yeah, man.
If you had one blow out a tire next to you, that's scary as shit.
Yeah,
Live
man.
for life. That's a wild fucking take, my man.
Dude, he is saying all kinds of crazy shit. He's trying to get bopped out again, I'm telling you. He's over here saying that we're all evil people LARPing as divine and shit like that.
Live for life is still, man.
It's just because he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand. I'm not divine, bro. I don't think anybody up here thinks they're divine.
You don't know
If
anything about
anything,
me,
like
Liv.
we seek something else for an element of divination. That's the thing.
People on the left wing want deportations too, bro. That's the weakest take I've ever heard. This doesn't make you don't know anything about me, dude. I barely talk when I'm on here. I've never even said anything about myself.
Stamey, he's a troll. He's a troll. This is what he wants.
I know, but like, what, dude? Just
support white conservatives too. See, this is
he's
this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. That's what he's here for. He's here to get a rise out of folks. I like Live for Life. I want Live for Life to be here. Just giving you
a gropalist.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Ag? Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
To be fair, he says crazy shit, but it's pretty in line with what a lot of other people say on in media and in other forums. You know, they're just crazy.
Yeah, Mr. Fista's got it fucking right, dude. He's a filthy commie.
Yeah, Nukes is just so you're aware. I welcome all beliefs. Anyone that wants to come on here and voice their opinion is more than welcome to do that. I don't care what your beliefs are. What I care about is whether you can articulate them in a respectful way. That's it. That's all I give a fuck about. That's all I care about. You've always been incredibly respectful. I appreciate having you as part of the channel. We're just hanging out, man. You know? That's it. But I do want to continue this video real quick. Because it's a terrible fucking tragedy, man. I mean, like, you know, I think this is a necessary tragedy, kind of like Biden winning the 2020 election. Am I right, EOD? But this is going to bring attention to this. I'm just playing, man. This is going to bring attention to this like issue that we need to fucking solve, man. This is the lifeblood of our economy. Yes, freight moves around by plane. Nowhere fucking near to the degree that it moves around on trucks. You can't ship 24 tons in a plane.
Yeah. Well, even when you do ship a bunch of stuff by plane, it's still, you got to get it off the plane and put it on a truck to get it to where it's going. So
exactly. And it costs way more. I'm telling you, like, dude, detention fees for a truck are like $50 an hour. That's the going average rate, right? Like, if a truck is at the shipper or the receiver for more than 2 hours, they typically want $50 an hour past that. Okay. Plane detention is like $4,000 an hour. And then holding bays, if you can't get a truck to pick it up, it's like $6,000 a night.
Yeah, holy shit.
So,
I mean, that's all based on operating cost, I would assume. So,
I mean, you'd think that, but like, look at what happened during COVID, where, you know, Biden let these ports basically double, like on the West Coast, double their demurrage and detention fees for these ships that were stuck out in the ocean because they weren't letting people come into work and people were getting fired for not getting stuck with a needle, you know, and they just let them run rampant on all of this stuff. That didn't bring up costs, I'm completely sure, but you know what I'm saying? Like there's so much shit that goes into this that people just they either don't know about or they like willfully ignore, right? And
yeah.
Anyway, let's finish the video. Sorry.
absolutely no one's surprise, the individual driving this truck is actually an illegal alien who crossed the U.S.-Mexico border.
Oh, go
and
figure.
lived in the sanctuary state of California, because we all know they absolutely love their illegal aliens.
And trucks hate going to California.
I like whoever did the edit on that sign. Did you read the bottom part?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Jeez.
What was I going to say is I hate California too when I drive American Truck Simulator because they make you do 55 miles an hour. That's bullshit.
Yeah. but they also, there's tolls fucking everywhere. And it's kind of the same way in Florida, but there's not a lot of manufacturing going on in California, especially over the past 3 years. Like, manufacturers have been moving out of California en masse.
Oh, every company has.
Dude, and driving there's like treacherous. You gotta fucking like, dude, they have like those crazy ass fucking like ramps. It's like the only place I've ever seen that where they have the dirt ramp that goes
the
up.
runoff.
Yeah, bro, it's crazy over there. Why would you want to drive an 18-wheeler over there?
So in LA, there's a little, I don't know if it's called a subdivision or whatever, but it's just an industrial, like, not a park, but it's like it's a big industrial area within LA. It's called City of Industry, right? And there's a bunch of manufacturers there. A bunch of them have left, or they don't even ship outside of California anymore because of how much it costs. It's fucking insane, dude. It's crazy.
So, hey, can you make a special rule, lower class, that we are allowed to disrespect Emmett? He's the only one we're allowed to be disrespectful towards.
No.
Oh, man.
Emmett's a mod, bro.
Nah.
He'll time you out.
He'll time you out.
Fourth largest economy in the world. Shut the fuck up, Lib. I'm sorry. Excuse my language. Shut up, Lib. That's bull. I can't say that either. That's bull crap. There. I curse like a sailor, I swear.
I do too, man. It's fine.
Well, I mean, it's easy to be a rich economy when you're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on, like you grant hundreds of millions of dollars in tax money to go to a speed train that never gets fucking built. I mean, like, when did they the bullet train over there? When did they approve that? It was like 20 years ago or something, and they built like 4 miles of it. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's insane.
That's for all the autistic people there.
Yeah,
California also receives the most government aid too.
Yeah,
right. That's why they want this SALT deduction thing getting cut down, because now people are going to be able to write off their federal taxes so they can pay their state tax, like write their state taxes off on their federal taxes, and then California's going to have to make up the nut. That's basically what's going on, like the state itself. And then go fuck themselves.
And it was in the sanctuary state of California that this illegal alien was actually able to get a CDL, a commercial driver's license, despite not only being in...
Sorry, thank you, Nuxus. $100 billion, not hundreds of millions. I apologize. Yeah, dude. It's fucking crazy, bro. It's insane. Red states or failed states? Okay. Okay.
Because this story's coming from a red state, isn't it? Oh, wait, no, it's California that allowed an illegal alien to drive a semi-truck and, kill a family driving down the road. Yeah, that happened in a red state, didn't it?
Well, actually, so to be completely honest, the accident happened in Florida, but the only reason that person has a CDL is because of California.
He got it from California,
because of California.
The only reason he was in the truck is because of California. Yeah,
correct. Yes. Yeah. Just to clear that. Yeah,
in the country illegally, but also not even being able to properly speak English. Now, something very important worth noting here, this illegal alien truck driver actually caused this deadly accident all the way across the country in the great state of Florida. So before you go saying, oh, who cares what they do in California? That's not my problem. Well, keep this in mind. Here's the unfortunate truth. When sanctuary states like California are causing problems like this, the ramifications ripple out across the entire nation, even 3,000 miles away on the other side of the country. And so this is why it's such a big deal that the Trump administration is actually cracking down on all of this, mandating that every single truck driver in the nation needs to actually be able to speak English in order to get their commercial driver's license.
Fucking based, dude.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely based.
In fact, take a look at what Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy had to say about that just the other day. Let it play.
How important is it for truck drivers to speak English in this country?
Listen, it's wildly important because this has been on the American books for decades. Because if you're pulled over, or if you have a crash and you can't communicate with law enforcement or with first responders, it's a truly safety issue. Barack Obama, what he did is he took the teeth out of this rule of English only. We brought those teeth back to the pre-Obama era to go, we're going to put you out of service. We've taken 1,500 trucks out of service off the roads because the drivers couldn't speak English. And I think that's what the American people expect from us. English is the language of the United States of America. Right. And if you're going to get in a mobile missile, you should speak our language.
And so, folks, yeah, I think we can all agree that that is a pretty good requirement. As Transportation Secretary Duffy said, if you're going to be driving a 30,000-pound semi-truck, a mobile missile, as he called it, then you should probably be able to speak English, communicate with American law enforcement if necessary, and also be able to read our road signs, which, by the way, are all written in English. In fact, maybe if this illegal alien truck driver actually spoke English, maybe he wouldn't have tried to pull a U-turn in the middle of the freeway into oncoming traffic. But clearly, the state of California under Gavin Newsom's leadership doesn't really care about that. But now, folks, what I have to show you next is going to absolutely make your blood boil. But first, I do want to say real quick that if you guys enjoy the daily news updates, please consider subscribing to the channel because it really does help a ton. But okay, check this out. Right now, across the country, there are currently 19 states in which it's possible to get a driver's license while being...
have something in common.
I was just about to say that.
Strange. Looks like a lot of those are bluish, mostly blue states.
I'm not really seeing any red ones at all. Now that I think maybe Utah, but that's pretty far down the list. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a couple with like some red people that live there. You know, some reds, but a lot more blues. A lot more blues. Gosh.
Well, Sonya, what's up, dude? Welcome in. Good to see you always, brother. Always.
Like a game of Halo. You guys red or blue?
Red versus blue, man. That was a great machinima. That was fucking great. But
oh yeah, dude, that was classic.
That's forever ago, though. That's like early internet days.
Oh, that's back in the day, dude.
That stuff killed me. It was so funny.
That's crazy, though. So all these states. How many states is that right there?
Well, Mr. Fista, so 30,000 is referring to probably the weight of the cargo on the truck. There's, you guys only ever run one trailer or something. So, okay. So you were running like multiple loads. You probably had a super hauler.
He's Australian, so he probably doesn't fucking road trains and shit. Yeah. Yeah.
So the way things work here, Mr. Fista, is if you have more than 48,000 pounds on your flatbed, you need to get permits for a heavy haul, and that shit's expensive as fuck. And if you go over like a certain weight, man, I mean, like you're looking at because not only do you have to pay for the permits, but then you're gonna have to pay for like escorts and especially with over-dimensional stuff. Like it's not only do you have to pay for the permits, but you have to get the permit in every state that you cross through. And then there's a whole process of, like, let's say, I have permits going through New Mexico into Arizona, right? As I'm passing that border, the escorts from New Mexico have to stop and then exchange with the other escorts at the border, and then you can continue moving. So it's just a long fucking.
That's those super loads you see,
process.
dude.
I'm genuinely curious
load.
too. Do they even have weigh stations in Australia, or is that like an American thing?
I don't know.
I don't know, Mr. Fista, let us know.
See, I don't know your distinctions over there. 2 12 pallet A's and 122 pallet B. See, I don't know what that means.
22 pallets. Like 22 pallets long? Like they're using pallets to measure the length, probably. 12 pallets long, 22 pallets long.
Yeah.
That's a long fucking truck.
An illegal alien, and while not even being able to speak English. And so, hey, here's my humble opinion. Given how serious this problem has become and how...
Look, he's turning across a lane on a fucking freeway, and he's looking to his right. There's nothing coming from that direction, bro.
Looking for the feds.
There is nothing coming from that direction.
None.
Fatal the consequences are, I think that the Trump administration needs to start pulling federal funding for every single one of these states. And the reason why is that if you're unwilling to actually protect the lives of Americans while on the road, then you don't deserve one single dollar from the federal government, because
absolutely fucking based, dude. Fuck them. Straight up. Change your law or you don't get any more money.
Yeah, don't worry. They got the fourth greatest economy. It'll be okay.
Exactly.
Right?
If their economy is so good, they don't need the federal funding. They can go fuck themselves. And I love how they're like they're championing this. Well, we're going to redistrict if Texas redistricts. And it's like, dude, you've optimized the redistricting in California to your favor. Like, go ahead and redistrict. We don't give a fuck. Your maps are already optimized to assist your party.
Hey, keep in mind, where does that federal money come from? That's right, all of us hardworking American citizens. But you know what? Take a look at this. The official White House Rapid Response page on X, which is operated by the Trump administration, actually posted this just a couple of hours ago. This individual is an illegal immigrant who was granted a commercial driver's license by the state of California, and now 3 innocent people are dead. He has been arrested for vehicular homicide, and an ICE detainer has been issued. So, folks, in case you're concerned, yes, the Trump administration knows about this issue, and they are actively working to make sure that it never happens again.
Somebody call Tom Homan. He's going to be all over this one, dude.
Hell yeah.
He's our hound dog.
We're going to have ICE ride-alongs with state troopers pulling over semi-trucks. That'll be awesome.
Love it. I love it.
Based Achilles.
Yeah. I just think a lot of people shouldn't be driving, period. Shit. There's so many crazy people on the road that don't understand they're driving a 2-ton death machine.
Oh, yeah, 100%. But then when you factor in like semis, dude, those get up to like 50, 60,000 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
People don't think about the forces involved, even going like 30 miles an hour. It's ridiculous.
For sure. I completely agree with that. Like, you'll never believe, man. I used to work as a security guard at this old folks home, and it's like a gated community kind of thing. So I had to see everybody come to the gate. You would be surprised how many people are doing Uber or Uber Eats or, you know, Postmates or crap like that no notion of how to speak English at all.
None of them. Nope. Half of the ones I get, they don't even know how to. None of the instructions I gave them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I have to go down to the road and get it.
Well, there's an apartment across from where I work, and we get people coming to our work all the time trying to deliver food, and we're like, no, across the street, and they have any idea what the hell we're trying to say.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Not to mention the one that tried to steal my car. That's another story.
Don't worry, guys. I didn't fall asleep.
No, you would have turned your camera off for that one.
Well, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
That was hilarious the other day, dude. We were all freaking out. We're like, we can't turn the stream off. What are we gonna do?
Dude, I'm sorry, man. I am not gonna be getting that drunk when I get online ever again. So I don't know if you guys have noticed, I'm spacing out my beers and I'm nursing them a little bit because fuck, dude. I shit the bed that night. I'm so sorry. And stay me again, bro. I'm sorry to you, bro.
Cool, bro.
Yeah, you just
learn
from it.
I think I woke up at 9:30 and I was in the chat, chatting it up with some other people that were there.
And guys, I appreciate it for real. Thank you, man. All right, let's get back to it.
And by the way, just as a reminder once again, this entire situation only happened because of Governor Gavin Newsom's incompetent progressive leadership.
Oh, hold on. Again, bro. Look at those eyes, dude.
Ken, he's a robot.
That's what I was gonna say. Maybe AI has already gotten to the point that we have robots walking around that we can't distinguish.
Don't worry, I checked his fingers. He's got the normal amount of fingers.
Yeah. He actually has fingerprints, you know what I mean?
Right.
In which he's handing out commercial driver's licenses to a bunch of illiterate illegal aliens. But you know what? Just yesterday afternoon, none other than Stephen Miller absolutely destroyed Governor Newsom. Take a look at this.
The mayor of Los Angeles and the governor of California were in the largest sanctuary city and the largest sanctuary state in America. They refused to turn over tens of thousands of serial criminal illegal aliens to ICE. So they get arrested by state or local authorities and they get cut loose. They then go on to commit crimes like assault, armed robbery, home invasion, and murder. The most unimaginable, egregious crimes you could think of. All of that blood, all of that suffering, all of that heartache, squarely on the soul and conscience of California's governor and the mayor of Los Angeles. They are guilty of crimes against humanity. They are facilitating child trafficking, sex trafficking. Look, they think this is a game. They think this is a joke. This is life and death. When you meet with the families, as you have, Griff, whose loved ones have been killed and slaughtered by criminal illegal aliens who have no right to be in this country.
Based Matt Morse for bleeping that out. That's great.
Country. What Newsom are doing and what Bass is doing are unforgivable. And God bless our ICE agents and Border Patrol agents for going out there and doing this mission on behalf and on the orders of President Trump to make America safe for our citizens. The Democrat Party seems to only care about two groups right now, criminals and illegal aliens. And that's it. Donald Trump's Republican Party is fighting for law-abiding American citizens, and you're seeing the results right here in Washington, D.C., where the most violent city that we have in this country is now becoming, day by day, and will become one of the safest cities in the whole country.
And so, folks, that is exactly what is happening right this very moment. Day by day, more like minute by minute, President Trump is cleaning up the streets of Washington, D.C. But the reason I mention this is because this is what really should be happening across the entire country. Lord knows we have allowed the far-left radical progressives to destroy our country for way too long, and now it's time to put all of the chaos, violence, and anarchy to an end. But of course, all of the far-left radical progressives and their paid protesters are melting down about all of this. In fact, check out what the streets of Washington, D.C. looked like just yesterday afternoon.
Free DC from what? The rule of law? This is ridiculous.
I'm just
stupid.
Dude, look, guys. And this is going to sound bad. You may not agree with the DOD. I'm so glad those LA riots happened because, man, are people fucking tired of this dumb shit.
Yeah, I mean, I get it exposes it and all. It's not a good thing that it happened, in my opinion.
Yeah. But
I mean, I would rather it not happen, but it's just showcasing how fucking tired people are of all this. This is a bunch of bro. That's all it is.
And you notice it's all the rich white liberals that are out marching.
Of course.
Mostly, yeah.
Have you seen the interviews with the people living in the inner city? And they're like, yeah, this is great. I can actually drive without worrying about getting carjacked every time I stop at the red light.
Right.
Yeah, dude.
Even the CEOs ain't safe. Didn't Snapchat?
The people who actually live there.
Yeah.
Dude, there was an ABC anchor who was like, I was jumped like 2 or 3 weeks ago. This is absolutely necessary, and it's finally actually addressing the issue. So it's one of the things I got to give Trump credit for, unfortunately,
Yeah, but all these people live in gated communities in the suburbs surrounding the freaking city. They don't even live there.
Yeah. The ABC anchor was like, it was their bureau is located somewhere in downtown DC, and they're like, there's stories of people getting assaulted in that building on their way to work every other day or so. It's nuts.
Yeah. I mean, dude, there's been Congress people, Republican and Democrat, who have been like robbed and shit.
Yeah.
What?
But we got to free DC from the dirty fascists that are, actually helping homeless people get to a shelter and putting criminals in jail. Oh, darn. It's terrible.
I'm so like fake wannabe activists are losing, man, because it's,
my big
like
thing
who's
is
making
like,
these signs, dude? Who's making these signs?
Sign companies that are making millions.
Like there's I know, dude. There's definitely people who are like writing their own and shit, but then you have these, which all have a very similar format. Who's making those? Who's making these banners up here?
Marketing agencies, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
that are commissioned by activist groups to do exactly this.
Exactly.
Well, and they hire a bunch of these people too, because like, why would you be out here doing this? Don't you have better shit to do? Like,
get a job.
No, look at this guy in the front with the glasses and blue shirt. You think he's got something to do? He's fucking balding. He's fucking chilling. He's like, fuck yeah, I'll go out there and yell about Trump. I got
He's
nuts.
just gonna go home and he's gonna go home and beat his dick to OnlyFans that night.
Oh, come on!
It's a big game. It's a big game of political D&D.
Yeah.
Oh, our Wednesday fucking troop is getting pretty political. We found the Epstein list the other day.
Oh,
right, Mr. Bill. Mr. Bill, that's what I was saying earlier. I bet 90% of these people don't even fucking live there.
Yeah. Well, then you got to remember the 7 richest counties in the nation surround DC. That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Like, that's where all these people are from. They don't
Like,
even
let's
live
go
there.
to DC this weekend and riot or, protest something good.
Yeah, burn down the poor people's neighborhood and then go back to our gated community.
It ain't ours.
They'll thank us for doing this.
Yep.
Yeah, we know what they want.
Like, do you even see?
Look at these signs. That's fucking schizophrenic, bro.
Yeah.
And it's a boomer.
I'm trying to pick out a single black person in this crowd.
There isn't one.
But
that's hilarious.
And then
That's
look,
what she looks
protect trans kids.
Why does it say
Of course.
Epstein on there? On the green sign, it just says Epstein.
I don't know.
Like, it's just like a bunch of random.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
The Qatari jet.
Schizophrenic.
The Qatari jet, yeah. Qatar
For
jet.
shit's sake.
Leave our city alone.
That's a $500,000 boon to the taxpayer. We don't have to build another Air Force One. I mean, give me a break. What the hell's wrong with that?
Like, dude, when you're marching with a sign like that, like, first off, this person is obviously in their like 50s or 60s. Okay.
Yeah.
When you're marching with a sign like this, as you're walking past people, the only reason we know what's on this sign is because I paused the video. You couldn't fucking read it as they're walking by.
Absolutely not.
It's
she's
insanity.
like, she's like, yeah.
Really,
You're like, what
really
does that
showing
say?
Trump here, guys. You know, like,
they probably all get
sign.
around. They're probably like, oh, what does your sign say? Let me see. Like, they probably like show off their signs to each other.
Like, that's a good one.
Biggest
you know what
circle
you should
jerk
write
in the
on
world.
there? You should write the Kennedy Center on there. That'll really show them.
That'll fucking pop off, dude.
Put
That's top
Project
notch.
2025.
fucking yeah, dude.
And notice the ones that aren't even in English.
And by the way, Project 2025, absolutely fucking based. I haven't even read all of it, but it's like 800 pages or some shit. But it's absolutely based. Dude.
All that is a list of recommendations by the Heritage Foundation to the Republican Party. It's not, and everybody was like, "This is Trump's agenda," and he's like, "It is not. What are you talking about? That's the suggestion hat. I can pull some things from there that I like, and I'm probably not going to implement all of it. You know."
It's done every year, every election when the president wins. A lot of these think tanks will from them a list of recommendations that they polled either their members or people around them that would be good policy.
It's the old lobbyist handbook.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. The lobbyist manifesto.
Well, I mean, when you put it like that, it makes me hate it.
Yeah, like turn to page 350 and you'll see the check sitting there.
You're right.
Can I cash
there's probably some good stuff in there, but not all of it.
Bro,
like a lot of bullshit.
If the Heritage Foundation wants to write me a fat ass check, trust me, bro. You think I'm like moderate? Not happening. You know what I mean? I'll go full board right wing on everyone, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, is that embarrassing or what? If it were up to all of these far-left freaks, they'd just stand idly by and watch the entire country rot away until the entire nation devolved into nothing more than a third-world slum.
That old lady can't even
But so,
hold the
folks,
sign.
here's the real takeaway of...
I know, yeah.
Well, I love
the age of that crowd.
I love these suit coats that Trump be wearing.
Oh yeah, the
100%.
peacoats, dude. The peacoats are nice.
Hey, Mr. Bill, welcome in, bro. How you doing? You there, Mr. Bill? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. Yeah.
Oh, what up, man? Good to see you, bro. How you doing today?
Good. You know what bugged me? You guys were talking about Heritage and everything. Heritage claims to be nonprofit, just like the Yale business office that RTP said the other day in his debate with something like that. He didn't realize that they were founded by former Biden people. Maybe there's some former Trump people or whatever that work with Heritage, but these liberals like him, they're so hypocritical. He says, well, it wouldn't bug me or anything like that if it had a similar situation. I can guarantee you that he was one of those guys that kept complaining about Project 2025 that was put up by Heritage, that is considered a nonpartisan, even though we know it's right-wing leaning, but technically it's nonpartisan because they don't get money from the government. It's irritating me, the hypocrisy of the left.
Oh, yes. Well, they're going to beat you with your principles.
Yeah.
They don't have principles. They don't give a fuck. But the moment you hold to a principle, they're going to beat you with it.
Yeah, and you ask them back in their face and everything. If the situation was reversed, would you be mad at a place like Heritage? He said, no, nobody said Heritage, but I guarantee you people like him were all over Project 2025 because those former Trump people, Heritage is bad, but not his place is not bad, even though it was founded by former Biden people a year ago.
Yep.
See, so the thing about the left is they do have principles, but their principles are amorphous. They're malleable. So what they can do with their principles is morph them around their actions so they can justify what they do and call it morally justified.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. That's what the left does. They don't have a consistent reference point to point back to and say, this says that's wrong. They say, I am moral, therefore anything I do is moral because I believe in this. And there's people that do that with Christianity.
Yep.
That's why, when people talk about the shitty people who are Christians, those are the ones they're talking about. They're talking about, what's going on, Jess? Good to see you. Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. Always appreciate seeing you in chat. But that's the thing with the left is, they have this idea that because I believe in this, everything I do is justified. And it's the same thing with some people who are Christians, where, well, I go to church on Sundays, so, I can smoke meth and fuck this hooker tonight, and I'll just go to church because I'm justified. Jesus died for my sins, right? Yeah. Instead of going, the way I'm living my life right now is reprehensible, and I need to change it because I want to strive to be as close to Jesus as I possibly can. They use the Bible as a moral crutch. I'm going to hang on this thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There was some guy out there in the media today. I can't find it on Twitter right now, but earlier he was saying, we need to be sort of less biased or whatever, because Trump is objectively bad. Because he's, in his mind, objectively bad, we must sort of press further against him, and sort of go against what journalism stands for.
Yeah.
On my chest.
Yeah. I'm so glad that God never turned his back on me, man. Praise God, guys. You want to pray real quick?
Go for it.
Yeah, we can.
God, thanks for bringing us together today. It's wonderful to have Corey, Amagad, Mr. Bill, EOD, Stamey, all of them on panel right now. Thank you for the opportunity for us to just share this moment and to give you your glory. You deserve it because we don't. You have granted so much mercy. I know for me, I didn't deserve the mercy that I've gotten from you in my life, and to watch you work today and to see the changes you're making is amazing, Lord. Thank you very much for everything you do. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
All right.
Here, look, I got to show you this. Hold on.
You sharing something?
Yeah, my camera. Hold on.
Kind of funny, too. I was just talking with my priest the other day about when it's appropriate to pray. What is that?
My dog just found that in my freaking yard. Can you believe this shit?
Nice. Yeah, my dog.
What is that?
It's a piece of glass. It's like from a 40 ounce or something.
Oh shit!
Well, glad he didn't swallow it. But anyway, I was talking about priest the other day about when it's appropriate to pray. He told me about a story of two bishops talking, and one was saying, one of my followers was asking me if it's okay to smoke while praying, and he says, well, you're asking the wrong question. It should be, should you pray while smoking? It's always okay to pray while you're smoking.
Definitely. But I remember the story of Daniel and him and his friends being persecuted for praying, and I don't know, it was like when Daniel was accepted in Nebuchadnezzar's court, he found, like a quiet room to do it. But before then, when the Israelites were enslaved in Babylon or whatever, it was like any chance that they got, on the side of the street or in the middle of the market or whatever, they would take a moment and pray, But they were always distracted, and it was important to sort of block out the distractions and focus on your relationship with the Lord. But
man, dude, just aligning the will. I mean, I'm drinking right now, and I prayed, right? Yeah. But it's just that aligning of the will, man.
Well, for me, that's pray constantly while you're driving, whatever you're doing. Just say the Jesus prayer. Say it in your head, just constantly.
Hey, pray while you're driving, pray while you're drinking, but don't mix all three, please.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Anyways, I'm just joking. Little short jab. All right, let's get back to it.
Oh yeah.
Today's video. We are not going to let that happen. We are taking the country back. We are kicking out all of these illegal aliens, and we are putting an end to the crime and the violence. Yes. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as I like to say, this is what it looks like to finally put America first.
Based. Absolutely based, boys.
Hey. All right.
I'm happy with the way things are going right now. I was pretty upset with Trump there for a bit, but genuinely, hey, Mr. Fista, that ain't. Well, Sonya, stop doing that, man, for your own benefit. I was
Well,
really.
I think
upset with
didn't
Trump
Canada
yesterday.
come to the negotiation table eventually? I mean, I guess the companies haven't really responded yet, but
Yeah, I mean, they will.
Yeah.
They will. Dude, we have the largest consumer market in the world.
Yeah. Well, especially once one big nation starts to fold, then the other ones will just one after another.
Yeah. See, what a lot of people don't understand is like they'll say they'll say the real numbers, right? Where they'll say, well, only about this percent of the GDP of this country comes from, America. But what they don't talk about is how vital that percentage is to their economy, right? Like
right.
when we talk about an economy contracting by 2%, that's detrimental to the consumers.
that is
That's
statistically
detrimental.
significant. That's huge, yeah, for an
know what I
entire
mean?
nation. Yeah.
Right. So, like our economy contracts by 0.2%, and it's a big fucking deal. You know what I mean? You times that by 10, that's huge. You know what I'm saying? But it's always more than 2%. We're talking to the tune of 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40%. Like, I think Mexico, 60% of their GDP comes from American goods. Like, get to the fucking table, Shine Bomb, okay? Like, that's
shit.
crazy to me, bro.
What I wish we would do is press them on their free speech stuff up in Canada. I'm like, they go after people, the social media stuff. They kick Sean Feucht out of places where he's already has a thing going on, all sorts of other things that are almost as bad as the UK or old Soviet Union. I'm like, needs to sort of say, if you're going to be our neighbor, you need to treat people that visit you and the people that live there equally as that we treat our own people here.
Yeah, well, like here's the thing with Canada. They're LARPing as socialists, but then you want to buy a house? Do you know how much a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house goes for in Canada?
$1 billion.
It's like $1 million. I'm not kidding. It's like $1 million to own a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
That's
right
how
before you
fucked
buy the
their
house,
economy is right
Dr.
now.
Evil pops up on a hologram and says $1 billion, and then you purchase the home.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's fucking
Dude,
crazy.
Canada sucks.
It does, dude.
I feel like a lot of people, I'm not gonna say that, but people that I know that would want to move to Canada would just move there because weed's federally legal. It'd be some dumb shit like that. They're like, oh yeah, I could smoke fucking pot all the time now. It's like,
Well,
brother,
you can do that in Colorado and Oregon and Indiana and California
Give it a few
now.
more
so-
years, it'll be.
Yeah.
At least
But-
look, I know Colorado's a
sounds
blue
good up there.
state. I don't have any problems with Colorado. I think you go to the right places in Colorado, it's probably really chill. They're not like California, right? Like they understand economics, at least to some degree in California.
You go to any state, and as long as you're not in a big city, it's going to be leaning red.
Yeah, I live
Yeah,
in
for the most part.
city down here, bro. I live in Ohio. Okay, like it's a conservative state, but I live in
Yes,
the middle
sir.
of the city, and it is sucks down here, dude.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I'm in Alabama, and I will say this, right? So Randall Woodfin, who's the mayor of Birmingham, is a good Democrat. He's pro law enforcement. He shut the riots in 2020 down. They lasted for like 2 hours. Okay. He's doing things here to try and actually build up the city. He's, of course, like he took pictures with Joe Biden in 2020. He took pictures with Kamala Harris for 2024. That's just party pandering bullshit. He's not a crazy Democrat. He's actually very moderate, and he's a good mayor, and I will vote for him again. I have no issue voting for someone who represents decent values and wants to bring the city up, right? So, to me, it really doesn't have much to do with party lines.
Well, I mean, as long as they're
just your actions.
Yeah, as long as they're doing their job and not trying to inject their own cultural agenda into everything. It's, the job of the mayor is to run the city, not to change the culture.
Yeah. He's not trying to do that.
You're right about the housing prices. In Vancouver, BC, 1.3 million for an average house. In Portland, Oregon, which is also rather high for US, is only 550,000. More than double in Vancouver, BC.
You know what I like about Randall Woodfin the most, and this might lead to some bias, okay? But like, I've been in the restaurant scene in Birmingham for, basically since I moved here, and I've served him a couple times at one of the restaurants that I worked at for about 5 years. He doesn't come in as the mayor. Like, yes, he does have armed guards standing outside the restaurant, but he comes in as Randall Woodfin, Mr. Woodfin. He doesn't want to be called the mayor. He doesn't want to be called Mr. Mayor. He wants to come in with his family and eat a meal and just talk to them and be treated like a regular person. That's what I like about him. He comes in somewhere and he is his own person, and then he does his politics shit elsewhere, right? But no, like that's the thing with the Democrats, man. If they were all like that, I would be more enticed to vote for them. But they're not. That's the issue. They want to divide people by race. They want to, they want to prioritize disenfranchised groups. And recently, it's been the trans folks. You know what I mean? There's TOS words that I can't say right now, but it is what it is. Like that shit's fucking demonic. I don't know if you guys were on stream the other day when I was like doom scrolling through X and had it pulled up, but I mean, like, there was a video of someone who was out at one of these protests, and it was somebody who couldn't speak. They were horribly, they had some kind of developmental issue, and they had top surgery scar.
Yeah, I saw that on Tectone's stream.
That shit's fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah, bro, insane.
Would you let that person,
like a quadriplegic that they did this to?
Yeah, dude. Would you let that person, and like they had mental issues, they couldn't talk.
Yeah.
Would you let that person make decisions with their own money? No. Someone has power of attorney over them, so they have the right to consent to that. Who the fuck made that call?
Yeah. Well, and that's just the thing. The most vulnerable people in society are the ones that suffer the most.
Like children.
Yeah.
But if you ask Dean Withers or whatever the hell his name is, they have rights and they can make choices for themselves.
Dude, he's so I don't know how he even got this nickname. His nickname is the Bro Whisperer. Dean Withers?
That TikTok did that for him. I think some blog writer wrote a blog about him saying he's the new something whisperer of the leftist party, Dude, I mean, he's got like 5 million followers on TikTok. He lives in an absolute echo chamber, dude, of 5 million idiots.
Dude, and he's fucking loaded too. He has all of his family.
Well, he's a nepo. He's a nepo baby. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's got a shitload of family money. I don't want anybody. That's the big thing, right? Once people who have a lot of money realize they can capitalize on stupid liberals who believe in this socialism concept, it's like all the big influencers have a shitload of money. How does that make sense? Like, they had it before they started it, and they started a business with it. How does that make any sense? Imagine being so fucking retarded that you listen to a bunch of rich people telling you everyone should have the same thing. That is absolutely insane to me, bro.
Hell, look at all the Democrats in Congress and shit. They've all make tons of money, and they want to tell everybody, oh yeah, we should all have not our money, but everybody else's money.
Like perfect case in point, JB Pritzker. I mean, seriously, the guy's a literal fucking billionaire.
Wait, who did you say?
JB Pritzker, the governor of Illinois.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a literal fucking billionaire.
Yeah,
and he's out here pushing leftist views. What the fuck is wrong with you people? You're absolutely insane.
They know that their money's safe because they're the one writing the laws.
Yeah.
When was the last time Illinois had a non-corrupt governor? I can't remember a time.
I don't know. I've only had mainstay in Florida and Alabama, and I remember when Florida had a corrupt ass governor. I like Ron DeSantis. I know some people aren't the biggest fans of him, but he's done a lot of shit to really build Florida up. I mean, Florida's like growing maybe a little more than it can handle, but Florida's getting massive, dude. Like I was looking back home, back in 2011, like a 3-bedroom, 2-bath apartment was like $900. I live in a 2-bedroom, 2-bath here in Birmingham, and my rent's about $1,200. Down there, a 2-bedroom, 2-bath around the same size as my apartment is like $2,400.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
It's literally double the price.
I know people that have moved from Florida for work, and they're like, "Yeah, I can't go back."
Yeah. Yeah.
Because of the cost.
By the way, if anyone lives in California and you want a cheaper cost of living, come to Birmingham, bro. Cost of living here is low.
Don't put that evil on Birminghamers, okay? They don't even know Californians. Come on now.
Yeah. Hold on. Never let
conservative Californians. Conservative Californians.
Come and vote Republican. Yes.
Absolutely.
But politics at the door.
I can promise you, nobody in chat right now is a hardcore lib trying to move to Alabama. You know what I'm saying? I know my audience. I read the room. Cheers, boys. Hey, let's get some Lady Liberties in the chat for chat, bro. Lady Liberties in the chat for chat. You guys are the fucking bomb, dude. What's going on, boys? All right.
I stay me sing. Put in the. Is that what Mr. Fisto was calling me the other day? Because my picture. He's like, I stay me sing.
Hold on. Mr. Bill sent something in back chat. I want to pull this up. I have not looked at it yet. So let's take a look. Mr. Bill, what are we looking at here, my friend?
Well, you guys are talking about what was going on with Newsom relating to that sick guy or whatever. This is kind of the latest war. You'll see below that Gavin Newsom's press office was trying to attack him because he was allowed in the country back in 2018, or he snuck in the country back then during Trump or whatever. And then then that thing down below there says, fact, that the law of California is we don't give out a driver's license. And then the white thing you're looking at there says the defendant was given a commercial driver's license.
Yep.
Catching him out. Why?
Because California?
Yeah, they gave him a license, even though down there where it says fact or whatever, that you're not supposed to, nobody's supposed to be given a driver's license. I believe that's what that fact checks.
I like how he's throwing shade at Trump. Oh, he got into California back in 2018, and he got his driver's license in California. Who was president then? And then at the same fucking breath, they want to bitch about Trump taking executive action over states. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, who are the
Stop speaking out of both sides of your mouth. I know you love Muslims. Remember when Allah said you can't have two hearts in one breast? Yeah. All right.
I'll say who was fighting them tooth and nail back in 2018 to not allow them to enforce border security or build a wall or anything.
Yeah,
fucking dude, I fucking hate these people, man. I'm sorry. I might be a little fiery right now, boys, but I just, man, like they're snakes, all of them.
Yeah, they certainly are.
Oh, Creed, it's not that lefty, bro. People like to say this is a left-wing city, but it's very moderate. Like, everyone knows who has the money. So the thing with Birmingham, right, is it used to be like the Birmingham metropolitan area was all Birmingham, and then a certain demographic became the majority. So what a lot of people did was they moved to certain areas and then claimed independence. So instead of having Birmingham be a massive city, now we have Homewood, Mountain Brook, Vestavia Hills, just a lot of different like municipalities that are all kind of within the metro area. So depending on where you go, especially if you go to Mountain Brook, like Mountain Brook has one of the highest income zip codes in the country. You wouldn't think it by looking at Birmingham, but that money is not going to Birmingham and Mountain Brook. It's going to Mountain Brook. But, you know, that is what it is.
A lot of these cities are like 5 miles apart between fancy, expensive area along a river, Westland and Portland, for instance, and then 5 miles down the road is slumland.
Yep. Florida has 0 state tax.
Yeah, I miss
0.
living in Florida, bro. I'm trying to move back.
Well, save up your money.
I am.
It's expensive, bro.
I am.
Yeah, it's expensive down there. Now, I will say, like, you know, if I were to go back there, I'd definitely get into the service industry just because, like, it's a tourist town. But the good thing about Florida is there's really like no off season. Off season lasts like a month and a half, 2 months, where here off season lasts for like 4 to 5 months.
Dude,
that's
you need to live
that's
in, like,
just
Pensacola
because there's a
area.
bunch of lakes and stuff around here, and all the people that you want to come in that tip well, they go to their lake houses and shit, or they go down to the beach when around this time of year, so they're not around to spend money.
Dude, if you lived up near like Pace or Milton, which is like north of Pensacola, you can find some pretty cheap places up there, dude. And then you drive like 25, 30 minutes to get to Pensacola to work, but you're at the beach and that's where all the business is. You know what I mean?
Really?
There's like that's where I'm trying to move, is to go back to Milton, because it's so cheap there, bro. And you're kind of up away from all the touristy shit. It's out in it feels like you're living in Alabama, but you're really, really, really close to the beach.
Well, see, so like, what my plan is, right? Because I'm getting really blessed down this tax season, especially with the no tax on tips thing. And I've paid my taxes quarterly this year, so I'm not going to owe anything at the end of the year. So I'm going to get a good chunk of change come my income tax return, and I'm moving like out of the city. And it's not because I don't like Birmingham. It's just there's municipalities around here, like, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Bessemer or Eastlake or anything. That's what gives this area its human life ending rate. Let's just say it like that, right? So the thing that really gives this area such a bad name is these people who live in these areas that are incredibly violent, that are for like one beat other people, and it's a game shit, you know. We had a pew-pewing like 3 blocks away from my apartment last year, and you know, the culprit was of a specific demographic, so it didn't make the news, but like 4 people got, you know, ended, and a bunch of people got, you know, they caught strays. Let's just say it like that. So, how's that sounding? Sorry, it looked like my internet went down for a second.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was going to ask, is my computer fucking up, or are you roboting?
I think he's roboting a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it was me. I saw my Wi-Fi connection. It was saying it was.
I thought
tough.
my 1050 Ti was finally just shitting the bed on me.
Gladly, it's not, brother. All right, Mr. Bill. See you soon, brother. Whenever you come back.
Later, Mr. Bill.
Yeah, there's a lot of people doing a lot of violent shit here, man. And you know, if I go 20 minutes northeast of here, it's even cheaper to live out there. Gas is like $2 a gallon. It's fucking insane.
Yep.
And
I'm looking to do the same thing. Just get a little.
If I ever want to come to Birmingham, I can whenever I want. You know what I mean?
You also get a bit more privacy out there, and
a
little bit more closer to nature.
Bro, I can rent a house, not an apartment. I can rent a house for like $850.
Yeah,
with a yard. It's fenced in.
At that point, just save up and.
I may as well buy though, dude.
Down pay.
That's the trick. That's the trap.
Shit, you can't get an apartment around here for less than $1,000 a month, man.
That's insane.
Are you on the East Coast or West Coast?
I'm in Kentucky.
Oh, dude, Kentucky is fucking absolutely terribly priced for no reason. It's weird.
It's just the cities. If I were to live out in Radcliffe or out in the middle of Nelson County or some shit like that, it'd be a lot cheaper. But because I'm in Louisville, real estate's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, I was heavily considering moving to Lexington.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so
That's
expensive.
the second worst city in Kentucky.
It's so bad. It's
But
a bunch of Libbies. You would hate it there.
It's a college town.
Louisville's worse, but yeah.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
Lexington's
it's a
the
bunch of
second
libs.
worst.
Those are the two blue strongholds in the state, though, for sure.
It's a bunch of libs who really like guns. That's
Hey,
it.
there's something we can connect on, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's funny you say that. I think when I went down and bought my AR, there was actually quite a few people there doing the same damn thing that I don't think were right-leaning people, based on what I was seeing.
Yeah,
Miggy, welcome in, brother. Always good to see you. Thank you for stopping by, bro. Miggy, this man, he donates $1 almost every time he sees me online. Not even when I'm not streaming. This guy is a fucking legend, dude. Thank you, Miggy. I really appreciate it, man.
Wait,
you're an
what
absolute legend. That's not me asking for $1 right now. I just want to.
Donate $1, Miggy. Do it. Do it now. No, I'm just kidding.
I just want to give him a shout out, man. Like you're an absolute legend, bro.
I don't know you, but I like you, Mickey.
Nuxus, when you say monthly or weekly, what are you talking about? Sorry.
He's talking about a month rent.
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on, looking for one of these cheap houses out here.
Guys, I'm drinking coffee without creamer today.
I drink coffee without creamer every day. What are you talking about? Creamer is
I
for
thought
women.
your voice sounded deeper.
It's like a running joke in here.
That was speaking the testosterone.
Yeah.
I put a little sugar in it, but that's all I do.
Yeah, I just put like a. When I don't have it, I just put like a little splash of milk in there and just like a touch of sugar. I don't
Okay,
like
well,
it to be sweet. I don't like it to be that sweet. I just like it to not be fucking bitter as fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. Like I say, it's just a little bit of sugar. I don't put a whole lot. But.
Yeah.
All right, so
I
like,
don't
I'm looking
mind
at
cream,
Zillow.
but-
Sorry. No, you're good. I just put it was quiet, so I started making fun of myself.
I'm looking at Zillow, right? And I'm not going to rent this house, so I don't give a shit. But plus, it's carpeted. I don't fucks with carpet like that.
Dude, I can tell you though, it was so bad. Whenever I was living with when I was living in Florida, me and my significant other at the time were trying to find somewhere to live, and dude, we had like $10,000 we could put down on a house, and we still couldn't find something because
That's
we
insanity.
Damn.
Yeah, bro. It was like, how? You know, like and we had decent credit. You know what I mean? Like mine was really good at the time. So I have no idea why they wouldn't let us.
Scott,
It's
good
your
to
first
see you,
time.
my man. Hey, thank you for stopping in, dude. I always appreciate having you in chat. Let's get some Lady Liberties in chat for Scott Hotvet, gentlemen. This is an absolute legend. He's, if I'm not mistaken, you were my first mod. It was either you or EOD. But
Yeah,
you guys are like the fucking day ones, man. Like, you guys are the bomb, dude. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate all the work you do. You do great. You're an awesome mod. Thank you, my man.
Cheers, Scott. I think Scott's
Cheers.
here more often than me too. So
Cheers. I'm looking forward to D&D later, though, man. That's going to be fun, dude.
hell yeah,
You
I'm
guys
getting
do
the
a-
second
you do a
level of the
campaign?
dungeon ready. I don't know if we're actually going to get there or not, but even if we don't, it'll still be a fun night. I guarantee you.
Well,
do it
what's your
live?
class? Lower class.
What's up?
What's your class in D&D?
I'm a barbarian.
No.
He's a barbarian Goliath
Yeah.
with a
Barbarian fire giant, dude.
right. I was going to say with a fire giant genealogy or whatever. Yeah.
Are we not?
Did you guys do this
all
live on a
jealous
stream?
again?
Oh,
Yeah, we'll be live 10 o'clock tonight. So
Dude, I've never done a D&D campaign. My brother keeps trying to get me to do one with him, but we're always so busy.
Yeah.
hell yeah, dude! Stop by the stream, check it out.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not an expert or anything, so we're all kind of learning our way through it. So
Yeah, man. I'll come pop by.
So no, Corey, he's right. I am a nerd, and I'm happy to be a fucking nerd. Now, granted, I'm a pea-brain trailer trash retard nerd, but I'm a nerd nonetheless. Okay.
You're
know
not
what I
a
mean?
pea brain. You're not a pea brain.
But no, man, I'm it's really fun, bro. Like I played D&D for the first. I guess is it playing D&D or did D&D? However, I don't know how you say it.
Yeah,
but I did it for the first time ever last Sunday, and I had some of the most fun I've had in quite a while.
That's
so
awesome.
Highly recommend it.
That means the world to me. If you guys are enjoying it, then I'm doing it right. So.
Yeah, no, dude, you're doing great. So
good stuff.
Definitely, like if you do, I know you had like tossed around the idea of doing another campaign, even though I know you had said that it's a little bit of kind of a chore to host 3 different ones and have all the stuff. Whenever you open up a new campaign, highly recommend anybody who wants to give that a shot. Jump in. It's fantastic.
For sure.
Man.
There's 2 things I've got in the works. I'm trying to do a one-shot with Rob Knorr, and he talked about some big people behind it and some big numbers behind it. I don't know when that's going to happen or what the details of that are going to be. It's probably far, far off in the future. But I'm also trying to work with one of my buddies. He's in our campaign tonight, Nader Hunter 21. He wants to do a Stargate SG-1 campaign. So I might not be DM. I'm not going to DM that. He's going to DM that, but I'm going to have to help him put all the assets together and make everything work. And I'm going to try to participate as a player. So that's the other thing I'm working on. I've got the Sunless Citadel. That's a bunch of smaller campaigns. This is from not the Sunless. The Sunless Citadel is the one we're running today, but the book that it came from is called the Tales from the Yawning Portal. I've got the whole Tales from the Yawning Portal now. It's several different little adventures, so I could pull from any of those and do like a short campaign, kind of like what we're doing tonight. So I'd be willing to spin one of those up if I can get enough people going. Norwegian Dan has expressed interest in joining a campaign, and then I've had a few other people. Level 4 Lobster has expressed some interest. There was one guy that was telling me, like, I've got a Foundry server that you can like experiment with if you want to. If you guys don't know what Foundry is, it's another virtual tabletop. We use Roll20 because it's free and accessible. But Foundry, you have to run your own server and stuff. So I was trying to experiment with some of that. Like, there's been so many people come out of the woodwork that have been interested in this. It blows my freaking mind. I thought it would be a handful of nerds, but it's been like everybody.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dude. See, I would love to do like a Fallout one. If that ever comes. That's my bag, dude. I know so much lore about Fallout. That was my first Bethesda game, was Fallout 3.
Okay.
So
okay. I maybe we should wait until after this campaign's over, but I was going to ask if you're willing to DM that. There are several systems that have been built for Fallout. There's a lot to choose from there. I've been investigating that a little bit because I think that would be fun too.
Yeah, yeah. EOD, I'm not talking about any kind of time crunch, man. I was just saying, like, at some point,
Well, like I was saying, it's like if you wanted to DM that might be a great foray into actually running the game for you if you're interested in doing that. So
I would. That'd be cool, man.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's get together on DMs on that, and I'll share what information I have with you. So
let's go, dude. That sounds great.
I know I mentioned like I think it was last night or a couple of nights ago, you guys were talking about World of Warcraft. I think I mentioned it in the chat. Was that all you guys talking about it? Or was that a different stream?
I probably was a different.
It might have been me. I don't know. We were talking about fucking.
Oh, it's because
Leroy Jenkins.
It was in Abe's stream because I think maybe
Jenkins.
There was that guy in there. The other Emmett was playing World of Warcraft Classic, and I brought it up and I was like, we should start a streamer guild and start raiding.
Yeah, Dobry.
Yeah, Dobry was playing.
Dobry was playing it. That's right. Dobry's my Russian brother from another mother. I've known Dobry for years, man.
He's cool, man. He just didn't talk too much on stream. I wish he would have.
English is a second language for me. He doesn't talk a whole lot ever, but he's based as fuck, man. He's also a nationalist. Like, don't talk to him about the Russian war unless you want to hear some pro-Putin shit. But
that's the thing. All right, so look. I understand and I support other countries being more nationalist, right? Like, I want the best for America. But if someone's from a different country that isn't America and they're a nationalist,
you can't really hold it against them, Yeah, that's kind of been my attitude about it. Yeah,
you should be nationalist.
Yeah.
You're from that country. Why wouldn't you want the betterment of yourself and the other citizens around you? What the fuck? That's crazy.
Well, dude, a lot of the stories I've read growing up and seen, it's like they always show like when everything's kind of like coming together and the power of the world's coming together, all these groups, these different nations are like strong, solid nations that then, they like meet. They have this meet. They're like, oh, this is the so-and-so group. And they're like, yeah, they're really powerful. Like, we need to be friends with them. Like, and they're all distinct. They're distinct groups. They're not fucking like one melting pot group like we're trying to do here in America.
So, the globalists want to get rid of all that.
Yeah, dude.
Dude, I'm telling you, I think what we could possibly be looking at, I'm not saying this for certain, we could possibly be looking at Russia joining NATO.
Hey, man, we should have done that with Clinton in 94, okay? Like, I don't know why we didn't.
Fucking based, dude. Absolutely.
That might have avoided all this aggression with Ukraine in the first fucking place. But
yeah, dude. I had
100%.
that freaking interview from my grandpa from like 1994 or 95 when he was getting interviewed about all that stuff that was going on. And he gave all of his like input on like what they should have done. And it's like, Russia might seem scary to a lot of people, but we need them in the fold so we fucking know what's going on with them, dude. We gotta fucking have a connection here.
It's like, you got to think too, even like, pre-Cold War, I mean, we wouldn't have gotten shit done without them.
Yeah.
See, so I look at it from this perspective. Russia is a very resource-rich economy, and if we become allies with them, that's going to help anyone who buys Russian oil.
Well, and China's the bigger threat too.
Yes, that's I was going to get into that. Russia is like in a big trade partnership with China. Now that relationship is spotty at best, but if we secure something that's like mutually beneficial to the United States and Russia, and it gets China to sit the fuck down.
Yeah, bro.
I mean, like, that's the thing with China that pisses me off, dude. They would not be where they're at if it was not for us. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Reagan brought them into the global world trade, like the global trade economy. And they've abused us ever since, dude. Go fuck yourselves, okay?
And to be fair, there's so many countries like that.
Yeah, we don't need to be enemies with them necessarily either. But yeah, like securing a deal with Russia will just completely negate any even more scary deal that Russia and China could put together. And then they're not even in connection with us. We don't have a connection to Russia at all because they're like, yeah, China's our friend now. Sorry.
Well, John Castle, so I don't want to be enemies with China. But they do things that enemies do to other countries.
Yeah.
Right? Like their whole bag is to basically use what could be compared to slave labor to mass produce cheap products and then flood foreign markets with them, which destabilizes local economies because products that like local people would make are going to cost more than cheap stuff that you can get for almost slave labor, because we actually have labor laws here in America where you can't drag kids into a thing and whip them to keep making iPhones and shit, right? Like that's the problem with the Chinese government.
They also have a terrible record of co-opting and stealing intellectual property from other sovereign nations and then using that in their benefit. And they're also doing it kind of sneakily through companies. So when companies decide they want to sell to the Chinese market, they're like, hey, well, to sell in our market, you have to have a representative of the CCP. And then now it's kind of like, how much do we trust these companies that come from America? Because now they're working with the Chinese, and the Chinese have certain requirements to work there.
Right. Well, we'll see. So John, like for someone like me and someone like you and someone like other folks that actually pay attention to this kind of stuff, we don't, right? But for people who don't pay attention to this kind of stuff and they're just going for the cheaper product, they're going to go for the cheaper product every time. You know what I mean? So that's where tariffs come in. Tariffs make local goods competitive in a market where a company can or a country can like flood cheap goods into a foreign country.
Yep.
Right.
So the sad thing
you destroy the country in the process because you strip the middle class, you strip the manufacturing base, and now a company is just a hollow shell. And the only reason why it's worked so well for us is because we have a dominating currency around the world.
Yeah. Well, so you don't destroy the country necessarily. You just give another country economic control of your country.
John, they know what they're doing, and it's not the citizens of China. I want the citizens of China to prosper and be happy, right? It's the government.
Yeah.
It always comes down to the government. I'm not one of those, and this is something that I really try to harp on. When I talk about a foreign country, I'm just talking about their government. I'm not talking about the citizens. The citizens are just like we're all just fucking collateral fodder for what our government does, right? When a foreign country bombs a city, they're not bombing the government. You know what I mean? They're wiping out civilians.
And to be fair, enemies kind of, if you don't want to call them enemy, that I can understand that, but they are acting adversarially toward us. And I think the correct reproach to that is to act adversarial toward them.
Yeah, but my cynical take on it too is with China spreading their tendrils all throughout the world into other countries, you know where they learned that from, right? Yeah, they learned it from us.
Yep. And to be fair,
that's in Russia, in Nazi Germany, yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, like, how much can we call them out on it? Because I mean, it's kind of like us pointing the finger at them and them pointing the finger back. We're just doing, exactly what you do.
Yeah, I mean, so John, I'm not saying that they shouldn't do that. What I'm saying is they understand the ramifications of what they're doing, and we should have been doing more against it.
They have an outsized influence on our own economy.
Right. That's why, like, during the pandemic, bro, like all of the syringes and the masks and all that shit, everything was made in China. We've completely outsourced large swaths of like critical stuff that, I can't hear your fan, Stammy, but we've outsourced like the manufacturing of very critical things that we utilize in the country to other countries. That's bad. Like, we did that to ourselves, right? We've given other countries the ability to do these things, and they understand the ramifications of what they're doing, and they're taking advantage of it, and they're running with it. I understand they're doing what's in their best interest, but like, unfortunately now, like, they've probably gotten used to the position that they're in, and we need to cut that shit off at the heels, dude.
Yeah, I was going to say, John, is it our government's responsibility to fix it if we're the ones that did it in the first place?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, China's like, the CCP is not communist. I'm sorry. They're communist in name only. They use slave labor to make money off the rest of the world. And they compete in a capitalist market. Their sole purpose is to lower their overhead so they can make as much profit off of everything that comes out of the country. They're capitalists.
Well, and to be fair, it is kind of a weird hybrid, because I mean, I wouldn't say that they don't engage in some communistic tendencies, but they've learned that capitalism is kind of the way to go and structure your economy around it. They just have more state control on that capitalism to be able to, I guess, be more swift in their economic actions.
Yeah, well, you can't honestly say that the means of production are in the hands of the people there.
At all.
Nobody can say that.
No.
Everything's government owned. And the government is not.
I'm sorry. What do you guys think the people, quote unquote, owning the means of production looks like in practice? Right? That it's the government owns everything. That's every communist country in the world. That's what ends up happening. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why it's just it's not a reality.
But the way, like, so even in like the Chinese economics, the government actually doesn't own the businesses. They just have representatives in businesses. There are business owners that are incredibly wealthy. I mean, like China is not communist at all. Like, they don't even represent the values of communism, aside from like absolute totalitarian government control.
Then if you had to pick a better example of what a communist country would look like, what would it be?
None, because communism can't work.
North Korea, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like true communism will never work, because in order for communism to work, the entire world has to be communist, and that's never going to happen. And then even along those lines, what you'd have to do is circumvent government control of the economy. So overnight, every person on the planet would have to submit to the idea that we're all working for each other, and that's just not human nature.
Okay, so I guess part of the reason that I'm drilling into this is to try to drive home the reason that we argue against communism in the first place is exactly everything that you're laying out right now. And it's because when people try to shoot for the moon and to bring communism into fruition, we get results like the USSR, we get results like the CCP, we get results like the DPRK, we get results like Venezuela, Vietnam, all of these places which ended up turning into absolute totalitarian fucking nightmares.
Yeah,
right.
Was it communism? Was it not communism? Did it fit the textbook definition? Who gives a fuck? That's what these people were trying to accomplish, and here's the result that we got. That's why we don't like it. So,
see, I beg to differ with that, though. I don't think people were actually. I'm not saying that like communism is a good idea, because the only way it can work, like I said, is if overnight every single human being on the planet just immediately went against their human instincts and went, "Yep, we're sharing everything. There's no possessions, whatever." That's what is required for it to work, because you would have to circumvent the government control aspect. Because once a government becomes in control of literally everything, you get Vietnam, China, Russia. You know, you get Venezuela, you get Cuba, you get all these things because it's against human nature.
I can trigger everybody.
If human nature were to change overnight, yes, it would work. But human nature will never do that. That's why it will never work.
That's why I always say that communism is great on paper.
On paper, yeah.
As soon as it collides with human nature, it all falls apart.
Right.
Could I play devil's advocate?
You go ahead, Corey. I want to hear this.
I think communism does work, just not in the intended results.
Well, I think it works.
Fair.
It can work too on extremely small scale.
Yep.
Extremely like your family. Your family can be like ran as a communist society.
Or even something as small as like a handful of businesses or farms sort of working together in a collective kind of sense. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
That falls apart usually when you start to do that.
See, but I would say like families aren't communist. Right, because communism, like, it begs this idea of no possessions whatsoever, and in order for you to structure a household and pay your bills and everything, like you kind of have to.
Well, no, but I mean,
possess the means to pay your bills and everything.
Yeah, but within the household, you're all kind of sharing everything, and to each, their own.
That's fair.
The principles work. I would say there's probably some principles that don't, kind of like the getting rid of religion, or having like certain aspects probably wouldn't work too well, but like a lot of the principles do work with smaller communities like tribes or families.
Yeah. John Castle, I mean, I agree, man. Like I wish that wasn't how things worked in the world, like the way they actually work. But it's just like we're just past that point.
Yeah, it'd be great if
everybody
could all get along.
Like unfortunately, we're going to have to crash China's economy. That's what's going to have to happen.
And to be fair, I mean, here's a weird thing to think about, but anytime two economic powers, I guess two great economic powers form, every time they go to war. And so it's kind of, with China emerging as the next great economic superpower, more than likely we're probably going to be at arms with them. I mean, eventually it's kind of hard to, I guess, counteract that.
Their economy is sitting on a house of cards. I don't think we're going to really have to do anything like that.
I think if anything, it's all going to be cyber warfare.
That's true, but they're probably saying the same thing about us.
I mean, it already is cyber warfare, man. It already is.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it already is, but it'll just escalate.
Sure.
And they kind of have more influence with their Democratic politicians, and so that's a weird, scary proposition. Like, I don't think we have the same influence on their politicians as they have on ours.
Probably not. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, dude, they like this is one thing China has that we don't have in America. Entire cities of like half-built buildings that get demolished almost every day.
Have you ever looked at like their copy-paste skyscraper cities? It's almost like doesn't even look real.
Yeah, it looks like some Photoshop shit.
Yeah.
But they have high-speed rail, guys. They have high-speed rail, so they're doing way better than we are, because they got that high-speed
Socialism works. You convinced me, EOD. All right, boys. All right, boys.
Hey, I will say though, that monorail like system, we need to get on that shit, bro. That's some seriously efficient transportation. The super trains are good.
It's like our geography doesn't really support it. Those problems.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But you got to admit, they are fucking efficient.
It's fucking, of course, yeah. Like on paper, again, it looks great. It's just like communism. But, you know, when it comes down to the end of the day, Americans have always had roads and cars, and that's kind of ingrained in our culture. So
Yeah, no.
you're never going to get rid of that.
Rip up all the roads and put a monorail system down. I'm just saying. It is pretty efficient.
That's the thing, though. Is that's what it would take in order to make it work. You're going to have to force people to get out of their cars and get on the train in order to make the train actually win back its investment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Guys, I just want to let you know the check from Hassan came in.
Oh, shit, fire.
What's the proper solution?
We're here, boys.
That better have been a big damn check, okay?
It might not have worked before, but it's going to work this time. I promise. It won't be a mess now.
So when do
we're
we
going to do this time, guys?
When do we start eating our dogs?
Get this shit off my fucking screen. What am I doing? Holy shit.
I know. What the
Sorry. Sorry, I was revealing my communism.
Disgusting.
For the grift.
I still think it's wild that I don't know.
K2, that's what I just played. Yeah. that was the USSR national anthem.
It's still kind of wild to me that some of us grew up with USSR still on our maps in school.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people had that.
I didn't.
I was born in '93, bro. Russia had fallen before I was born.
I was born in '86. That was just after it fell, but you know, I remember very distinctly. You know, Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we're like, Trump, build that wall.
Yeah, build it back. Put it back. That's a mistake, my bad. Oh man.
Now it's kind of crazy that after World War II we gave Poland and those areas to the Soviet Union. That's a weird concept to me.
Well, there was only two powers that really had any say in anything after World War II.
That's fair. I guess to come to some agreement, we kind of had to.
And we got all the scientists, so we were happy with that.
Oh, my bad, K2. I didn't realize that was an older comment. I apologize.
I'm gonna need the receipts on that.
There's a delay. That's all it is.
Ugh. Rumor has it K2 never stops trucking.
You know, I would say this, boys. I would take a check from Hassan, and once it cashes, I would come online and just call him fake and gay. Yeah. That's what I would do with that check. Just saying.
I got a question for K2 though. Is it K2 or is it K squared? I've wondered that for a while.
Everybody calls him gay too, so I'm going with K2. Also, ginger wave K2, ginger wave. He knows what that means.
He's very fluent in the ginger language.
Indeed.
But when are you going back, EOD? Are you just going to keep gentrifying it, or?
No. I have not continued to gentrify it. It has only been gentrified once. But you know, when it grows out long enough, I'll cut it again, and it'll be blonde again. I don't know.
I still think it's almost worse that you like chose to be a ginger. Opted into that.
Okay, listen. It was not just of my own volition. Okay, Oxycat paid a lot of good money for me to dye my hair, so I dyed my hair. That's it.
Mr. Fista, just imagine your country, which is one of the world's nuclear superpowers, getting toppled by a country that turned trans and gay. That looks a lot worse on your country than it does on theirs.
Look, it is K squared.
Just saying.
After 91, it's just gone downhill.
Fuck the Bushes. Fuck the Clintons. Fuck Obama. And fuck the Bidens.
Fuck the establishment.
The establishment.
Yeah, all of them. 100%. Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
And fuck the EU.
Yeah, bro. And the UN. Get those blue helmets out of here, you fucking queers. What was the I forget, there's like the meme of the dude that he's like the schizophrenic guy that is like stacking blue helmets in his bedroom.
I haven't heard of that.
What?
I love that meme. You got to look it up, dude. I don't remember. I saw it on just 4chan one time. It's a fucking great meme. Anyway, good times, boys. Good.
Whoa! Hang on. I Stamy, is that a Dallas jersey?
No.
Okay. Whew. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah, it's a Dallas jersey.
I was gonna say, like, really? You buying it?
Is it a Romo jersey?
No, it's actually worse than a Romo jersey. It's an Ezekiel Elliott jersey.
Oh boy, that was a bad investment.
Hey, I'll tell you this. Stamy. The Dallas Cowboys are no longer the gay team. The Minnesota Vikings are now.
That's fair.
Really?
They have a male cheerleader.
Hey, all
That,
right.
like,
I mean,
he fucking
Cowboys weren't
twerks on
really
camera and
gay.
shit.
They were just really fucking bad at football. You know,
Yeah.
they had the best cheerleaders. You know what I mean? I got to
Yeah,
sit
dude,
right next to them at a game one time.
Bro, the the Cowboys cheerleaders have always been the hottest, without a doubt.
Legendary status.
Listen, the Cowboys are just cursed. I think that they have been living under this curse since they won in the 90s, and they're just going to have to deal with it till probably till close to the day I die. And then I'll see them as I'm laying in my deathbed, they'll win the Super Bowl and I'll pass. And I'll be like, yes.
No, they'll go in for the winning touchdown and then fumble it right as you die.
I was gonna say, yeah. No. The winning touchdown gets intercepted. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what happened. I'll be like, yes, 60 years I've waited. And then throw a pick six and lose. Yeah. Dak Prescott's ghost is still playing fucking football when I'm dying. You're like, bro, why? No.
The NFL has made them the most loved team, but for some odd reason, it's backfired so much into the most hated team.
Well, yeah, I mean, they got dubbed America's team and then just fell off, and then all this bad decision making the last fucking 20 years by Jerry Jones is just decimating any recognition the team had. And he won't do anything to change it. He just keeps doing the same fucking thing. I don't know who's telling him what to do, or if he's just this stupid. I really don't know.
Or he's so rich he just doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, any Vikings fans that I know. I mean, I don't really know any Vikings fans, but I remember hanging out with somebody and I find out they're a Vikings fan. The first question I'm going to ask is, so you like the dude cheerleader, right? You know what I mean? Just to throw that shot out there immediately. But I'm a shit talker, so it's especially with sports, man.
I think the Dallas Cowboys' decline maps America's decline.
Yep.
I wouldn't say that. Minnesota's a lost cause, dude. Look at their governor.
Did she try?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like who was it? When the Redskins changed their name, I feel like that was a pretty big L.
Oh yeah,
100%.
That was a bad L. It's like, bro, come on.
You know the biggest L of all about that though? All the tribes around Washington were like, bro, what the fuck?
Yeah. It was all white liberal women fucking complaining, and all the Native Americans were like, "No, man, that's cool. We like that."
Did they name the team after a dude that was friends with the guy, or I heard something like that? He's like, I called the Redskins because I knew a guy named Redskin or some shit like that. Literally.
That, and they're the natives were like, finally we get some representation in American culture, you know? And you're like, no, take it away from them.
No, get him out of here.
Well, think about it. The pipeline, not the Nord Stream pipeline, but the pipeline that they closed that went from Canada to America. There was tribes that were getting stipends from the government because it was on their land, and it's
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's racist, and all these tribes are like, wait, we agreed to this.
We want the money.
I mean, hey, dude, here's one thing I'll give Obama, right? When they were protesting the building of the Keystone Pipeline as it was coming across the border of Canada and North Dakota, and all those people went up there. He just sent a bunch of folks out there and they fucking pepper sprayed him and kicked him off the way. I give it to Obama, dude. He did, like, bro, oil is the lifeblood of the country, okay? I don't fuck Greta Thunberg and all these green climate change pussies, okay? We need it.
No.
If we're not getting oil in, we need to dig more coal, dude. Fuck it.
Here's the
find
thing.
a better source of energy that you can replace it with.
Well, yeah, we haven't done that yet. It's going to have to be fusion or nuclear. But what was I going to say? Is Jordan Peterson talks about this, right? He talks about these impoverished nations in Africa, and then like what happened when they shifted from like an oil-based economy to a more green energy-based economy, and it, like nearly half the population ended up starving. The economy collapsed. Their exports all just stopped because
they go back to burning.
For instance, Guyana, I think is the name of it, something like that. It starts with a G, and northwestern Africa, and they used to export energy because they were burning oil and they were burning coal, and they used to export energy to 5 different countries surrounding them. That's how their economy basically sustained itself. And then all of the fucking G20 people came in and were like, no man, you need to build windmills, you need to build tourism industry, and you need to build solar, and it's all going to come together in the end. And Guyana still hasn't recovered. And most of those people are still starving to death right now. So
yeah, dude, when you incorporate such modern technology and shit like that too, it's just bad. Like, you can't just like throw something like that into this economy and expect it to work.
Yeah, they can't even sustain
it just
it.
won't. Yeah, they can't even keep up with it. And that's just expensive, dude. Like, what were they putting like solar panels and shit out there? I mean, that'd be cool, but like that, yeah, it costs a lot of money to keep those things going.
It does. Like constantly have to be replaced. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw this. It was just a clip from Family Guy, but it said, this is how all the world's billionaires get around to their meetings where they tell you how you need to watch out for the environment. And it was like a cargo helicopter flies over the water, drops a boat. The boat drives 3 feet and lets out a fucking like limo. The limo stops, and then the fucking trunk opens up and a little helicopter flies out of it. And then Peter and another dude get out. And it's like, that's so perfect, dude. These people don't give a fuck about us, man.
No, they don't.
They want you to get into your electric cars, so whenever they want to say, you know what, you're not driving anymore, they can press a button and it's over.
Would y'all guys remember what happened to Pete Buttigieg, where he was riding his bike to work, and what really happened is an SUV dropped him off. He pulled the bike out of the back of the SUV, hopped on the bike, and like rode for like, I don't know, maybe a quarter of a mile.
Wow. Or the course for these motherfuckers, dude.
It's performative.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Performative hypocrisy.
Gays don't ride bikes.
Well, it's just like Greta Thunberg. Like she rode across the Mediterranean Sea on a diesel boat in order to illegally try to breach a war zone to quote unquote deliver aid. What the fuck does that even mean? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Just leave her in Gaza.
Yeah, man. I'm with that.
Please. Leave her in Gaza.
Leave her in Gaza.
Let her in and don't let her out. I agree.
The sad thing about her is
that's the thing. You don't even have to stop her from leaving. They're not going to let her leave.
Yeah. But the sad thing is, she's more of a victim more than anything else because her parents are fucking nuts.
Yeah, dude.
Groomed her to be that way.
Yeah, how old is she now? Like what?
17, 18, I don't know. Maybe 23 or something. Yeah.
Hey, she was old enough for the Gazans when she was 9.
Ain't that the truth?
That's true.
Yeah, but they weren't a hot button political issue at the time.
Yeah, right.
True.
It was all about the climate.
She was only like 16 when she did that "How dare you" speech or whatever.
Right.
But
you guys want to hear my hot take on climate change? All right. The world gets hotter. Well, hold on. So, like, the world is getting warmer, right? Not necessarily because of oil. We really have no idea why that's happening. But when you talk about places like Greenland, or you talk about northern Canada, when that ice melts, what's underneath that ice?
Nothing. Water?
Land.
Well, yeah, sometimes.
Land that has not been over-fertilized, overproducing, crops. It's, if anything, it's going to open up more farmland for us to grow more food. It's a 1-to-1. Why is this such a big problem? I mean, really, guys?
Because it's fucking 100 degrees in the summer.
Well, and I think they also believe that this
it always is,
ice cap thing is gonna flood the entire planet, and we're gonna be underwater like Atlantis or some shit. And it's like, bro, no, not happening.
Well, they've been saying that. Okay, so the first claim was that the water line is going to recede, and then the next claim is that it's going to flood everything, and then you got climate change activists out here buying beachfront property. And we have photography that's like 150, 200 years old that shows us that water line hasn't moved an inch.
Yeah,
so
look
it's
at
bullshit.
the Statue of Liberty 100 years ago and look at it now and tell me how much that water line's gone up.
It hasn't moved.
It might have if it rained real heavily for like a couple days.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, oh my God.
It's all a bunch of bullshit, fear tactics for them to be able to enact legislation that will basically bottleneck everybody to be completely dependent upon a government institution. That's it. That's all they want. I'm sorry. I may sound crazy, but that's just what's happening, guys. Like, that's all this is. And they have all of these people who get up in their fifis and they make them feel morally superior because they're saving the planet, when if the planet was going to blow up, they would have people giving the government more money. I fucking promise you. Like, there's anything we could do to change that, okay?
I was gonna say, yeah, you know what tends to have a really big impact on the temperature of the planet? There's this thing in our solar system that's like 1 million times the size of our planet and a hell of a lot hotter.
Right.
And, when that changes, so does our temperature, you know?
Well, and like, okay, and this is true, the poles are shifting.
Yeah.
So who knows, the area where that becomes our new North Pole could be closer and closer to what's up, K2?
Hey, you guys see the video of Bill Gates? Like, to fix climate change, we need less people, not plant more trees. It's the science.
Yeah,
doesn't surprise me.
Can you pull that up and share it?
I already thought he was a Malthusian.
I ran to the pharmacy. I cannot.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'll look it up.
Did you see Mr. Fista's comment? He said
I didn't.
70s global cooling, 80s greenhouse gases, 90s this, 2000s that. And he's like, oh, the climate's changing.
Yeah, I mean,
the story keeps changing. The story keeps changing is what's happening. Yeah,
you know, like here's the thing. This is the thing that really blows my mind. So consistently over the past 20, probably 50 years now, since the 70s, that if we don't start cleaning things up, the world is going to end by so-and-so date, and they keep pushing it back. And as they keep pushing it back, we are ramping up the amount of fossil fuels we use on the planet. Like, look at China. What do they open up, like fucking 2 coal plants a month now?
Yeah.
I mean, like, give me a fucking break.
Yeah, the U.S. is the only place that's actually like lowered its emissions. Everywhere else,
these people have no fucking idea what they're talking about.
And the wild thing too is how Europe treats Russia, yet consistently buys oil off of them.
Hey, got rated by Spiro.
What a legend!
The old global cooling. The world's cooling, and it actually made a good point. That's what it is. Like they talk about how things like it shifts, right? Like, so you're right. Like, we could just be closer to the equator than we were before, or closer up to the, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't mean that the fucking polar ice caps are melting, or like the fucking sun's getting bigger, or like, you know what I mean? Or like our gases are creating this weird, whatever reaction that's heating our planet indefinitely.
Have you heard of the tilt theory?
Hey, Spiro, man, thank you for the raid, bro. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much, man.
Like the planet's tilting?
Yeah, like every couple of thousands of years, the planet will tilt, just a small amount, but enough to create like this weird phenomenon where there's mass flooding and kind of the geographic of the Earth will change. And so some people have talked about it to where we could be due for another tilt here in the next I don't know, 50 to 100 years. And so I think that'll probably be used as the next kind of fear mongering tactic to kind of get people to straighten up.
I haven't heard about that, but in my mind, I was thinking like there's like probably some weird phenomena with the planets and how they rotate, like, you know, because it's not truly known exactly how it works. So there could be a level of like the rotation of the planets and the rotation around each other. Like eventually you just end up in a point where you're facing the sun in such a way your planet just could be warmer, or maybe you're slightly closer, like by just a little bit, you know, just depending on where. I don't understand how that shit works. That's like totally out of my league in terms of science.
A lot of it's guesswork too, that we think that's how it worked, but we haven't actually observed it happening. We've only had the technology to observe it past, you know.
Here's the thing. So their biggest claim of evidence is nothing but correlation with, well, the climate gets hotter the more we industrialize.
Right.
That's it. There is no data that represents unequivocally that humans are responsible for the heating of the earth. There's literally no fucking data. And aside from that, I want to reiterate the point that if the world gets hotter, the more frozen land is like going to melt, and it's going to open up vast swaths of farmland.
And agriculture will be booming. People might even be able to migrate. If
I know. You know what I mean? Exactly.
We might be able to spread out the people a little bit more. We're all crammed into these countries.
Yes, if it's too hot in Alabama, just go to fucking North Dakota. Go to Wyoming.
Hey, lower class, you bring up Misfit's message about the tilt theory. I think it's his fourth message back.
This one?
Yeah.
That's generally Earth's asymmetrical orbit, both around the sun, and its own tilt oscillates periodically. They operate in a macro cycle lasting 80,000 years. Yeah, I mean, dude, you got the wrong guy when it comes to astrophysics.
Yeah, I just thought it in my head. I'm like, there's probably a theory out there that's like describing what my brain is thinking on its own. So someone will probably talk about this.
Well, I mean, it's not only that, but also the magnetic poles flip occasionally. I think that's what you were talking about a minute ago, lower class, is that it's shifting. Generally, we've seen evidence where it shifted several times in the geological record, like thousands and thousands of years ago or whatever. But it takes it like 100 or so years to actually do the whole flip. So it's not like an immediate thing, like tomorrow your compasses are going to be flipped or anything like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I've heard loose about it. I haven't actually heard someone go into depth about it, but I've heard people tell me about it. I've also heard of the solar flare incidents around Europe where they'll lose mass swaths of power because of solar flares and stuff like that. They're fried. A little more.
I don't believe that for a second. I'm sorry, man. I think they have a terrible energy infrastructure over in Europe, and that's what causes that, dude. And maybe that's just a conspiracy theory, but I mean, bro, they are having such an energy crisis over there because for some reason our government hasn't wanted to sell fucking gas and coal to Europe. It's crazy.
It's not that. It's that they want to buy it from Russia instead. But and the other half of that is that they depend on foreign sources for a lot of their power and stuff like that. We produce more power than we need. We export it to Mexico, Canada, and all over the world. But wherever we got a line to send it out, you know what I'm saying? But and we're trying to do more with Europe on that front. I mean, that's why Biden sent in the Navy SEALs or whatever to blow up that fucking pipeline and then blamed it on Russia. Like Russia's gonna blow up their own goddamn pipeline. That's retarded. But
hold on, I want to pull this up.
That's all a game, man. It's 3-cup Monty constantly with these ass hats.
So you guys are aware that while this Ukraine war has gone on, the EU has spent more on Russian oil than they did on aid to Ukraine. Did you know that?
That doesn't surprise me.
That doesn't surprise me either, because it's kind of like they're holding the moral compass of, hey, we must defend Ukraine, but then they realize America pays for it, so it's easy for them to be like, yeah, let's get behind funding Ukraine. But then if that funding dries up, I mean, do we really think that they're going to go out of their way to then fund the Ukraine situation?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. They are pretty freaking crazy and commie over there, but lower class, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here, man. I'm gonna get something to eat and take a shower before the stream tonight. So
thanks, EOD. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for jumping in, bro.
Hell yeah, thanks for having me, brother. And y'all be around for D&D tonight, 10 o'clock. We're doing Sunland Citadel. It's gonna be a good time. We got lower class, we got Emmett, we got Nader Hunter, and Mind Z and Heavy Fisted. It's gonna be a good time. So all right, I'll see you later, man.
Peace.
I hope Emmett's character dies.
And then there were 4.
Yep. That's it, Mr. Fista. That's it. And those particular people have it for fucking series.
I'm going to send you an Ethernet cable, lower class.
What?
I'm going to send you an Ethernet cable.
It's not that, bro. It's fucking shitty Birmingham internet. That's all it is.
I'm just kidding.
It's that Spectrum.
I've never seen Spectrum, but they just don't have fiber optic. That's the problem. I don't think they're running fiber optic on their stuff down there. That fiber optic internet saves
Alabama's not that important.
It's not.
Because they're by the ocean too, bro. It's hard to lay fiber optic cable near water lines, like near the water level.
Well, I live in like northern central Alabama, so
still, I mean, just like going south like that, like you just eventually get closer. So
that's
you
fair.
dig and you end up near water a lot faster than up here. You know,
because he doesn't vote a certain way.
Hey, too, we actually earlier in the stream we did a whole thing about that. I kind of went on like a rant about that shit, dude. Yeah.
Was that recent?
That was like yesterday or the day before.
Yeah. Okay, see, I thought you were watching maybe a little bit older of a clip.
No.
You know, the last couple months.
Fresh, baby.
Send that guy to Guantanamo.
Send him to Alligator.
But then I guess I want to pay for him, so
just send him home. Get him the fuck out of the country.
Well, if Alligator's as bad as everyone says it is, send him there. No,
dude. So you know, this is how I like corner people that talk about this issue, like with the whole Alligator Alley thing. I ask them, what is the difference between Alligator Alley and other detention centers? And you know what their answer is? The location.
Okay.
It's the exact same as every other detention facility. It's just there.
It's a better climate.
No, it's not. It's the Everglades, bro. It probably sucks.
Oh yeah,
trash down there, bro.
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck. I don't care, dude.
Yeah,
you shouldn't have been here in the first place. If you didn't come here illegally and you were here the way you're supposed to be here, you wouldn't fucking be there. You know what I mean?
And then
you have a work visa or a green card.
Kind enough to say, you know what? If you guys choose to leave, I'll let you fucking come back. I'll let you come back if you leave right now and go the right way. You know,
paying people.
What other person would do that? You would just fucking deport your ass and be like, "You're never coming back, bitch." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't come back to my country.
Yeah.
But he's giving you a ticket to leave and then come back.
Potentially, yeah. The legal way.
The legal way. If you're not a fucking degenerate or a piece of shit like Crook who broke into the country.
So here's and I've thought about this, right? Okay. My thoughts on immigration have changed a little bit. I've had some conversations with some friends. I'm not going soft on you. Trust me. If you come here illegally, get the fuck out. That's it. But I am a little open-minded to the concept of people who come here on work visas and then their work visas expire, giving them some form of extension, at least a temporary extension. That's one thing where like my mind is kind of opened up to that concept a little bit simply because I try to look at it from a person's perspective. You come here legally, you get really comfortable, you have like, you start to grow roots, you know what I mean? Like you're going to work, you're following the law, you're like assimilating to some degree, but then your work visa expires and you may not have the I hear you, Eddie. You not have the resources necessary to re-up on it or whatever the case may be, right? I'm a little more open-minded to that concept. You know what I mean? But that's it. If you came here illegally, Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, leave.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
it.
no,
I agree. Illegals need to go, but
but I wouldn't put it past the companies fucking over the people they bring in on these work visas. I can easily imagine a case where they're like, yeah, we promise we'll get you back on next year. Next year comes around, they're like, oh no, fuck, we don't need you anymore. Sorry, too bad.
Well, the shitty thing is, right, is then they become illegal and they go, hey, so we're really not supposed to hire you, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to cut your pay by 2/3 and we're just going to pay you in cash. Hey, Cree Dog, thank you, man. You have a great night, bro. Good to see you, bro. We're going to pay your cut by 2/3 and you're going to have to work 6 more hours a day. And yeah, so we'll see you tomorrow.
You say something, we'll deport you.
Right. Yeah. So like I understand that. That makes sense too. Yeah. But that's like, it's along those lines that's one of the reasons why I kind of have more of an open mind to like extending expired work visas, but that's it. Like if someone came here illegally, go fuck yourself, get out. Anyway, sorry about that.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah. We should be cracking down on the companies that are hiring the illegals too.
Yeah. But instead, we got Trump. So, not to go like, fucking Trump bad or anything, but that's something I like vehemently disagree with him on.
Yeah, the only thing I can say is I hope he got something good out of that deal.
I hope we got something good out of that deal.
Oh, right.
You know what I mean? Like there better be something in the works for the American people for him to make that kind of a fucking.
I think it was part of getting the bill passed. He
more than likely
made a backroom agreement that, hey, I'll do this.
More than likely.
Which if I was him, I would have turned around and been like, "Ha, sucker! You thought I was actually going to do that?"
Do not redeem. That dude. that is. So I go on kicks with certain kind of content sometimes, and man, dude, Kit Boga, I can play his bass, Nuxus bass. I can play some of his like scam baiting just all day long. And it's like background noise. It's amazing because he does all the voice changes and he has all the characters and he's fucking hilarious, dude. All right, gentlemen, we are at 4 hours streaming. Y'all ready to get into the word?
Yeah. I'm gonna stick around.
It wouldn't be God and country without the word, man. You know what I'm saying?
What time is it?
It's 6:12 my time, so Central. It'd be 7:12 Eastern.
Never did get back to that John verse, did we?
I think Bob had his first episode today.
Really?
I think so. I think you've seen it in Discord. Vibe. He had his I remember. Yeah. Was it disc or uncomfortable truth or something like that?
I remember just seeing there. I don't want to say anything. There was somebody I saw on there in the thumbnail that I was like, dude, I don't know if I want to watch this.
I'll probably go back and watch it, and I'll probably feel the same way.
But now I can't remember who it was I saw on the thumbnail.
Absolutely based, John. Absolutely based.
I stay me.
I remember. So I'm back in the service industry in Birmingham. And, when I was in logistics, I'm talking to a bunch of like manufacturing people who are in charge of shipping and, Stamy, what happened?
Oh, I think he had to go do something.
Shit. Hey, Stamy, have a great night, bro.
Yeah, he didn't realize how late it was.
Thanks for jumping in, dude. In logistics, all I'm talking to is like owner operators and people who are in charge of manufacturing, shipping. These aren't liberal folks, man. Like, they understand how the business cycle works. If their job's slow, they're not making money. Same with me, right? But in the service industry, it's a little different. So I got to put a mask on when I'm around folks because, the people who own my bar, great people. Love them to death. They're very good-hearted. I like them a lot, Man, are they fucking liberal, bro? Holy shit! Like, I mean, like they hate Trump.
Yeah.
And like, I don't even pry the question. I'm just like, yeah, I know. He's crazy.
Yeah.
So anyway, what do you need me to do? You know what I mean? Like that's where it kind of goes to. But
yeah, I'm in the same situation where I work, and I just keep my head down, don't say anything.
Yeah. But it's been interesting to say the least, you know. But so anyway, so I had a point of saying that. So there was a guy that I work with, and he was I was talking with him, and he was just going off about how America is the most racist country on the planet, and yada yada this and yada yada that. And I hate when people say that kind of stuff. So like all I could say, like I just looked over at him and I went, bro, don't ever go to China. He's a black guy. I was like,
yeah.
Don't ever go to China.
No.
You know what I mean? Like
Even Japan or something.
This is a diverse country on it. We have most people who are multi-billionaires of all different races of anywhere on the planet. Oh, that's Charlie. Sorry, he's got a little thing going on. You all right, Bubba? You okay? Charlie. Come here, Bubba. Hey, Charlie. Come here, Bubba. Come here. You okay? You okay? He's a pug, so he's just got the breathing issues. You know what I mean?
That poor baby.
Yeah, it happens every once in a while, man. All right, you guys ready to get into it? Amagad, you want to read with us, bro?
Yeah, I'll stick around. I slept in late today, so I could say it.
Nice, dude.
Yeah, I did too.
Hold on, my internet's being dumb. Give me just a sec. There we go. All right. The expiation of a crime. If a slain person is found lying in the open country in the land which the Lord your God gives you to possess, and it is not known who has struck him, then your elders and your judges shall go out and measure the distance to the cities which are around the slain one. It shall be that the city which is nearest to the slain man, that is, the elders of the city, shall take a heifer of the herd which has not been worked and which has not pulled any yoke, and the elders of that city shall bring the heifer down to a valley with running water, which has not been plowed or sown, and shall break the heifer's neck there in the valley. Then the priests, the son of Levi, shall come near, for the Lord your God has chosen them to serve him and to bless in the name of the Lord. And every dispute and every assault shall be settled by them. All the elders of that city, which is nearest to the slain man, shall wash their hands over the heifer whose neck was broken in the valley, and they shall answer and say, our hands did not shed this blood, nor did our eyes see it. Forgive your people Israel, whom you have redeemed, O Lord, and do not place the guilt of innocent blood in the midst of your people Israel. And the blood guiltiness shall be forgiven them. So you shall remove the guilt of innocent blood from your midst, when you do what is right in the eyes of the Lord. Domestic relations. When you go out to battle against your enemies, and the Lord your God delivers them into your hands, and you take them away captive, and see among the captives a beautiful woman, and have desire for her as you would take her as your wife for yourself, then you shall bring her home to your house, and she shall shave her head and trim her nails. She shall also remove the clothes of her captivity, and shall remain in your house, and mourn her father and mother a full month. And after that you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. It shall be, if you are not pleased with her, then you shall let her go whenever she wishes, but you shall certainly not sell her for money. You shall not mistreat her because you have humbled her. See, so it seems like this is... I remember someone bringing this up. It might have been Shiva bringing this up as like holding someone captive, but it literally says if you're not pleased with her, you shall let her go. Wishes.
It also says like you should give her a month before you even do anything.
Yeah, to mourn her parents. Yeah, it's crazy.
You got to think back in this time. It's kind of before this kind of etiquette. It was do what you want.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, which is a lot more devious than what it's outlining there. If a man has two wives, the one loved and the other unloved, and both the loved and the unloved have borne sons to him, if the firstborn son belongs to the unloved, then it shall be in the day he wills what he has to his sons, he cannot make the son of the loved and the firstborn before the son of the unloved, who is the firstborn. But he shall acknowledge the firstborn, the son of the unloved, by giving him a double portion of all that he has, for he is the beginning of his strength. To him belongs the right of the firstborn. If any man has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey his father or his mother, and when they chastise him, he will not even listen to them, then his father and mother shall seize him and bring him out to the elders of the city at the gateway of his hometown. They shall say to the elders of his city, this son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of his city shall stone him to death. So you shall remove the evil from your midst, and all Israel will hear of it in fear. If a man has committed a sin worthy of death, and he is put to death, and you hang him on a tree, his corpse shall not hang all night on the tree, and you shall surely bury him the same day. For he who is hanged is accursed of God, so that you do not defile your land, which the Lord your God gives you as an inheritance. So he's saying, when you're hanging people, don't just let them sit up there and rot and fall off the noose. Like, they've done that before. Pretty brutal. Who's next?
I'll go next. It says, the sundry laws, you shall not see your countryman's ox or his sheep straying away, and pay no attention to them. You shall certainly bring them back to your countrymen. If your countryman is not near you, or if they do not know him, then you shall bring it home to your house, and it shall remain with you until your countryman looks for it. Then you shall restore it to him. Thus you shall do with his donkey, and you shall do the same with his garment, and you shall do likewise with anything lost by your countryman, which he has lost and you have found. You are not allowed to neglect them. You shall not see your countryman's donkey or his ox fallen down on the way, and pay no attention to them. You shall certainly help him to raise them up. A woman shall not wear man's clothing. That people need to follow that one.
Based.
Nor shall a man put on a woman's clothing, for whoever does these things is an abomination to the Lord your God. If you
to the people in the back.
If you happen to come upon a bird's nest along the way, in any tree or on the ground, with little ones or eggs, and the mother is sitting on top of the young or on the eggs, you shall not take the mother with the young. You shall certainly let the mother go, but the youngs you may take for yourself, in order that it may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days. So it's kind of saying only take if necessary.
Yeah.
When you build a new house, you shall make a parapet for your roof, so that you will not bring blood guilt on your house if anyone falls from it. You shall not sow your vineyard with two kinds of seeds, or all the produce of the seed which you have sown, and the increase of the vineyards will become defiled. You shall not plow with an ox and a donkey together. You shall not wear a material mixed of wool and linen together. You shall make yourself tassels on the four corners of your garments, with which you cover yourself. If any man takes a wife and goes in to her and then turns against her and charges her with shameful deeds and
publicly defames her and says, I took this woman, but when I came near her, I did not find her a virgin. Then the girl's father and mother shall take and bring out the evidence of the girl's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The girl's father shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter to this man for a wife, but he turned against her. And behold, he has charged her with shameful deeds, saying, I did not find your daughter a virgin, but this is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the garment before the elders of the city. So the elders of that city shall take the man and chastise him. They shall chastise him, and they shall fine him 100 shekels of silver and give it to the girl's father, because he publicly defamed a virgin of Israel, and she shall remain his wife, and he cannot divorce her all his days. But if this charge is true and that the girl was not found a virgin, then they shall bring out the girl to the doorway of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her to death, because she has committed an act of folly in Israel by playing the harlot in her father's house. Thus you shall purge the evil from among you. If a man is found lying with a married woman, then both of them shall die, the man who lay with the woman and the woman. Thus you shall purge the evil from Israel. If there is a woman who is a virgin engaged to a man, and another man finds her in the city and lies with her, then you shall bring them both out to the gate of that city, and you shall stone them to death. The girl, because she did not cry out in the city, and the man because he has violated his neighbor's wife. Thus you shall purge the evil from among you. But if in the field the man finds the girl who is engaged, and the man forces her and lies with her, then only the man who lies with her shall die. But you shall do nothing to the girl. There is no sin in the girls worthy of death. For just as a man rises against his neighbor and murders him, so is this case. When he found her in the field, the engaged girl cries out, but there is no one to save her. If a man finds a girl who is a virgin, who is not engaged, and seizes her and lies with her, they are discovered, then the man who laid with her shall give to the girl's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall become his wife, because he has violated her, and he cannot divorce her all his days. A man shall take his father's wife, so that he will not uncover his father's skirt.
Amagad.
Sorry, I'm pulling this up. Is it we're doing the NIV version, or what do you have up there? NASB
1995.
I didn't know if you wanted me to read off the stream, or I can pull it up here.
I mean, if you can pull it up, that's fine. Corey reads it off the stream because he's on his phone. So
gotcha.
If you want to pull it up yourself, I'll just follow along on screen.
Yeah. All right. No one who is emasculated or has his male organ cut off shall enter the assembly of the Lord. No one. Is it right? Am I on the right one?
No, you're right. I just.
Oh, yeah. No one of illegitimate birth shall enter the assembly of the Lord. None of his descendants, even to the 10th generation, shall enter the assembly of the Lord. No Ammonite or Moabite shall enter the assembly of the Lord. None of their descendants, even to the 10th generation, shall ever enter the assembly of the Lord, because they did not meet you with food and water on the way when you came out of Egypt, and because they hired against you Balaam, son of the Beor from Pethor of Mesopotamia, to curse you. Nevertheless, the Lord your God was not willing to listen to Balaam, but the Lord your God turned the curse into blessing for you because the Lord your God loves you. You shall never seek their peace or their prosperity all of your days. You shall not detest an Edomite, for he is your brother. You shall not detest an Egyptian, because you were an alien in his land. The sons of the third generation who are born to them may enter the assembly of the Lord. When you go out as an army against your enemies, you shall keep yourself from every evil thing. If there is among you any man who is unclean because of nocturnal emission, that he must go outside the camp, he may not re-enter the camp. But it shall be when evening approaches, he shall bathe himself with water, and at sundown he may re-enter the camp. You shall also have a place outside the camp, and go out there, and you shall have a spade among your tools, and it shall be when you sit down outside, you shall dig with it, and shall turn to cover up your excrement. Since the Lord your God walks in the midst of your camp to deliver you, and to defeat your enemies before you, therefore your camp must be holy, and he must not see anything indecent among you, or he will turn away from you. You shall not hand over to his master a slave who has escaped from his master to you. He shall live with you in your midst, in the place which he shall choose in one of your towns, where it pleases him. You shall not mistreat him. None of the daughters of Israel shall be a cult prostitute, nor shall any of the sons of Israel be a cult prostitute. You shall not bring the hire of a harlot or the wages of a dog into the house of the Lord your God for any votive offering, for both these are an abomination to the Lord your God. You shall not charge interest for your countrymen, interest on money, food, or anything that may be loaned at interest. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but to your countrymen you shall not charge interest, so that the Lord God may bless in all that you undertake in the land which you are about to enter to possess. When you make a vow to the Lord your God, you shall not delay to pay it, for it would be sin in you, and the Lord your God will surely require it of you. However, if you refrain from vowing, it would not be sin in you. You shall be careful to perform what goes out from your lips, just as you have voluntarily vowed to the Lord your God what you have promised. When you enter your neighbor's vineyard, then you may eat grapes until you are fully satisfied, but you shall not put any in your basket. When you enter your neighbor's standing grain, then you may pluck the heads with your hand, but you shall not wield a sickle in your neighbor's standing grain.
Right.
Yeah, you got me to read a fun one for my first.
Yeah, it came out the gate swinging, bro. I'm like, hey, if they cut your cock off, you can't come to the assembly of the Lord.
Yeah, and if you bust a nut while you're sleeping, you gotta leave for the night.
Yeah, you gotta take a shower, you dirty motherfucker. Put some water on it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
But I'll say it's another thing too. Like it's talking about. I guess when it says when you enter your neighbor's vineyard, they're still talking about if you're going to war with your neighbor. It's like pretty uncommon for the time that you just only take what you need. Don't take anything, it's still.
So you have to think a lot of these rules sound so harsh to us, but if you compare them to what was going on in the world,
right,
it's like night and day improvement.
Yeah. Everybody's like, what? People were probably like, oh my God, I can't just pillage and take everything and kill all their stuff.
Yeah. It's a wild concept. It's like, why are there all these restrictions? Why are you preventing me from doing all these evil things? And that's because it's setting the foundation for what's morally good versus evil.
Yeah, well, another thing too that stuck out to me was the saying that you can't have prostitutes, and that was like traveling armies back in that time. That was a huge thing, was having prostitutes in the camp for the soldiers, and telling people they can't have those is probably a big shock to everybody.
Hold on, guys. I'm coming back.
Oh, you're good.
You fell asleep.
Nope.
You got to think too. kind of ties in today with the military-industrial complex, where they say, "You shall not charge interest to your brother." So it's like when your fellow countrymen are going to war, you shouldn't be taking advantage of them by, charging them for their weaponry and charge them interest on all their food and anything else.
Well, so honestly, I think that has more to do with usury, where it's saying like, if you let someone borrow something, they just pay you back what they borrowed from you. You can't say, yeah, you pay me back and then some interest, right? Like they didn't have necessarily. Go ahead.
I was just saying, this says interest on money or food or anything that you lend out. So it's like you can't gouge them on. I was thinking this, like, yeah, even selling them the clothing and weapons and all that.
Yeah, it's crazy because they don't follow that no more. Anybody gets hit with interest.
Well, if you live in Israel, apparently they don't. You know, a lot of this stuff.
Oh wow! No, I didn't know.
Dude, a lot of and I just know this because of anyway. I don't need to talk about it, but so Jews, when like let's say one Jew is going to sue another Jew, they don't go through like civil court, right? They go in front of a rabbi.
Right.
The rabbi's the one who decides. All right, so this is what you're going to do. You're going to give them this, and that's it, right? It's one of the reasons, like, they keep a lot of their money within the synagogue. It's one of the reasons why anyway, why what happened in the 30s and 40s happened that way, because they, like, Jews kept their money within the synagogue and they didn't give a shit about people who weren't Jewish. So when the economy crashes around them, they have a backing that they can utilize. And, you have these people who are living in a country that's literally like, there's kids playing with the money out in the streets and they're living in Big Sur. They're just fine, It's one of the things that just read the Mustache Man's book sometime. I'm not advocating for him by any stretch. Everyone here should already know what my views on that guy were, but he was justified in some of his beliefs. I'm not going to take that away from him. Law of divorce. When a man takes a wife and marries her, and it happens that she finds no favor in his eyes because he has found some indecency in her, and he writes her a certificate of divorce and puts it in her hand and sends her out from his house, then she leaves his house and goes and becomes another man's wife. And if the later husband turns against her and writes her a certificate of divorce and puts it in her hand and sends her out of his house, or if the latter husband dies who took her to be his wife, then the former husband who sent her away is not allowed to take her again to be his wife, since she has been defiled. For that's an abomination before the Lord, and you shall not bring sin on the land which the Lord your God gives you as an inheritance. When a man takes a new wife, he shall not go out with the army, nor be charged with any duty. He shall be free at home 1 year, and shall give happiness to his wife whom he has taken. Sundry laws. No one shall take a hand mill or an upper millstone in pledge, for he will be taking a life in pledge. If a man is caught kidnapping any of his countrymen of the sons of Israel, and he deals with him violently or sells him, then that thief shall die. So you shall purge the evil from among you. Be careful against an infection of leprosy, that you diligently observe and do according to all that the Levitical priests teach you, as I have commanded them, so you shall be careful to do. Remember what the Lord your God did to Miriam on the way as you came out of Egypt. When you make your neighbor a loan of any sort, you shall not enter his house to take his pledge. You shall remain outside, and the man to whom you make the loan shall bring the pledge out to you. If he's a poor man, you shall not sleep with his pledge. When the sun goes down, you shall surely return the pledge to him, that he may sleep in his cloak and bless you, and it will be righteous for you before the Lord your God. You shall not oppress a hired servant who is poor and needy, whether he is one of your countrymen or one of your aliens who is in your land and your towns. You shall give him his wages on his day before the sun sets, for he is poor and sets his heart on it, so that he will not cry against you to the Lord and it becomes sin in you. Fathers shall not be put to death for their sons, nor shall sons be put to death for their fathers. Everyone shall be put to death for his own sin. Based.
Yep.
That's black and fucking white right there, guys.
Yeah.
Well, it's huge because, like, I mean, a lot of people probably held grudges. You know, your father killed mine, so I'm gonna come take it out on you, and then you just keep doing this over and over, and then you've got this endless cycle of violence between, you know, families because they keep holding, hey, your family killed my family, and my family killed your family, and it just keeps repeating and getting worse.
Yeah, or let's say, you know, like people a couple hundred years ago did some shit that I have nothing to fucking do with, and now I have to pay extra tax money to keep certain demographics in the country afloat. Fuck that. You shall not pervert the justice, due an alien or an orphan, nor take a widow's garment in pledge. But you shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and that the Lord your God redeemed you from there. Therefore I am commanding you to do this thing. When you reap your harvest in your field and have forgotten a sheaf in the field, you shall not go back to get it. It shall be for the alien, for the orphan, and for the widow, in order that the Lord your God may bless you in all the work of your hands. When you beat your olive tree, is that what they called it back then? You shall not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the alien, for the orphan, and for the widow. When you gather the grapes of your vineyard, you shall not go over it again. It shall be for the alien, for the orphan, and for the widow. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt. Therefore, I'm commanding you to do this thing. Sorry, if I'm joking around with a word, I probably shouldn't do that. I'm goofy.
Yeah.
I always figured God has a sense of humor. I do like that one part though too, where about the alien in your land. You should treat them fairly and not, you know, withhold pay from them and kind of, you know, like we're doing with the cheap labor here.
Who's up? I think it's you, Corey.
Give me 30 seconds. I'm out medicine before bed.
You know, you're good, man. Take your time. It gives me a chance to get my ABV up. Or my BAC, whatever. Between EBT and stolen bikes, they owe us money now. That's such a good comment, bro. Fucking clutch.
I have a study Bible with me too. It's interesting talking about the divorce laws that it was talking about. And it says the divorce laws, or the laws regarding divorce, were given to protect the wife from being murdered by the husband, because hard-hearted husbands in Israel could kill the wives they hated. It's interesting.
Wow.
So they gave divorce laws to prevent the guy from just killing the wife.
I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, that's why when people talk about the kind of shit that was going on back then, they talk about it from the perspective that they have of the world right now. Like, people did not live the same way they live right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it was different. You know, you got to think, like, to a large degree, dude, someone could walk up behind a woman, club her in the back of the head, drag her by her hair into a dark alleyway, and then pump, 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 and that's it, right? That's bad, of course. But then when you like alter the way that people look at these kinds of things, and you see, no, actually, this is the way we should do it. God said this.
Yep.
Based,
said,
100% Nuxus, absolutely based. Yeah. Fucking Lady Liberty's in the chat for Nuxus, coming in with a banger, dude. That was awesome, bro. Hold on, where is it? Absolute banger, dude.
You got to think, dude. It's like, yeah, they didn't have it. Up until this point, you could have done that until, you know, they wrote it down. They're like, no, if the guy does that, he should be put to death, and the woman should face no repercussions.
Yeah.
Up until then, it was like, oh, it's probably the woman's fault.
All right, I'm back.
Finally, dude. Oh my God.
It's a little over 30 seconds. I think it was like 41.
Bro, I'm just kidding, dude.
No. Country laws. If there is a dispute between men and they go to court and the judges decide their case and they justify the righteousness and condemn the wicked, then it shall be, if the wicked man deserves to be beaten, the judge shall then make him lie down and be beaten in his presence with a number of stripes according to his guilt. He may beat him 40 times, but no more, so that he does not beat him with many more stripes than these. And your brother is not degraded in your eyes. You shall not muzzle the ox while he is threshing. When brothers live together and one of them dies and has no sons, the wife of the deceased shall not be married outside the family to a strange man. Her husband's brother shall go into her and take her to himself as wife and perform the duties of a husband's brother to her. It shall be that the firstborn whom she bears shall assume the name of his dead brother, so that his name will be blotted out from Israel, or his name shall not be blotted out from Israel. But if the man does not desire to take his brother's wife, then his brother's wife shall go up to the gate to the elders and say, my husband's brother refuses to establish a name for his brother in Israel, and he is not willing to perform the duty of a husband's brother to me. Then the elders of that city shall summon him and speak to him, and if he persists and says, I do not desire to take her, then his brother's wife shall come to him in the sight of the elders, pull his sandals off his feet, and spit in his face. And she shall declare, thus it is done to the man who does not build up his brother's house. In Israel his name shall be called the house of him whose sandals is removed.
Burn.
I mean, that's kind of disrespectful for him to do, especially, I guess, along these, the lines of how they live.
Yeah, they're just securing a future for the wife. Now, my thing is, it's like you'd kind of be in this position where, like, what if your brother's wife is like a 2, you know?
Hey, you gotta honor thy brother's love.
She got a hair lip and everything, bro. You know what I mean?
I want to start using that as an insult. Like, dude, your sandal removed or something, man? Yeah, this next verse is a doozy.
If 2 men, a man and his countryman, are struggling together, and the wife of one comes near to deliver her husband from the hand of the one who is striking him, and puts out her hand and seizes his genitals, then you shall cut off her hand, and you shall not show pity.
What was that a thing back then? That's very specific.
But I guess it was like the it's the way you fight. If you're a woman, how do you fight off a man? You grab him by the nuts, I guess.
Especially if he's beating your husband.
You're not going to choke him out or anything. You're going to go for
I mean, if there's a rule about it, I take it happened pretty often.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That must have been a thing back then.
You shall not have in your bag differing weights, a large and a small. You shall not have in your house differing measures, a large and a small. You shall have a full and just weight. You shall have a... okay, I'm not following that. What do they quite... Y'all understand what that means? A small and a large weight?
You shall not have in your house differing measures, a large and a small. You shall have full and just weight. You shall have... Here, let's...
Oh, I think it's saying it's like if two men are fighting with each other, the woman shouldn't interfere because that tips the scale in the favor of the husband. you know, like if she goes and grabs the other dude by the balls, then the husband has an unfair advantage in the fight.
Okay, I guess that makes sense because it's no longer, I guess, two people disputing. It's now bringing in things that no longer equalize it.
No. So what it's saying is, you shall not have in your bag differing weights, a heavy and a light. This verse, part of a passage about honesty in business, prohibits the use of dishonest scales and measures.
Oh,
it emphasizes the importance of using accurate and just weights and measures in all transactions, because, like, you know, a shekel wasn't actually like a type of coin; it's a measurement of weight. It's like an ounce and a half, I believe. So, like, when they're saying shekels of silver, it's a measurement. So, what they're saying is like, you can't have like two different weights in your bag of like, oh yeah, this is a shekel, and you put the lighter one up, or you know, when you're getting how much you want, you put the heavier one up. You know,
so it's just unrelated to the previous.
Yes, yeah.
Seems like more business focused, to where, hey, your business shouldn't be violating your, I guess, your honesty, or your like, your business shouldn't be getting in the way of your faith, because if you're dishonest in your business and you're dishonest in your faith.
Man, Mr. Fista, dude, you know what's funny? I was just about to say something about that. I was gonna go, yeah, but they didn't say nothing about clipping coins, did they? Damn, you beat me to it. Good job, Mr. Fista. Cheers, bro. Cheers.
You shall have a full and just measure, and that your days may be prolonged in the land which the Lord your God gives you. For everyone who does these things, everyone who acts unjustly, is an abomination to the Lord your God. Remember what Amalek did to you along the way when you came out from Egypt, and how he met you along the way and attacked among you all the stragglers at the rear when you were faint and weary. And he did not fear God. Therefore it shall come about, when the Lord your God has given you rest from all your surrounding enemies in the land which the Lord your God gives you as inheritance to possess, you shall blot out the memory of Amalekah from under heaven. You must not forget.
All right. Amagad?
I just want to check something real quick. I'm trying to remember who Amalek is.
Hey, how much more do we have?
Dude, descendants of Amalek.
We got 10 more. We're gonna be getting into Joshua next week, boys.
Now, I will say that's generally one I don't hear a lot about. Like, I don't hear a lot of people quoting Joshua.
All right, ready?
Yeah, man.
Nuke Sis had a good comment.
Hold on. God knew how shifty they were. Yeah, no shit, dude. No shit. Hey, Dinkus, welcome in, brother. Good to see you today, man. Hope you're doing well, bro. How you doing? God bless you too, brother.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right. Offering first fruits. Then it shall be, when you enter the land which the Lord your God gives you as an inheritance, and you possess it and live in it, that you shall take some of the first of all the produce of the ground which you bring in from your land that the Lord your God gives you. And you shall put it in a basket and go to the place where the Lord your God chooses to establish his name. You shall go to the priest who is in office at that time and say to him, I declare this day to the Lord my God that I have entered the land which the Lord swore to our fathers to give us. Then the priest shall take the basket from your hand and set it down before the altar of the Lord your God. You shall answer and say before the Lord your God, my father was a wandering Aramean, and he went down to Egypt and sojourned there, few in number, but there he became a great, mighty, and populous nation. And the Egyptians treated us harshly and afflicted us and imposed hard labor on us. Then we cried to the Lord, the God of our fathers, and the Lord heard our voice and saw our affliction and our toil and our oppression. And the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, and with great terror and with signs and wonders. And he brought us to this place, and he has given us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. Now behold, I have brought the first of the produce of the ground which you, O Lord, have given me. And you shall set it down before the Lord your God, and worship before the Lord your God. And you and the Levite and the alien who is among you shall rejoice in all the good which the Lord your God has given you and your household. When you have finished paying all the tithe of your increase in the 3rd year, the year of tithing, then you shall give it to the Levite, to the stranger, to the orphan, and to the widow, that they may eat in your towns and be satisfied. You shall say before the Lord your God, I have removed the sacred portion from my house, and also have given it to the Levite and the alien, the orphan and the widow, according to all your commandments which you have commanded me. I have not transgressed or forgotten any of your commandments. I have not eaten of it while mourning, nor have I removed any of it while I was unclean, nor offered any of it to the dead. I have listened to the voice of the Lord my God. I have done according to all that you have commanded me. Look down from your holy habitation from heaven and bless your people Israel and the ground which you have given us, a land flowing with milk and honey, as you swore to our fathers. This day the Lord your God commands you to do these statutes and ordinances. You shall therefore be careful to do them with all your heart and with all your soul. You have today declared the Lord to be your God, and that you would walk in his ways and keep his statutes, his commandments, and his ordinances, and listen to his voice. The Lord has today declared you to be his people, a treasured possession, as he promised you, and that you should keep all his commandments, and that he will set you high above all nations which he has made for praise, fame, and honor, and that you shall be consecrated people to the Lord your God, as he has spoken.
All right, Deuteronomy 27, the curses of Mount Ebal. Then Moses and the elders of Israel charged the people, saying, keep all the commandments which I command you today. So it shall be on the day when you cross the Jordan to the land which the Lord your God gives you, that you shall set up for yourself large stones and coat them with lime and write on them all the words of this law when you cross over, so that you may enter the land which the Lord your God gives you, a land flowing with milk and honey, as the Lord, the God of your fathers, promised you. It shall be when you cross the Jordan, you shall set up on Mount Ebal these stones, as I am commanding you today, and you shall coat them with lime. Moreover, you shall build there an altar to the Lord your God, an altar of stones. You shall not wield an iron tool on them. You shall build the altar of the Lord your God of uncut stones, and you shall offer it burnt offerings to the Lord your God, and you shall sacrifice peace offerings and eat there, and rejoice before the Lord your God. You shall write on the stones all the words of this very law very distinctly. Then Moses and the Levitical priests spoke to all Israel, saying, be silent and listen, O Israel. This day you have become a people for the Lord your God. You shall therefore obey the Lord your God and do his commandments and his statutes, which I command you today. Moses also charged the people on that day, saying, when you cross the Jordan, these shall stand on Mount Gerizim to bless the people, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, and Benjamin. For the curse, these shall stand on Mount Ebal, Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. The Levites shall then answer and say to all the men of Israel with a loud voice, cursed is the man who makes an idol or a molten image, an abomination to the Lord, the work of the hands of a craftsman, and sets it up in secret. And all the people shall answer and say, Amen. Cursed is he who dishonors his father or mother. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who moves his neighbor's boundary mark. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who misleads a blind person on the road. And all the people shall say, Amen. That's fucked up. You should be cursed for that. Cursed is he who distorts the justice due an alien, orphan, or widow. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who lies with his father's wife, because he has uncovered his father's skirt. And all the people shall say, Amen. Yeah, that's disgusting. Holy fuck.
Well, that's kind of what was it, Abraham or
Noah?
Was it Noah, the one that looked under I guess, seen his father naked, and then
Noah cursed him. Yeah, that was Noah. I'm pretty sure, wasn't it?
I think so. I think that sounds right.
Yeah, because wasn't Jacob. Who was the son?
Ham?
He got banished to Canaan.
I think it may have been Ham.
Ham. That's right. Yep. It was Ham. Cursed is he who lies with any animal, and all the people shall say amen. Based. Yeah, dude, that's disgusting. Cursed is he who lies with his sister, the daughter of his father or his mother, and all the people shall say amen. Amen.
Amen.
Absolutely. Cursed is he who lies with his mother-in-law, and all the people shall say amen.
Amen.
Cursed is he who strikes his neighbor in secret, and all the people shall say amen. Cursed is he who accepts a bribe to strike down an innocent person. Yeah, that sucks. All the people shall say amen. Cursed is he who does not confirm the words of this law by doing them, and all the people shall say amen.
Amen.
Do these laws, baby. Do these laws.
All right. It says blessing at Gershom. Now it shall be, if you diligently obey the Lord your God, being careful to do all his commandments, which I command you today, the Lord your God will set you high above all the nations of the earth. All these blessings will come upon you and overtake you if you obey the Lord your God. Blessed shall you be in the city, and blessed shall you be in the country. Blessed shall be the offspring of your body, and the produce of your ground, and the offspring of your breast. Hold on, you give me one. And the offspring of your breast, the increase of your herd, and the young of your flock. Blessed shall be your basket and your kneading bowl. Blessed shall be you when you come in, and blessed shall you be when you go out. The Lord shall cause your enemies who rise up against you to be defeated before you. They shall come out against you one way and will flee before you 7 ways. The Lord will command the blessings upon you in your barns and in all that you put your hand into. And he will bless you in the land which the Lord your God gives you. The Lord will establish you as a holy people to himself, as he has sworn to you, if you keep the commandments of the Lord your God and walk in his ways. So all the peoples of the earth will see that you are called by the name of the Lord. They will be afraid of you. The Lord will make you abound in prosperity in the offspring of your body and in the offspring of your breast and in the produce of your ground in the land which the Lord swore to your fathers to give you. The Lord will open for you his good storehouse, the heavens, to give rain to your land in its seasons, and to bless all the work of your hand. And you shall lend to many nations, but you shall not borrow. The Lord will make you the head and not the tail, and you only will be above, and you will not be underneath. If you listen to the commandment of the Lord your God, which I charge you today to observe them carefully, and do not turn aside from any of the words which I command you today, to the right or to the left, to go after other gods to serve them. Consequences of disobedience. But it shall come about, if you do not obey the Lord your God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes with which I charge you today, that all these curses will come upon you and overtake you. Cursed shall you be in the city, cursed shall you be in the country. Cursed shall be your basket and your kneading bowl. Cursed shall be the offspring of your body, and the produce of your ground, and the increase of your herd, and the young of your flock. Cursed shall be when you come in, and cursed shall you be when you go out. The Lord will send upon you curses, confusion, and rebuke, and all you undertake to do until you are destroyed and until you perish quickly on account of the evil of your deeds. Because you have forsaken me. The Lord will make the pestilence cling to you until he has consumed you from the land where you are entering to possess. The Lord will smite you with consumption and with fever and with inflammation and with fury heat and with the sword and with the blight and with the mildew, and they will pursue you until you perish. The heaven which is over your head shall be bronze, and the earth which is under you iron. The Lord will make rain of your land powder and dust. From heaven it shall come down on you until you are destroyed. The Lord shall cause you to be defeated before your enemies. You will go out one way against them, but you will flee 7 ways before them. You will be an example of terror to all the kingdoms of the earth. Your carcasses will be food to all the birds of the sky and to the beasts of the earth, and there will be no one to frighten them away. The Lord will smite you with the boils of Egypt, and with tumors, and with scabs, and with the itch from which you cannot be healed. The Lord will smite you with madness, and with blindness, and with the bewilderment of heart, and you will grope at noon as the blind man gropes in darkness. And you will not prosper in any way, but you shall only be oppressed and robbed continually, with none to save you. You shall betroth a wife, but another man will violate her. You shall build a house, but you will not live in it. You shall plant a vineyard, but you will not use its fruit. Your ox shall be slaughtered before your eyes, but you will not eat of it. Your donkey shall be torn apart from you, and will not be restored to you. Your sheep shall be given to your enemies, and you will have none to save you. Your sons and daughters shall be given to another people, while your eyes look on and yearn for them continually. But there will be nothing for you can do. A people whom you do not know shall eat up the produce of your ground and all your labors, and you will never be anything but oppressed, crushed continually. You shall, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to get cursed by God. It sounds pretty bad.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, if you do what he says, he blesses you. But if you don't do what he says, then you will suffer the wrath.
Yeah.
Seems like an easy deal to me. You shall be driven mad by the sight of what you see. The Lord will strike you on the knees and legs with sore boils from which you cannot be healed, from the sole of your feet to the crown of your head. The Lord will bring you and your king, whom you will set over you, to a nation which neither you nor your fathers have known. And there you shall serve others' gods, wood and stone. You shall become a horror, a proverb, a taunt among all the people where the Lord drives you. You shall bring out much seed to the field, but you will gather in little, for the locust will consume it. You shall plant and cultivate vineyards, but you will never drink of the wine, nor gather the grapes, for worms will devour them. You shall have the olive trees throughout your territories, but you will not anoint yourself with the oil, for your olives will drop off. You shall have sons and daughters, but they will not be yours, for they will go into captivity. The cricket shall possess all your trees and the produce of your ground. The alien who is among you shall rise above you higher and higher, but you will go down lower and lower. He shall lend to you, but will not lend to him. But you will not lend to him. He shall be the head, and you shall be the tail. So all these curses have come on you and pursue you and overtake you until you are destroyed, because you would not obey the Lord your God by keeping his commandments and his statutes, which he commanded you. They shall become a sign and a wonder on you and your descendants forever, because you did not serve the Lord your God with a joy and a glad heart for the abundance of all things. That therefore you shall serve your enemies, whom the Lord will send against you in hunger and thirst, in nakedness and in the lack of all things. He will put an iron yoke on your neck until he has destroyed you. The Lord will bring a nation against you from afar, from the ends of the earth, as the eagle swoops down, in a nation whose language you shall not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, who will have no respect for the old, nor show favor to the young.
Countenance is just like your demeanor, right?
The interesting thing, and I may be reaching when I say this, but the last, I guess, what would that be? 49, 50 sounds like kind of sounds like a representation of where Israel's at now. You know, you have the eagle swooping down. You know, the eagle's America.
Interesting point.
Yeah, I have my own take on it, which
No, go for it. Go for it.
Well, I'll say I'll wait till you finish.
Okay.
Put a pin in it, bro. I want to hear this.
Moreover, it shall eat the offspring of your herd and the produce of your ground until you are destroyed. Who also leaves you no grain, new wine, or oil, nor the increase of your herd or the young of your flock, until they have caused you to perish. It shall besiege you in all your towns until your high and fortified walls in which you trusted come down throughout your land. It shall besiege you in all your towns throughout your lands, which the Lord your God has given you. Then you shall eat the offspring of your own body, the flesh of your sons and of your daughters, whom the Lord your God has given you, during the siege and distress by which your enemy will oppress you. The man who is refined and very delicate among you shall be hostile toward his brother and toward the wife he cherishes and toward the rest of the children who remain, so that he will not give even one of them any of the flesh of his children which he will eat, since he has nothing else left during the siege and the distress by which your enemies will oppress you in all your towns. The refined and delicate women among you, who would not venture to set the sole of her feet on the ground for the delicateness and refinement, shall be hostile toward the husband she cherishes, and toward her sons and daughters, and toward her afterbirth which issues from between her legs, and toward her children whom she bears. For she will eat them secretly for lack of anything else during the siege and the distress by which your enemies will oppress you in your towns.
Bro, that's fucking brutal, dude.
There's a lot happening in this.
Yeah.
It's a long one, too. You're hanging in there.
He's saying these people that you're going to go and conquer, they're going to be eating their children because they're so hungry.
If you are not careful to observe all these words of this law, which are written in this book, to fear this honored and awesome name, the Lord your God, then the Lord will bring extraordinary plagues on you and your descendants, even severe and lasting plagues and miserable chronic sicknesses. He will bring back on you all the diseases of Egypt, of which you were afraid, and they will cling to you. Also, every sickness and every plague which not written in the book of the law, the Lord will bring on to you until you are destroyed. Then you shall be left, you in numbers, whereout you were as numerous as the stars of heaven, because you did not obey the Lord your God. It shall come about that as the Lord delighted over you to prosper and multiply, so the Lord will delight over you to make you perish and destroy you. And you will be torn from the land where you are entering to possess it. Moreover, the Lord will scatter you among all people. Oh my goodness. This seems like it's a direct reflection of history.
Yeah.
Moreover, the Lord will scatter you among all people from one end of the earth to the other end of the earth. And there you shall serve other gods, wood and stone, which you and your fathers have not known. Among those nations you shall not find rest, and there will be no resting place for the sole of your foot. But there the Lord will give you a trembling heart, failing of eyes, and despair of soul. So your life shall hang in doubt before you, and you will be in dread night and day, and shall have no assurance of your life. In the morning you shall say, Would that it were evening, and the evening you shall say, Would that it were morning, because of the dread of your heart which you dread, for the sight of your eyes which you will see. The Lord will bring you back to Egypt in ships by the way about which I spoke to you. You will never see it again. And there you will offer yourselves for sales to your enemies as male and female slaves, but there will be no buyer.
Shit, dude. Wow.
Yeah, that was
And to be fair, I understand why that's a long one, because if you're setting the consequences, you need to make sure, hey, I need you to know these consequences. I'm giving you all this stuff. I've been an absolute blessing for you, but you need to understand the impact of not following this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a couple things that I wanted to say too. With my study Bible, I was looking at the notes on it, and it is interesting on the blessings section. All the blessings from the laws of Moses were all physical blessings, and it wasn't until Christ that we got the blessings of eternal life, which is a little interesting observation. But with the consequences of disobedience, I mean, it really is pertinent to like our world today. If you think of like the United States as being founded as a Christian nation, and if we've strayed away from that stuff, a lot of the things that it says in there, as far as just made me think of like globalism, where you'll work the land, but you don't get anything out of it. You know, it all goes to other people. And then the aliens shall be lifted up above you. Like, you know, it's the whole giving the illegal immigrants more rights than we have, you know.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of stuff is reflected in that whole globalism ideology of nations coming into our nation and taking advantage of us.
Because these are things that are against God and they're against His will. I mean, this is the Torah we're reading.
Yeah, but it's still
it's interesting. It seems to at least mimic some of what we've seen in history. Like, not necessarily all the curses, but
go
ahead.
Well, I was just saying a nation that turns away from God, just like in a general sense, you open the door for your enemies to come in and take advantage of you, essentially, because you don't have any type of moral foundation to stand up against them.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like, I mean, what we've seen, especially in the 20th century, I mean, what happened with the Jews and how they were spread out throughout the land. And I know technically they were kind of spread out before then, so you could say, well, it probably happened even before that. But it seems maybe that them converting more to a rabbinic Judaism, this is kind of God's punishment to them for no longer following the commandments of the Lord, and He's kind of scattered them throughout. And I guess you could also say, well, there's a weird anti-Semitic view of them that's in a lot of different cultures, and God also said, the way they look at you, that they're going to look at you as lesser, and then you will be surrounded by aliens and stuff like that, or people who do not share your language or your culture or your beliefs.
Yeah, but even trying to find the exact 32, your sons and daughters shall be given to another people while your eyes look on and yearn for them continually. I mean, that's just, it makes me think of people getting their kids taken away if they don't affirm their, identity or whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't hold, it's a lot of it. It's reflected in what we see today.
It's not only a punishment for Israel, but we're now seeing the punishment for America for going back against, God.
Yeah, exactly.
And I just thought it was interesting because, I'm probably looking too deeply into it, but America, the representation of that, usually we see a bald eagle, and then when they're being cursed, it's talking about a nation coming to help you that doesn't speak your language, or I guess I'd have to go back to it. I know it was 48, 49, and 50. And it just seems like there's some symbolism that when you read it back then, you may not be able to piece it together, but when you read it now, there may be some symbolism that kind of represents modern history. Very long chapter, though.
Yeah, you powered through. But yeah, no, I think a lot of that, even if it's Old Testament, there's a lot in there that we can still draw on today.
Oh, yeah. To be fair, I think there is a lot of representation of what's happening to America that we're seeing, I guess, play out that God warned us 2,000 years ago. Or probably even longer than that, not just 2,000 years, but 2,500 to 3,000 years ago.
All right. Are we ready for 29?
Knock my socks off.
Oh, wait. LC wants somewhere. I'll wait for him to get back.
Oh, Mr. Fisty fell asleep again.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Fish has got a good comment in the chat. He said, think about the similarities between the 1/3 of Gen Z being aborted and the mass child sacrifice to Bulb, bringing the curse of God. Bringing the curse of God.
Well, yeah, and with the whole pride movement stuff, it's just that's the whole thing too, where your own sons and daughters will be taken from you. Like they'll turn against their the children will turn against their fathers.
Hey guys, give me just a second. I gotta use the bathroom.
You're good.
And you kind of see that in our culture. Especially you think the daughters that are doing OS, they feel like they know more than their fathers. They think, I can do this and cement myself in the world as, I guess my economic standard and everything, and I can make a living off this. And they're acting against their father because they think they know best.
Yeah, I just thought about something too with the if you're not careful to observe all the words of this law, to fear this honored and awesome name, the Lord your God, then the Lord will bring extraordinary plagues on you and your descendants, and miserable and chronic sicknesses. You think about the mental health epidemic we have going on right now.
Yeah.
You think that falls under the category of chronic sickness?
Yep. It's exploding, to be fair.
Yeah. It's essentially like a plague of the mental variety.
Which I guess people I think I may have cut it in and out.
No, you're good.
But yeah, no, it's the parallels are crazy. Some would say the parallels are kind of so crazy that, I mean, they have to mean something. It's too much of, I guess, a coincidence for it just to be a coincidence. Yeah, that's a good point, Mr. Fista. Mental health epidemic equals spiritual decay and demonic infestation in any other time period of Christendom. Nuxus says, so should we bring back stoning? I don't know about that. That's a tough one.
I don't know. If you use like maybe just chuck one stone at somebody, I don't know, you don't have to stone them to death.
Yeah.
Just one.
Lack of brain juice.
You know, are we going to try to power through to the end of Deuteronomy today?
I think that was the goal. Yeah, is to try and at least finish Deuteronomy.
Yeah.
So no lower class has to get ready for his nerd session.
Right.
We can just finish Deut 29 and 30, and then we'll finish up Deut next week.
All right.
I just want to make sure that I get over to
right. Yeah, I might try
D&D on time. Just because, last week I fell asleep after my stream.
Mm-hmm.
I woke up and they like EOD had to fucking play my character for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Yeah. So but real quick, guys, just some good news for everybody. So there's a dude that was playing Roblox that made a video exposing the child exploitation that was going on, PDF stuff going on with Roblox. They banned him and they lost $12 billion in their market cap.
Damn.
I was going to say,
fuck you, Roblox. Okay.
Yeah. My kid used to play it until we kind of, so I kind of discovered this, I would say, a little bit more naturally. I would let my kid play it a little bit, and it was always a weird thing just because of how the game operates. But I went to the messages that through Xbox, and they separate the messages that are from people that you follow, and then there's messages of people you don't follow. I went through there one day and just reading the messages. What they do is they constantly invite you to their little games. They advertise kind of, I wouldn't say OnlyFans, but illicit websites. They advertise getting your parents' credit cards. They advertise getting your parents' cards. There's a lot of it now. Don't get me wrong, the PDF stuff so much worse, but there's a lot of scummy stuff that they be sending messages to people that they're interacting with inside there.
It just blows my mind that like a game like that designed for kids that age, they shouldn't even allow private messaging. Like just let them do like silly little emotes or something, and that's how they can communicate with each other. Why even let them talk?
It's a groundbreaking game because it's a bunch of games inside of a game that individuals can create. The only problem
I don't know much about it
is there's a festering dark side to it, and it's like there's a lot of bot activity, a lot of foreign activity. The interesting thing is Nancy Pelosi, one of her biggest investments was Roblox.
Doesn't surprise me.
Not saying those two things correlate.
They should all swing from a rope.
Yeah, we can bring back stoning for them. That's fine.
Please. Yeah.
Public stoning, it has to be public.
Yeah.
But like let's do it where like you start with one small weight
of rock, and you just keep throwing them, and then every hour you make the weight just a little heavier. You know what I mean? Just to make it last.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Give everybody a chance to throw a stone in.
And you get it on video, so that way when you put it, yeah, Nuxus, exactly, feet first too, by the way, but you get it on video, so that way it is widely available for everyone to see. And fucking bot farm it for all I care. Get millions, buy millions of views for it, okay? It doesn't matter to me. But yes, yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Sorry, I'm a little bit of a sociopath when it comes to people who do shit to kids.
I don't think there's any limit to that.
I don't revel in committing violence to other people except them.
Well, I don't even consider those people humans.
Right. They don't understand what kind of damage that does to children in the long term. Same, buddy. Same. Me too.
Yeah. That's one of those situations that I would rather commit the sin of taking that person out and ask for forgiveness later.
Have you guys ever seen the movie what is it called? I think it's called 7 Days.
7 Days. Is it? I don't think so. I know of a Will Smith movie called 7 Pounds, but I don't think that's what you're.
Yeah, so it's a French movie, and it's a movie about this guy. He gets off on the crime of raping and schmurdering this little girl, and it's what her dad does to him for 7 days after he catches him. It's fantastic.
So it's not the sci-fi one I'm looking at.
Oh no. No. It's a French movie.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it's that's inaccurate. Just to just to give you an idea, he starts pooping out of his stomach. It's a great movie.
Right. All right, we're ready for the covenant in Moab.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
No, you're good. These are the words of the covenant which the Lord commanded Moses to make with the sons of Israel in the land of Moab, besides the covenant which he had made with them at Horeb. And Moses summoned all Israel and said to them, "You have seen all that the Lord did before your eyes in the land of Egypt to Pharaoh and all his servants and all his land. The great trials which your eyes have seen, these great signs and wonders, yet to this day the Lord has not given you a heart to know, nor eyes to see, nor ears to hear. I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes have not worn out on you, and your sandal has not worn out on your foot. You have not eaten bread, nor have you drunk wine or strong drink, in order that you might know that I am the Lord your God. When you reach this place, Sihon, the king of Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, came out to meet us for battle, but we defeated them. And we took their land and gave it as inheritance to the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of the Manassites. So keep the words of this covenant to do them, and that you may prosper in all that you do. You stand today, all of you, before the Lord your God, your chiefs, your tribes, your elders, and your officers, even all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and the alien who is within your camps, from the one who chops your wood to the one who draws your water, that you may enter into the covenant with the Lord your God, and into his oath which the Lord your God is making with you today, in order that he may establish you today as his people, and that he may be your God, just as he spoke to you, and as he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Now not with you alone am I making this covenant and this oath, but both with those who stand here with us today in the presence of the Lord our God, and with those who are not with us here today. For you know how we lived in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the midst of the nations through which you passed. Moreover, you have seen their abominations and their idols of wood, stone, silver, and gold, which they had with them, so that there will be not among you a man or a woman or family or tribe whose heart turns away today from the Lord our God to go and serve the gods of these nations, that there will not be among you a root bearing poisonous fruit and wormwood. It shall be when he hears the words of this curse that he will boast, saying, I have peace, though I walk in the stubbornness of my heart, in order to destroy the watered land with the dry. The Lord shall never be willing to forgive him, but rather the anger of the Lord and his jealousy will burn against that man, and every curse which is written in this book will rest on him, and the Lord will blot out his name from under heaven. Then the Lord will single him out for adversity from all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant which are written in this book of law. Now the generation to come, your sons who rise up after you, and the foreigner who comes from a distant land, when they see the plagues of the land and the diseases which the Lord has afflicted it, will say, all its land is brimstone and salt, a burning waste, unsown and unproductive, and no grass grows in it, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, which the Lord overthrew in his anger and in his wrath. All the nations will say, why has the Lord done thus to the land? Why this great outburst of anger? Then men will say, because they forsook the covenant of the Lord, the God of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them out of the land of Egypt. They went and served other gods and worshipped them, gods whom they have not known and whom he had not allotted to them. Therefore the anger of the Lord burned against that land, to bring upon it every curse which is written in this book, and the Lord uprooted them from their land in anger and in fury and in great wrath, and cast them into another land. And it is this day. The secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the things revealed belong to us and to our sons forever, that we may observe all the words of this law.
All right, boys. Last one. DEUTERONOmy, baby. Let's go. Restoration promised. So it shall be when all these things have come upon you, the blessing and the curse which I have set before you, and you call them to mind in all nations, when the Lord your God has banished you, and the return to the Lord your God and obey him with all your heart and soul according to all that I command you today, you and your sons, then the Lord your God will restore you from captivity and have compassion on you, and will gather you again from all the peoples where the Lord your God has scattered you. If your outcasts are at the ends of the earth, and there the Lord your God will gather you, and from there he will bring you back. The Lord your God will bring you into the land which your fathers possessed, and you shall possess it, and he will prosper you and multiply you more than your fathers. Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, to love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, that you may live. The Lord your God will inflict all these curses on your enemies and those who hate you, who persecuted you. You shall again obey the Lord and observe all his commandments, which I command you today. Then the Lord your God will prosper you abundantly in all the work of your hand, in the offspring of your body and in the offspring of your cattle and the produce of your ground. For the Lord will again rejoice over you for good, and just as he rejoiced over your fathers, if you obey the Lord your God to keep his commandments and his statutes, which are written in this book of the law, if you turn to the Lord your God with all your heart and soul. For this commandment which I command you today is not too difficult for you, nor is it out of reach. It is not in heaven that you should say, who will go up to heaven for us to get it for us and make us hear it, that we may observe it? Nor is it beyond the sea that you should say, who will cross the sea for us to get it for us and make us hear it, that we may observe it? But the word is very near to you, in your mouth and your heart, that you may observe it. Choose life. See, I have set before you today life and prosperity and death and adversity, in that I command you today to love the Lord your God, to walk in his ways and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that you may live and multiply, and that the Lord your God may bless you in the land where you are entering to possess it. But if your heart turns away and you will not obey it, but are drawn away and worship other gods and serve them, I declare to you today that you shall surely perish. You will not prolong your days in the land where you are crossing the Jordan to enter and possess it. I call heaven and earth to witness against you today, that I have set before you life and death, the blessing and the curse. So choose life in order that you may live, you and your descendants, by loving the Lord your God, by obeying his voice, and by holding fast to him. For this is your life and the length of your days, that you may live in the land which the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give them.
Ended on a positive note. God is forgiving.
God's great all the time, man.
His mercy is infinite. Yeah. It's like he's like, even if you do all this stuff to make me curse you, if you come back to me, I'll accept you back and curse your enemies instead.
Well, he kind of has to be, because we're dumb and stubborn.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he knows we're filled with sin and flaw.
Yeah, we're tough things to love.
I know. That's what I've always said too. It's just like, we're the luckiest sons of bitches ever. Just that we actually have a God that loves us. Like,
yeah.
Hey man, I'm grateful to be born today, bro. I'm grateful that it's 2,000 years after Jesus, because God was not friendly back then.
No. I almost think, I don't know, I don't know if this is blasphemous or not, because I don't know if it's written in the Bible. I still have a lot to learn, but it's almost like when Jesus came about, did God kind of get to the point where he was like, all right, this is your last chance. Like, I'm going to, send my only begotten son down. And if he can't do the job, then that's it for you all.
Well, so, and like, again, I want to reiterate, this is what it seems like to me. It seems like Jesus was God's sacrifice to us, because Jesus was God. Right?
Oh yeah.
So
but if we don't honor that sacrifice, then what? Then we're totally
so that was the big change, like when it came to the way people operated before Jesus, they were sacrificing things when they had done things wrong. They had, transgressed or whatever. And God, in a sacrifice to us to show us how much he loves us, he sacrificed Jesus, which was himself in human form, to us for our sins.
And it's like it's up to us to, what are we going to do with that gift that we were given? And if we squander it, which always scared, that's where we're headed. Then what? Is he going to give us another chance?
Because to be fair, he didn't have to do that.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
God didn't have to do anything.
Right.
It's a blessing to have God sacrifice for us.
Yeah.
And not the other way around.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, we're lucky we have a loving God.
Right, Nuxus. That's what I'm saying, right? Like that was God's sacrifice to us. No
amount of animals you could have sacrificed could have ever paid the price for our sin.
Yeah, Mr. Fist has got a good point too. It was a completely innocent sacrifice.
Yep, because remember, when God wants you to sacrifice animals to him, you're sacrificing animals without defect.
Mm-hmm. And so there's no human that could have made that sacrifice that was worthy enough of it, except God.
Yeah. John 3:16.
Yeah. And also
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I was going to say I'm a little sauced, but I know about this one. All right. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Based.
Yep.
That's just
God, thank you for bringing us together today. Thank you for Amagad, for Corey, for Mr. Fista, for Nuxus, for EOD, for Abe Dinkus, for everyone that's come together, for Adam Price, for everyone that's come together today, that we can share your word and embrace the gospel and know what you've done for us. Thank you, God, for all of the opportunities that we've received today to come together and to truly become more friends, better friends. Thank you, God, for another sunrise. Thank you, God, for every blessing that we have received throughout our lifetimes, but today, because today is the day you made. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. God bless a wretched soul like me.
I know, man. I don't deserve none of this.
No,
I don't deserve none of it.
Yeah, I've been struggling with that myself, is just feeling unworthy of God's forgiveness. But I did hear a good thing the other day, which is don't judge yourself harsher than God judges you.
Hey, dude, you know, like based 100%. But here's my thing. I know I'm not worthy of it. I know I don't deserve God's grace and mercy. That's why I'm so grateful for it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's the humility that's why humility is such a huge part of it. Like those that can humble themselves don't realize just how amazing it is that that wretches like us even are allowed to partake in the grace of God.
See, dude, and that's my thing, right? Like I could look at life through the lens of I'm not worthy, I'm a bad person or everything. But then when I think about the blessings God has given me, when I see everything God has done in my life and done for me, it just makes me infinitely grateful.
Well, yeah, and
I can accept that I'm not worthy. I can accept that I don't deserve it because God still loves me.
Right. I say just the fact that we're even allowed to exist in the first place, that we're able to be on this freaking earth, this paradise, you know, it's that in itself is insane. Yeah.
And you know, like so for me, you know, this is gonna sound a little degen when I say this, but I'm telling you, this is something that like completely altered the way that I look at the world. Okay, this was about I'm 32 now. I think I was like 19, so like 13 years ago. I was working at this place called the Birchwood in St. Pete. It's still there. It's a 4-story building with a rooftop bar. The first floor is a restaurant called the Birch and Vine. The second and third floor is a hotel. The fourth floor is a banquet hall. The rooftop is the bar. And the Birch and Vine's a fine dining restaurant on the first floor. So I was working at the Birch and Vine, and there was this guy there, and I can't remember his name to save my life. But we were standing by the bar, and there was a bartender there who, you know, like I said, it's going to sound kind of degen, but she had a really nice butt, dude. And me and him were standing by the bar, and we were just kind of bullshitting, and she went to reach into the beer cooler to grab a beer out of it. And it was one of those things where you're standing next to a dude and you both look over. And like she reached in and grabbed it and pulled it out, and she closed the cooler. And he looked at me, and this is a guy, he was like 40 something, you know, I was 19. And he goes, "Just remember, man, it's the little things in life." And like, that may sound degen at the time, but that has meant so much to me in my life, because when I see just these little tiny blessings that God gives me on a day-by-day basis, just these little things, right? It reminds me of how blessed I really am, you know? I mean, dude, God does so many things. I know that might be a degen lead-in to what I'm saying right now, but it is what it is.
Well, yeah,
to me, whatever brings me closer to God, I don't care what it is.
I could give you a less degen take on that, because I do that like every time I step outside, and it's just like I see a bird and I'm like, that bird's beautiful. Thank God for that bird, you know, like,
yeah,
you know, or you see a sunrise or something, and it's gorgeous, and the weather's nice, or I don't know, just it's all the little stuff that you overlook on most parts.
It's easy to overlook the little things because they seem so little at the time.
And you experience them so often, you don't realize how blessed we are because you experience so many of them every day.
You know, so when I got sober, it was about like a year and a half, 2 years into me getting sober. Like, I'm a completely different person today, and I thank God for that. God did that, bro. It wasn't me, right? But it's funny because, you know, I didn't notice the changes God was making and who I was at the time, right? And it seemed like one day I just realized so many things are different, you know? And to me, Now, other people may not like describe, like in the rooms in the 12-step thing, they may not describe what they call a spiritual awakening as this, but this is what it was for me, was that I realized that by just letting go of the reins and stop trying to control things and letting God make the changes God needed to make in me, I was awoken to those changes, all of them, all at once. And it was like one day, it was like I woke up and I just realized I am no longer this person that I hated for so long. I'm not that person anymore. You know, God has worked magic in my life, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's insane.
And that goes to another thing I've had trouble with is I have trouble asking God for anything. You know, I don't feel like I don't have the right to ask God for anything after he's given me so much. But that was a priest told me something. He said, yeah, but God already knows what you need. You know, even if you ask God for something, he already knows what you need. You know, he's not going to get offended by you asking him for something. He's already done it all. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Right. A lot better than I do.
Yeah.
There was a debate on Abe's channel last night about like people being God, you know, and it's just insane to me how anyone can possibly think they are a God.
And I saw what they were doing, and they're totally conflating you can participate in God's nature and in the Holy Spirit. You can have God in you. It doesn't mean you have God's nature. You experience God's nature. It's theosis versus apotheosis. You don't become God. You experience God. It's just a misreading. And I argued with the Steelman in chat, and I just finally was like, even like once I pointed out to him the flaws in his logic, he just started ignoring me and arguing with other people the exact same thing, which I had already disproven to him, and I was like, it's not worth it.
Yeah, he did the same thing to me. But he's fucking banned. I banned him earlier, done with it, especially after he got on all his fucking alt accounts and tried coming in here and doing shit. He can go fuck himself. I'm tired of that piece of shit, dude.
Yeah,
to go into other channels and tell people that like I come on this channel and I'm preaching and I'm doing all this stuff. I'm not, dude. Yeah. I'm not preaching at all.
We're all just stumbling around.
I barely know anything of God or the Bible or anything. I'm here to learn, bro. You know what I mean? Like, it just.
No, it's just you gave him way more chances than he deserved. So
I was patient, man. I was patient, and my patience is worn thin. I'm done. Peace. Like that's it. You know what I mean?
I think the last 3 days I've been on a couple different streams. Now, forgive me for the gayness, but I was white knighting you.
I love you, bro.
Hey, bro. I mean, he's being a little dishonest because, like, he's upset with the mods, but he's kind of taking it more out on you than the people that I guess he assumes transgressed against them.
Well, you know what's fucked up is like I've let him into the channel and let him say his crazy shit and do all that and whatever, and like, you know, to some degree, like I hate saying this, he's a lolcow, bro.
Yeah.
Like whenever he comes around, people go, "All right, come up and tell us how Jesus was a mushroom."
Wait, was he the one that gave out his number on stream?
Yes, bro.
Yeah, okay, that was him. Yeah.
He's
got some mental issues.
He does, right? And that's one of the reasons why I was willing to like let him stick around, and I even fucking advocated to the mods like, hey, don't time him out, just let him, you know, have his thing and do his thing, whatever. Like it's not that big of a deal. I really like advocated on his behalf because, you know, I thought he was a pretty decent guy, right? Like I was like, okay, you know, I'll just let him do his thing, whatever. No, apparently not, dude. Apparently,
the best analogy I can think of is like, you see I've dealt with plenty of, you know, crazy homeless people, and I've been kind to them and I've tried to help them, and you know, they're kind to me, but once that crazy person on the side of the street just decides to take a swing at you out of nowhere, then it's like, okay, yeah, we're done here. Like you can only, you know, do so much.
My thing's the dishonesty, bro.
Yeah.
For him to throw like all that shit onto me, and then also say like I use my channel to preach all day and do all this. That's bullshit, dude.
Well,
I don't
that's just
preach at all.
That's where it's like he's in his mind, he probably believes that. Like he's probably that far gone that he's just delusional and thinks that's what he sees, you know.
Well, fuck his mind then, bro.
Oh,
That's
right. It's like,
you know what I mean?
The thing
Like,
you do is just cut him off from that. Like, well, if that's how your delusional mind perceives things, then we're not going to let you perceive anything.
yeah, bro, get bent. Sorry. Like, you know, I'm totally cool with people coming in here and talking some smack to me and like, you know, saying that I'm wrong or, you know, whatever. Like, live for life. I like having live for life around. Me and that dude do not agree. I don't know if it's a dude or a chick, whatever, but me and them do not agree on anything. You know what I mean?
I like catching live for life. I caught him earlier in something. I can't remember what it was, but you can catch him in a logic trap pretty easily a lot of the time.
Yeah, and then he just he'll just find someone else.
He'll just move on. He'll just move on.
You know what I mean? Like that's why I like him, because his whole goal is to get people riled up. Yeah. You know. But gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Amagad, thanks for coming on and reading with us today.
Man. It's been a blast. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, bro. Big stow to Corey Barton.
Hey, God bless y'all.
You know, man. You know. Hey, God bless, guys. Thank you very much.
I'll be listening on your D&D campaign.
Yeah, see you in about an hour.
Yeah, come on by, dude. It'll be fun, man. I'm gonna be goofy as fuck, man, because I'm starting to get a little tipsy. So we're gonna have some fun tonight. You know what I mean? We're gonna have some fun tonight, bro.
It's
you know?
D&D. Take it serious. There's no shit that needs to be done.
Yeah. Not the group we have. The group we have is right, Nuxus. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, look, I have made it very clear. I want to be very, very clear about this. I come from no point of authority with this at all. None. I don't know the Bible. That's why I'm reading the Bible. I can't interpret it in any kind of way. I don't know shit, dude. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. I don't. I'm doing my absolute best to not come across as someone who thinks I know some shit. I'm coming across with this so I can learn. That's the thing to me that makes me like aggravated. I think that's really like, that was the thing that made it aggravating to me, was I literally say every God and country that I don't know this stuff. I just want to learn, right? But
well, I'll say one of the big saints in Orthodoxy is Saint John Chrysostom, and I was reading something about him earlier, where he encouraged people to read the Bible and not be intimidated by it. He told them that the books of the Bible were composed by simple people in simple Greek, so that no person could say that he could not understand it. So it's like, yeah, the Bible's for everybody.
Yeah, I think we need another. We haven't had one in about a good 600 years.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but if we want real interpretation, we do need to consult a priest or spiritual leader.
Yeah,
no, 100%.
Yeah, there's a difference between reading the Bible and theologizing. Like,
yes. And plus, it's kind of like we're reading it for ourselves. We're not reading it for everyone else.
Right.
This is something we're partaking in to learn more for ourselves. We're not trying to teach it to other people.
Yeah, we're not going around saying, "Hey, this is what this means."
Like, dude, okay, so God and Country, the open discussion, and like, this isn't me, I'm not trying to say anything bad or anything here, but like the open discussion, I consistently get 15 to 20 viewers consistently throughout the open discussion. The second I start getting into the Bible study, I lose half the viewership.
Yep.
I don't care about that. That's not why I'm doing this. You know what I mean? If people want to stick around for the Bible study, great. That's awesome. But like, I am just reading the gospel, dude. That's it. Anyway.
Also, if anybody runs into, I'm forgetting his username now.
Steven.
Darth Matt. Tell him we missed him.
Hold on, I need to message him on Discord. Bro.
I haven't seen him in a bit.
It's been a couple different streams I haven't seen him. I hope all is well. I know life can get very chaotic.
All right, hold on. I need to find Darth Matt. Where's he at, bro? I messaged him.
Yeah,
Inward too, man. I haven't seen Inward in a while as well.
that's another one.
Yeah.
Good Lord, yeah. I was going to say, I guess now that you mention it, there's probably been both him and Darth Matt. It's probably been about the same time since I've seen both of them. They were always consistent with it.
Base Nuxus. Yep. That's why. Like, okay, I used to think I knew some shit and that I was real smart. Like, maybe it's a little overboard to call myself like, you know, trailer trash pea brain retard. But like, when I say that kind of stuff, all I'm saying is that, like, you know, I don't want to come across like I know something. You know what I mean? Like, there's areas where I know something. But in areas that I don't know something, I don't know it. You know what I mean? Like,
I guess
I'm willing to learn.
Yeah, and the way I'd put it too is like, I'd love to. The reason I'm reading through the Bible myself is so that I hear the words for the first time. But if I want to understand the words, then I'm going to look to the fathers of the church and the saints, and to my own spiritual father. You know, that's how I'm going to understand it. But just to hear them, I don't expect my priest to sit down and read the entire Bible to me and go over every last thing. You know, I got to do that on my own.
Yeah.
What is the catechumen?
Oh, catechumen.
Catechism.
Catechumen.
Yeah, it's when it's the student phase of entering into like orthodoxy. You have like you become an inquirer when you first go, and you go to, you know, experience the church, get involved in church life, and then catechumens, like when you go through the formal education, before you become baptized and christenated.
You also get into kind of the history beside it, like especially with all the saints, like
it depends on each, like the teacher, I can't remember the name for it, but like the spiritual father that teaches you the catechesis. It depends on each individual, mainly on what they need. And then
because they assign you a saint, right? Like,
you pick a patron saint. Yeah.
Okay, you pick one. Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know. It might depend, because even that's the thing. Orthodoxy, there's a lot of freedom from parish to parish, you know, church to church. So they can all do it slightly differently. At least the one I'm going to, the father's very personally involved with each person's catechesis, and he kind of tailors it to suit their particular needs. You know,
that's beast, dude.
Yeah.
Well, I know they have a strong decentralized, like, I guess, church system that I find more appealing than the way the Catholics do it.
Yeah, they don't have like a central authority. They all follow the same dogma and canons, but when it comes to individual, like, cultural choices and stuff like that, they have a lot of freedom.
See, Nuxus, I'm like, right now I'm just ND, you know. I'm interested in, you know, like giving like a true shot to a couple different things. I went to one Orthodox church. It was I know what you meant. But I went to an Orthodox church, and maybe it was just that one or something. It didn't really seem like up my alley, but I'm not like closed-minded to go in and give it another shot. Maybe it was a bad day. You never know. Maybe my head wasn't right. Maybe God didn't want me there in that moment. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of different things that fall into place with that. So
yeah, I'd say orthodoxy, I can see it being difficult for a lot of people, just the way our society is. Like, I've been reading a book called Thinking Orthodox, and it has to do with like the Orthodox mindset, and it's very counterintuitive to the post-enlightenment world that we live in, where we use a lot of reason and we want explanations for everything, where orthodoxy really is more of the spiritual and not the reason your way to God. It's not a thing in orthodoxy.
Yeah.
It's a very different.
Well, gentlemen, it has been 6 hours.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure. I need to get some food. I haven't eaten much today, so these White Claws be kicking, bro. Hey guys, thank you very much. God bless y'all. Chat, thank you all very much. You guys have a wonderful evening. Let's who's live right now? We can see if we can get a raid somebody real quick. 1 sec. Hold on. Glenn Lawrence, Dusty, Kel. I don't want to raid Kel. Should we raid Kel?
Yeah, she had that funny comment where she was like, "Nobody fucking likes Ryan," and Emmett's been playing it consistently.
All right. We're hey, Inward, welcome back, dude. Good to see you, man. Thank you. All right, guys. Let's go raid Kel. I have Kel's stream spammed in chat. Let's go over there. Give her a like on her stream. If you don't want to sub, I get it, but God bless everybody. Thank you all very much.
All right. Take care, guys.
Oh, it's over? Wait.
Oh, well.
Oh, she just ended. Okay, never mind. Wow, that was wild. Okay.
I started liking that American Nacho guy.
Oh, Vibe, dude. Vibe's up. He's got the Uncomfortable Bible Study, bro.
Perfect.
Yeah, dude. Let's do that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over there and I'm gonna get a rate him.
All right, there we go, boys. There we go. Vibe has the Uncomfortable Bible Study. Please go over there. We're Ghetto Raiding Vibe, guys. All right. We're Ghetto Raiding Vibe, guys. I have his stream spammed in chat. Let's Ghetto Raid Vibe. I'm waiting for everyone to jump out and get over there. Thanks, Inward. Dude, good to see you again. I'll message you on Discord, brother.